Hello and welcome to another day of our festival. My name is Kaira Mazur and I'm a part of the Seriale team, being in charge of the Seriale Pro coordination. Today is the first day of Seriale Pro, including our business talks, presentations, and the DEMA. The Seriale Pro is supported by Hessen Ministry of Economics, Energy, Transport and Housing, and Economic Development Gießen, and sponsored by Zika TV. And we also want to thank our technology partner, Epidemic. I'm very happy to welcome all of our spectators from near and far, and of course also our dear guests that I'm going to introduce in a minute. But before that, I just wanted to say that there's a lot going on right now in this world. And throughout the planning of the Seriale, we've been in touch with so many people from around the world and heard so many of your stories. And I'd like you to know that we're with you with our hearts and our thoughts. And we are really grateful that we were able to move our festival, that of course is normally taking place in physical way, into this online version, because especially in times like this and during the isolation, it is so important to have a platform to get in touch, to create, to inspire each other, and of course to learn from each other. So we really hope that you enjoyed today's program, that I'm now going to give you a few more details about. First off, we're starting with two presentations. The first one, Beyond COVID, web series Market and Opportunities in Australia, is by Steiner Ellingson and starts at 11 a.m. The second one is called Branded Series, web drama in South Korea, and is made by Youngman Kang and starts at 11:30 a.m. After that, at 12 p.m., the first panel of the day is taking place, called Web Series in Hesse, a Growing Market, with guests such as Guido Hetzinger, Stefan Böhl, Nicole Fornow, Katharine Lisa, Jörg Buschka, Dominik Lando, and Christian Wolf. And the panel will be moderated by myself. After that, there's going to be a lunch break, and we're back for you at 2 p.m. with the presentation Hessen as a Film Location, which will be presented by Patrick Schaaf. Followed by another presentation at 2:30 by Tessa Marie Gada, which is going to thematize the state of our domestic digital economy post-pandemic and international implications. At 3 p.m., there's going to be a panel about co-production with our guests Tony O'Keller, Jeanette Denardes, Max Frenke, and Laura Sergio, moderated by Gisela Watzols-Hildebrand. After that, there's going to be the opening and presentation of the DEMA Digital Market, moderated by Rose of Dolls, George Rees, and Jovo Dubrotka at 4 p.m. Then we are going to have two separate business talks for international producers. The first one is at 5 p.m., featuring Luc Eve, Denise Chabot, Muriel Aboros, Mila Wagner, and Brian Thompson. The second one is featuring Gaston Amagnon, Gisela Benetson, Alo Rosenberg, Melissa Malone, and Thomas Vier. Both of them will be moderated by Oliver Ment. Slowly heading towards the end of the day, there will be a panel at 6 p.m. themarizing German producers. The guests will be Alex Rieke, Sebastian Simon, Lotte Ruf, Joachim Jung, and Christian Stadach, and it will be moderated by Dasha Solovieva. But last but not least, we're finishing the day with a business talk about international distributors with our guests Sergio Sosa, Adrian Garlic, Antoine Tissel, and Youngman Kang. This one will be moderated by Rose of Dolls. All of the Q&As during the day will be moderated by the lovely Dasha Solovieva. So stay tuned for a few more minutes until we're starting off with the first presentation at 11 a.m. Yeah, so I hope that you will have as much fun watching our program as we had putting it all together for you. And please have fun. Feel free to use the comment section and enjoy yourself. And also thank you for the nice words of our major of the city of Gießen.
Welcome to this chat that we have titled Beyond COVID, Web Series Market and Opportunities in Australia. My name is Steiner Ellingson. I am a senior lecturer and in journalism, media and communication at the University of Wollongong in Australia. I'm also the former director of Melbourne Webfest. And for this chat, I am joined by two investment managers from Screen Australia's online production program, Lee Namo and Elise Adams, Australian filmmaker Luke Eve. For this chat, basically, we're looking at what things are looking like in Australia at the moment. We're looking at the web series circuit over the Web Series World Cup over the years. Australian web series have tended to feature very highly in the top part of that list, and I think it's not a bridge too far to say that is to some extent at least thanks to the online production fund. That Screen Australia was really one of the early embracers of this very format. So I don't know, maybe start with you, Lee. Can you talk a little bit about what the online production program at Screen Australia is, what you do, what you're looking for in a web series?
Sure. Yeah, we're one of the smaller departments at Screen Oz, but we try and stretch our funds a long way. We support web series when they're kind of production ready across a number of platforms. That can be like catch-up services like ABC iView, which is a broadcaster's catch-up, or SBS On Demand, across things like YouTube and Facebook and other emerging social media platforms as well. So basically here to support producers and Australian producers and creators who have ideas that are, online first and foremost, to get their stories out to the world. Hopefully with some production values and some budget behind them to cut through all of the content online.
Excellent. And this particular initiative have obviously fostered a lot of creativity when there is money involved. But one of the things I suppose that Australia also has done reasonably well is connecting short form series with broadcasters, and particularly broadcasters like iView and even Channel 9's catch-up service and other things like that. But what the web series market, so to speak, in Australia has looked like? Are we kind of a web series a small player in the bigger kind of broadcasting pool, or what do you think is sort of web series place in the Australian screen ecology?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Well, definitely those broadcasters and their catch-up services play a big role, but they also do tend to come in and out depending on priorities and the state of the landscape in the industry. So we try and be flexible around not just going, okay, you don't need to have a marketplace attachment to be eligible for our funding, for example. So we're just as interested and excited by, sometimes even more so, a creator with an idea that might live on a YouTube or a Facebook that might bring an existing audience, or be able to tap into an audience, that's living online that might not actually be existing on a broadcaster. So that flexibility is there. If you bring along a commissioning opportunity from ABC iView or SBS On Demand, or we have an initiative with Snapchat at the moment because they have a number of short form original series. Those things are also equally interesting to us, as long as I guess the idea is strong and it's something that we think is going to speak to that audience. It's a bit of an ever-evolving market, as you know, Steiner. Like it's the opportunities aren't massive. There's not huge opportunities. There's not heaps of them. But that, I think, opens up other self-release opportunities that, like I said, I think you can actually tap into a bigger audience and really find some skills and level up when there's fewer gatekeepers out there as well. And just go, okay, this is a place where I can create something and no one's telling me, maybe apart from Elisa or I, no one's really telling me, okay, you've got to do things this way or that way. And you can experiment and learn a lot in a short amount of time.
Yeah, I think because Australia is, a small country when it comes to the amount of channels we have and the ability to support a certain amount of content, so that we do have ABC iView and SBS On Demand, but we're also interested in international opportunities, which is why we have our partnership with Snapchat, with Google as well. And we're kind of always on the lookout for other ways that we can kind of create opportunities for online creators and also bring Australian content out to a larger international audience as well.
So I think you provided a good segue there, Elise, to throw to Luke, I suppose, because when you're talking about selling Australian stories to an international market, Luke, you're someone who's actually done that already with High Life is obviously a standout. Won the Web Series World Cup. It was on Channel 9 in Australia, or the catch-up equivalent, and it was on the BBC in the UK. I mean, how does someone get their web series out of their homegrown borders?
That's a really good question. We were lucky with High Life to a degree in that we had won an award for Low Life, I guess, and the person giving us that award was Canal Play. And they had asked me at the time, what other project did I have? And I was playing around with the idea of High Life as a companion series. And so they immediately sort of came on board, I guess, as a co-producer, which was great because it then formed an international co-production. And then I was able to then get on board, Stephen Fry out of the UK, because it was, I guess, subject matter that worked perfectly with him and his background and his interests and sensibilities. So then, in a way, High Life was set up across, 3 countries in a sense, of the UK, France, and Australia, which was great. Obviously, then Screen Oz coming on board, so it gave us 3 markets to instantly be able to sell into as well, because we had strong connections in each of those 3. So we were very fortunate with that. We didn't have that with Low Life, but that was a very different approach, I guess, in terms of both production and marketing. But yeah, there's definitely opportunities out there to be able to go to sort of international partners or even, you know, local partners before then going to Screen Oz. So part of that is luck, and another part is just tons of research and trying to find who is out there. But as Lee said, that is changing all the time. Like, I think international partners over the last couple of years has been just changing, like almost by the month at times. So yeah, it's just trying to keep up to date, I guess.
They certainly do kind of thrive and die like in a bushfire almost over the past few years, haven't they? So I wanted to ask, so what's Screen Australia's role in brokering those sort of deals? Is there, how does kind of the funding body operate in those sort of, are they part of making the deal, or how does that work?
Typically for the production fund, it's the producer's role to bring those partnerships or those opportunities, and then we fund or not based on, you know, our criteria. When we're talking about, you know, initiatives like Snapchat or Skip Ahead with Google, or we have one with SBS, a local broadcaster in Australia, that's when we've kind of brokered that partnership and we kind of bring, I guess, the whole puzzle to the applicants. So you kind of get that commissioning opportunity in one. But those are typically more competitive. There's some of the more competitive initiatives we've run at the agency over the last few years, particularly with SBS and Snapchat. We've had some really staggering number of applications because obviously that heavy lifting of finding the commissioning opportunity is done for you. So yeah, I think it's, you know, it's advantageous to have a strong pathway to audience, whether that is a commissioning platform for your own audience that you're bringing, or a really solid understanding of who this project is for and how it's going to tap into them online. So that often goes hand in hand with knowing, you know, that this is a real niche that's not being served on broadcasts, TV or catch up, and, you know, knowing where that audience lives and how they consume content. That's the kind of stuff that we go, oh great, you've done your research and you know who this is for and how they're going to get it.
Yeah, so you mentioned something there about, you know, finding a gap in what's available elsewhere in the media, I suppose, and across entertainment. Historically, very often web series have kind of been viewed as sort of knockoff TV series. So you're finding that is often how people are approaching it today, as well as, you know, they got knocked back for a TV series, so we'll try and strip it back and make it a web series first, and then try to get back and knock on some broadcasters' doors. Is this still part of the strategy?
I mean, yeah, that used to be, I think, a lot of people's perception of what a web series is. You still get those creators who come to you with an idea that was clearly for TV and they've tried to shoehorn it in as a web series. But for us, we think the most successful web series that we've been a part of have been ones that were intentionally made for the web. You know, Content, which is our first vertical series that we did with the ABC, which all takes place on the character's phone, was of course designed to be viewed on the phone and is not meant to be for TV. And we think that's the strength of the series, and get excited when we get projects along those lines that really understand how the internet works and want to make a series for that audience.
Mm. So with that, with kind of new formats and new platforms and things that are developing, and particularly your new partnership with Snapchat, what types of creators are actually are applying for that? Are they traditional filmmaker types, or are they people who have established themselves with a following on Snapchat? Is there kind of like a particular demographic of people who are going for that grant, or is it kind of everyone wants the piece of a pie?
I think with that one, it actually turned a lot of people off because they went, "What is this mobile storytelling? That's not legit." So I actually really liked that was some of the response in the industry, because it's obviously, very progressive and innovative, and the people who applied with the ideas that cut through, I think that's the point of difference. If they applied with an idea that cut through and made us sit up and take notice, and made Snapchat sit up and take notice, they're the people who understand the form and they understand the language of mobile storytelling, which is really different to, broadcast TV, even to like horizontal web series storytelling. There's a real different pace and a different energy, and different understanding of audiences' attention spans when you're speaking to an audience kind of between 13 and 24. You know, Snapchat talk about their projects that are really successful, grab the audience within the first 3 seconds, both, you know, storyline wise and visually as well. If it hasn't done that, it tends to not cut through, and people will switch off after literally that short amount of time. So how are you able to grab your audience and hook them in for that 3 seconds, and then for the next 3 seconds, and then, you know, expand that out over a 50-minute series? So yeah, I think it's a different understanding of storytelling.
Yeah, we do have a mix of people applying in terms of experience coming from TV or more, and people from online. But yeah, it seems like the people who have worked in online previously just had a better grasp of what Snapchat would be looking for.
Yeah.
Heavy Google, like that's people bringing their own audience and understanding the platform and having typically worked in it for years and built that audience, so they know what their audience wants and what works. And that's more competitive a lot of the time too.
Is that something that creators kind of underestimate a bit when they're planning, like the power of audience? Is that something that you think that people are more mindful of now? Are people like, I'm assuming that in the application process there is something in terms of they have to define a target audience and that, but it's, you know, the marketing side of and distribution side of web series are often kind of down prioritized somewhat because people don't have the resources.
Yeah, or they think, you know, I've got this great idea and people are just gonna find it and watch it, instead of necessarily thinking about how you're going to get it to them. That's why, yeah, one of the documents that we ask for when we're doing production funding for web series is your marketing and release plan. And that, along with the scripts, are probably the 2 most important documents that we ask for. And that's where we want them to tell us in as much detail as possible how they're going to release the series. Is it going to be all at one go? Is it going to be weekly? How many episodes? How long? For what platform? All those factors come into our assessment to decide whether or not we would give it production funding.
Of course. Now, on that, I'll throw to Luke again, because Luke, you're in the middle of producing and releasing your new series, Cancelled, which I believe episode 4 is coming out any minute now.
Half an hour, Steiner.
In half an hour, yeah. So, Luke, tell us a bit about Cancelled. Your new series obviously comes from a place of extraordinary circumstances.
It comes right from here in this house where I am at the moment, here in lockdown in Spain. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people watching this might know the story perhaps from De Seriale, but I came to Spain in March to get married, and then the pandemic hits and we had to cancel, and then we went into lockdown, Maria and I, my fiance, and my mum, who had travelled all the way from Australia for the wedding. So I thought that, you know, we had a fairly unique little living situation going on during what was obviously a fairly unprecedented moment in history as well, which also made it quite universal. So I was in touch with Elise, actually, and I was actually talking to her about another project, and I made a joke to Elise about, you know, coronavirus sitcoms, and she must be getting bombarded with pictures. And then I thought about what I'd written in an email and kind of went, hang on a second, maybe that's not a bad idea. Yeah, so turned back around within like a day or two later and went back to Elise and said, look, I've got this idea, obviously based on our own scenario, but the hook would be that we would shoot this particular story. We would tell the story, but we would script it and shoot it entirely within lockdown, meaning that the actors would be myself and Maria and my mum, and we would also be the crew, which was a massive risk. And at one point I thought a massive failure, but we got it across the line. And yeah, we're now about to release the 4th episode, and the first 3 episodes have done fantastically well. So I'm really happy. But if it wasn't for these guys here, Lee and Elise, then we wouldn't be in that situation at all. I pitched it to them, and the turnaround time from them was extraordinary. They sort of came on board and realized the immediacy of the project, I guess, and helped us move it along really quickly. So, and that, obviously just gave us scope then to be able to get a post-production team on board and polish it up into a fairly decent state so that we could then release it every week on Facebook. So yeah, it's been great.
As you said, it had to come out straight away as soon as it could. Had to be relevant and fast, and there was also a ticking clock around how long Luke and Maria and his mum Karen were in lockdown together, so that was a factor as well. I mean, from our point of view as well, we had so many productions, more on the TV and film side, that have been paused mid-production due to the pandemic, that we're looking for new content, and so are audiences. We're really proud that we've got cancelled out. We have another project with ABC called At Home Alone Together that's been turned around just about as quick as cancelled. It's brand new content that doesn't ram coronavirus down your throat. It just kind of reacts to the situation in a funny viewpoint from it, or a different angle, which cancelled does as well. It's not about the coronavirus. It's about the three of them stuck in that apartment together. So getting new content out on screens in this time is vital for us.
Yeah, it felt like we were one of the few departments that could still provide funding to the industry and get content out there. So it was important to us to try and support as many as possible that were coming through to us, and that I guess kind of reflect the time that everyone is living in. So there are other series that will be announced that we're also supporting that are of the similar style of being made in lockdown or being made through Zoom, things like that, because I think web series kind of have that unique perspective to them and can be done on a much smaller crew, like Cancelled with 3 people.
We've been trying to shoot a lot. Like we've got like 10 episodes of 8 minutes each, so it's a lot of content. It's like shooting a feature film in a house, which I'm now regretting entirely. Elise and Lee said, you might want to think about 6 episodes. Nah, it'll be fun. Maria and I talk about that conversation every day now, but so it's been pretty it's been pretty shared around, to be honest. My mum has obviously never acted before and never held a camera before. She's terrible at taking photographs. She's classically one of those people that just leaves her finger in front of the lens all the time. I have to admit as well, we have shot some really crucial sequences where she's forgot to button on as well, so that's been great. So it's definitely come with its challenges, but we did that dance sequence down in the street and she forgot to record half of it, so it's been tough, but she's been amazing. Like it's been quite a phenomenal job to actually not only act opposite my mum but have my mum hold the camera as well. And if it wasn't for this bizarre situation that we find ourselves in, then I would never have done that. So, and if it wasn't for Screen Oz and especially the online department moving so quickly and being so flexible, I guess, then we wouldn't have been able to achieve it. So it is great that those guys exist and can work so quickly and allow creators. I think one of the things about web series creators are generally they're pretty nimble as well, anyway, at the best of times. And so I think this particular sort of lockdown situation around the world is probably quite handy for some people at this point in time. I'm sure there's a lot of amazing ideas coming out and people being very resourceful, so which is great to see.
Now, with your series, Luke, it's exclusively on Facebook, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah. So what was the kind of decision making into that? Just using Facebook as the hub.
It was a number of factors. As we talked about, we were moving, like the project moved so fast that it was really hard to talk to sort of traditional broadcasters. Elise, Lee and I were having conversations really early on. When I say really early on, the turnaround time, we wrote all the scripts in like 7 or 8 days. And during that period, we were having discussions about particular broadcasters, one of whom was really interested, but I think we were just moving at such a pace, it was too difficult for them to be able to come on board so quickly, which is understandable. Obviously, big organizations often, when you're pitching to them, with my experience anyway, often takes months. So we just moved so quickly that it was really hard to wait. I think the three of us recognized, and I was really passionate really early on when I first pitched it to Elise, that I felt like the hook of the show was, made in lockdown and released in lockdown. And so we thought that it just probably then had to go out onto a social media channel. So it was either YouTube or Facebook. Since arriving in Spain, and I was sharing, quite a few videos and a few moments online, I was sharing those on Facebook and was really amazed at the response, I guess, and the engagement of just those personal posts. And I sort of felt like we'd already built up a bit of an awareness anyway amongst my friends and family about what was happening to us over here. So that helped. And obviously, I think, Facebook has an older demographic. YouTube is traditionally aimed younger, or, that's the younger audience, sort of teenage to mid-20s. So, and we thought that, the Facebook demographic was probably 30, 35 plus. And so Facebook would be perfect for that. And it's proven to be true, actually. The majority of our audience are 35 plus and located all around the world, but predominantly main audience at the moment is in Spain. So, and Facebook really allows you to, target as well because of the huge social media platform. It's been great at allowing us to sort of target particular advertising around it as well for a very small amount of money. So it's been great in that respect. I think Facebook ended up being the perfect choice. It's the first time that I've ever released a project like that on a free platform. So I was a little bit nervous about it. I was a bit nervous about how that would take hold and whether or not, obviously, that affects, sales down the track and things as well. So, these things are always slightly risky, but I think the move on Facebook has been a good one.
Mm-hmm. I'll throw one last question to the group, and that is there anything you think that we've learned in this mess that we're in that can be beneficial for future endeavors?
I feel like that Contagion was one of the most watched movies around the world when this hit. By that, I was like, and I watched it myself as well a few months ago. I was like, surely people don't want this, but I think I would say I've learned there's no judging the appetites of audiences for content. And similarly, like, there's a risk involved with cancelled or anything related to the virus and the lockdown and the pandemic, but people want something that will reflect their experiences of this bizarre situation we're all in. So yeah, I think it's like worth taking that risk.
Yeah, I think the bleaker things are the more people want a laugh, and that's what we've kind of seen with At Home Alone Together as well, is that people's humor it can be odd, and joking about COVID is a way of coping, and that's what we're seeing with the stuff that's coming through and resonating with audiences.
It's hard for me I feel like I'm right in the thick of it, so it feels like, from what I've learned, is that nothing can ever be like predicted. Is sort of what I'm thinking. Like, if I would look back at March and think what I'd be doing right now, I didn't think I'd be living in a house with my mum and my fiance making a show. And so, yeah, the world is a strange place. I guess it's just about trying to find stories in situations, no matter what they are, and opportunities, no matter what they are. So, yeah.
I think that is a beautiful note to end on. So I will ask the virtual audience here to join me in a round of applause for our panelists, Lee Namo and Elise Adams from Screen Australia's online production fund, and filmmaker Luke Eve, whose new series Cancelled is available on Facebook right now. By the time you're watching this, the 4th episode will be out. So go and have a look at Cancelled the series on Facebook. And once again, thank you all for joining me today.
Thanks, Diana.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. I welcome Yang Men Keng here, the festival director of Seoul Web Fest from Asia Web Awards, and also a creator, director, and writer. And we will today speaking about branded web drama in South Korea, branded web series. And my first question to you, Yang Men Keng, maybe you can introduce yourself, and then the first question is, what is a branded web series?
Hey, everyone, all the creators from all over the world, and also congratulations again, Seriale, and then thanks for having me,
Thank you very
Chongbo.
much. Thank you very much.
And I'm really happy talk about branded web series in South Korea, because I think it's very popular branded web series in South Korea. So I've been like asked many places wherever I go. They're curious about what is a branded web series, how branded web series is getting popular in South Korea. So the first question, what is a branded web series? It's very simple. Like branded is a commercial actually. So commercial film, commercial the video, but the traditional say commercial film, it's like maybe 30-second TV spot, right? Those kind of like traditional. But those kind of traditional, the branded, actually only showing a lot of product, no story. But this one has a really like storytelling based, and then talk about the branded. Also, it's not funded by investors. There is no investor for this. Also, it's not funded by the studio or any like production companies. It's funded by the corporations or some nonprofit organization or some maybe local government or many maybe some groups. They want to show they're branded with storytelling. The most important thing compared to traditional like branded web series with storytelling approach to audience based upon good storytelling. So that's the branded web series.
Okay, thank you very much. And how branded web series are popular in the Korean market?
Well, because you've been in Korea already twice, right?
Yes, yes.
What year was it? Like 2017?
And 2019, yes, last year, yes.
Yeah, and then you saw, like,
yes,
a lot of K-pop star and, like on the red carpet. I mean, those guys, because most of the web series, actually branded web series, because branded web series corporation, they have money. So, filmmaker, we are creator, we have money. So, we are able to hire, cast those name, K-pop star, the idols, because they want to like view numbers, even though they spend the money. So that's why also getting very popular. And especially the Korean society and the Korean corporation company, actually, they every time they want to like change something new. What is new? Like how we can promote our product, like the faster or more, emotional, more like a very, specific way to the audience. And then actually, the most important thing to approach audience, grab their attention, like with storytelling. It's like an emotional way. So that's why all the people like they crazy for the branded series. So that's why I call like web drama, based upon good drama and web. So so that's why it's very popular. Yeah.
Yes, I understand. And my next question would be how you can make this series, and what is first there, the ID for a series, or do you have a contact to a company, or and then you develop the ID? How it's happening?
Oh, actually, we are pretty lucky. So, like a lot of companies, they understand what's the web drama, branded web series right now.
Yes.
So they know how it works. But it used to be very like tough, especially approach some maybe corporation companies. Like they don't understand what is a web series, and then they just want to keep putting the branded, in the storyline. Then actually, eventually, right? Then the negative, like result, because they don't want to see too much product. You know what I mean? Like audience, they want to see good storytelling. So those kind of stuff you have to when you have a pitch meeting to the corporation company, and then you need some like confidence. Also, there's a lot of good successful samples. I mean, like a huge the hit through online, like YouTube, also other platform. So like, hey, look at this, how they become successful. How like the branded, right, very recognized very well. So those kind of like have to approach to the corporation or government, even a lot of a non-profit organization. I mean, everybody involved, everybody want promote, especially their image, the way the good storytelling.
Yeah.
So you have to, especially when you pitch certain company, you have to understand what they want, like how they portray themselves first. You have to research first, and then make a really, really nice script. Not too much, like the branded involved, like
Yes.
very subtle like involvement, but still good storytelling. And then
Yes.
once they like it, then it's green light.
Yes. Yes, that's great. Thank you very much for explaining it. When I was last year there, you make also with the festival this fem tour, and we was traveling into south, and we was in this wonderful city of Yeosu, and we saw also they have developed many web series. Everything about the city and very different ideas behind the series. Also different topics, sometimes also serious, also very serious topics. And yeah, I saw many cities also have web series. What it is something new, or it is since years on that way?
Actually, the city of Yeosu, that city was like not a first city like make a branded web drama, but in the beginning, actually, they making 2015 first time we set up KWeb Fest. That was the name, like older name. And then City of Yeosu actually started make the branded web series about tourism. Because the City of Yeosu are very beautiful port city, also very popular in Korea, also in Asia. That's why actually, we brought you guys into tour after event.
Yes.
So now they fully understand. So every year they produced one branded web series, City of Yeosu. So far this year is a fifth web series. I think the one of the series actually nominated in your festival categories.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Not only City of Yeosu, also City of Seoul they produced so far 2 web series as well. So City of Seoul also, they have a lot of thing like Old Town and the New Town, especially Old Town, right? A lot of people, forgotten. So that's why developing the story with the branded. So also tourism for Korean, also for international people. That's why they start to make a branded web series. And also other cities like some maybe countryside city. And I mean, now slowly even the government is very getting to, because of like Korea. I know like a lot of countries, right? All the young people, they move to city. There's nobody in the countryside, so they need people, like they really need the tourism business.
Yes.
So I think the best way, like promote with the good storytelling, nice scenery, through online. That's the perfect for the government. That's why they put into a lot of effort to produce the branded series. And even like Yosu City Mayor, actually you guys met at the Yosu also in the Bilbao, right?
Yes.
And the last year in Bilbao Citiesland event, City Mayor and about like 9 people from the city of Yosu, they went to the Bilbao. They attending the award ceremony. They receive an award. And a huge article in Korea. Now everybody knows. So now like more like involved the government now as well. Yeah.
Yes, I understand. And it is yes, it is really exciting. And what is you can't. It is the series from City of Yosu. It's called Butterfly Dream, and it is something like a sci-fi series. And when you think on commercial, you're not you see this series, you don't think, oh, okay, it is a branded series at first. You have it is not into it is more into background. This is what is something new for me, because if you see something branded here in Europe, you know immediately it is about a product. But
Yeah.
in the web drama in Seoul, it is not always in that. It's not always like a commercial. It is more a story, and in the background you have these topics. And I know you are also an expert in that, because you have also a series in our selection, and it is nominated several times. Congratulations also.
Thank
And
you.
the way of Thank You. And I think this is also a branded series for, right?
Yeah. 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 That's the really good point. In the beginning, because just like we are very limited, the branded web series, like mostly drama and the comedy, because like we didn't have a brave like idea, like what if like we make a branded series, maybe horror or sci-fi and action, then make the images bad, right? But right now, like we are getting bold, so that's why like we try something different, like with the sci-fi, with the branded, why not? Even
Yes.
horror, even action, even or maybe all kind of genres is possible. As long as it's fun, also as long as it's like a good show, the branded, you know, then that's wonderful.
Yes.
One of the branded web series I created was last year, the way to the Sangju. Also, that one as well, something like the new, because like the countryside, and but strange, even the countryside they are farming, but not a traditional like new way farming with smartphone technology. So those concepts may be very interesting to draw maybe young people, inspire young people maybe move to countryside doing like a smartphone, the farming. So that's why we make those kind of the series, and also some like bigger project like big corporation company, big tower, Lotte World Tower as well. Also, the branded web series last year. That one also, even though like branded web series, but we do co-production with the Germany, with you guys.
Yes.
And then now
Yes.
it's like a link through the branded web series. We linked two city, two country, and two entity into one. So now they getting to know each other. Then they exchange culture, and then
Yes.
they make something like a new way of like the media. So that's why how powerful like branded series.
Yes. Yes. This is also this was really also surprising and also a great project, because a lot of maybe the people here don't know that, but Lotte World Tower is a big tower in Seoul. It is I think the biggest tower in South Korea, and the 5th biggest in the world.
Maybe, yeah.
And it is. And it was really a surprise that they also make a web series, web drama, but they made also before the last years. And we have also here some connection, because we have here the Lotte House in the city of Wetzlar. And maybe you can also say something about the connection. Yeah, it is something to do about our region here. So maybe you can tell how the name is coming from the Lotte World Tower.
That's right now I'm talking about like all the connection, how it works. Actually, it starts from the webfest, like our webfest, you guys webfest, and then we try. Yesterday, I already mentioned about unique about Seoul webfest, because we have a special tour program after the event, and then actually also you guys doing the tour program as well. That's why I discover like Lotte House in the city of Bachelor, like the next city of the Gisen, and I was a shock. There's a really like I thought was like fiction, but it's a real the house. And also I discover that name, exactly same name from Lotte or the tower. So I thought might be great idea that there is a good subject, good elements to become a good branded series. That's why we started, and we discuss here how we can co-produce, and actually it worked out well, right?
Yes. And several companies was involved to make this production happen, and these are real connections because of the sorrows of young Werther, and the name comes from the main figure, and the real house is from the role model for Goethe is in Wetzlar, is the Lotte House. Yes, and it was the name giver for the Lotte company, I think, the figure in the novel. Yes, this is really great, and it was a great experience to work together with this different kind of product, kind of how you produce something. The two teams worked really well together, and it was. I hope that also we can explore more how the branded web series is working here could work here in Germany and for our region, because this is, I think it is a real chance also for the digital series. And we talked now about cities and how branded web series worked for cities. How many kind of branded web series are also in South Korea?
We have a lot actually. Every year we have about like 200 web drama like produced every year. But branded web series maybe at least like 50%. It's a lot of branded series because all the creator, right? I mean, we need the money, to hire crew and pay the cast, also food, also need a good camera, lighting, and I mean, nobody work for free these days, so all the cost money. So, and then the good thing about the branded web series, you don't need to worry about like the money pay back to investor, because there is not an investment money, because corporation company they pay for all, and then that's why like a lot of like web drama produced in South Korea. And good thing about also to make a branded web series have a budget also higher to the K-pop star. So that way, like really helping for expose like all the international market. They have a huge fan base. So that's also very strong the point. And slowly these days, even actor from the cinema, they slowly get into acting in web series as well, especially this pandemic situation, right? I mean, nobody working, so I mean, the web series is like perfect for them, slowly jump in, Now slowly they really get into the web series like in the market, because the theater is like empty and they're out of business, but only web series like exist right now, seems like. So I think we have a good future.
Yes.
So also the branded web series also have maybe new wave of genre. I mean, not like showing only the the brand all the time. It's like you can like create like a very interesting way of storytelling. And even like the audience even didn't notice that's a branded web series. Maybe they watch whole thing, it's like, wow, that's the good story. Then in the end, maybe they're showing up a logo, that's it. That, oh wow, that's the branded. I mean, those kind of stuff. We are getting to that kind of the level. And then also, like you mentioned about, I think it's perfect for co-production, especially co-production for, I mean, there's so many like wonderful places for tourism and the culture. I mean, I think it's really good for combine like together two countries. Then I think it's really good opportunity. Like we can make it happen, develop as a branded series.
Yes, this is really fantastic. Then you give us all this information and an inside look about web drama. And thank you very much. Our time is now over. The next, it was really short, and but it is very interesting, and we will talk about, I think, also in the future again about these topics, because it is really important. It is more and more important for the web series. So thank you very much, Yang-Man Kang, and see you later on the next panels today and tomorrow. So
see you again. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to our audience from near and far, and of course also a warm welcome to my guests today in our panel web series from Hesse Growing Market. I am really honored I may welcome all of you today, and of course I would like to introduce you at first. My guests today are Stefan Böhl, producer at Tag und Nacht Media, Nicole Fornoff, producer and writer, Jörg Buschka, producer at Bildstärke 7, Dominik Lando, producer at Dominik Lando Film Production, Christian Wolf, writer and producer, Katharina Lisa, consultant at Hessen Film und Media GmbH, and Guido Hetzinger, a very well-known media lawyer at Bremen Formers, and also known for Watch Movies and Snappik. Yes, hello. Our participants are all from Hesse, which has become a hotspot for web series in recent years. And one of the series from Hessen, which received a large number of international awards last year and also this year, for example, in Buenos Aires, is the series Anomalie from Darmstadt. Stefan, congratulations again on your success with Anomalie, and really a pity that your planned premiere of all of the episodes in April unfortunately were cancelled because of Corona. Could you tell us something about your experiences with your production, and also maybe according to the funding, or rather no funding, because you did it all by yourself, right?
Yeah. So thank you at first. Yeah, we did it all by ourselves. We had to. We tried to get some funding by Hessen Film. We started with the funding for the script, actually. We tried it twice, but weren't able to get any funding for this. Then we wrote it anyways, and we started the production. We tried to get also funding for the production. But yeah, we did it all on our own. We also had a talk about the post-production, but it was told that the chances are really small to get any funding for that. And we're doing a lot of the post-production on our own, and you have to spend the money for external costs. So it didn't make any sense for us at this point. And we also tried to get any, or we were talking about getting funding for a script for the second season right now to go on. And yeah, but they said it doesn't make sense for us right now, as we don't have any fixed distribution deal for the first season right now. So yeah, we're still on our own, and we're working on the last final bits of the first season right now. So it's also okay that our premiere is now later in September, so we have the chance to make it even more better, actually.
Okay, maybe if you have a fixed one, maybe there will be funding as well for the second season.
Hopefully,
yes. A completely new project from Hesse, which the first filming took place in May this year. Buschka entdeckt Deutschland, zeigt mir deinen Osten. Jörg, why don't you tell us a little more about it?
Yes, actually, I just show my my DVD of the old web series, which is existing since 2006. I pitched it last year for a new season at the Seriale, and I'm going to Eastern Germany, to the so to say neue Bundesländer, to let people from Eastern Germany show me their culture. The thing is, I'm saying, just even after 30 years of being reunificated. Ist das gut gesagt?
I think people will understand, yes.
English speaking, yes. After 30 years of being reunified, there is still things that are different, but it's not like they are dividing us. It's I am interested in the culture of the people in Eastern Germany. So I go there, and we will have 5 episodes, in which I will meet like artists or people that were, what is the name actually, Bürgerrechtler. They were fighting for social rights there against the pseudo socialism system there, the dictatorship. And these people show me around in their cities, which of course can't take place in the same way as it could have been without COVID-19 circumstances. But we are still, yeah, we can still do it. And we already shot, Stefan Pohl and I, the new cameraman, and I already shot 2 episodes in Berlin 2 weeks ago. Time is running so fast. 2 weeks ago, I already did 2 rough cuts of it, and it's going to be 5 times 20 minutes. 5 20 minutes. Web series, and there's also going to be one documentary going to be montaged out of it. My English is not in my ear.
No, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I think as long as people understand you, it's fine. It doesn't have to be perfect. All of us are from Germany, so no one of us is speaking perfect German, so never mind, it's fine. And it sounds really interesting, your project.
Thank you. I forgot one thing.
Yeah, sure.
The first person we met is an Eastern music rock star, Toni Kral from the band City. And the second person I was glad to meet in Berlin is Inka Bause of the Bauer sucht Frau. Mm-hmm. But she's doing many more formats, but that's the most successful one actually, and we already filmed these 2 ones.
Interesting, really interesting.
Mal reinkommen erstmal in das Reden. Das tut mir ein bisschen schwer heute Morgen.
No, it's fine, really. Next, I would like to address the word to Nicole Fornoff, who also celebrated great success with her series Emma's World a few years ago. What experiences have you made with your production, and what was it like to create a web series back then? Do you see like any kind of differences between then and now?
I mean, I produced Emma's Welt in 2013, so already a while back. And there was, at this time, I'm pretty sure there was no funding yet for web series. The people didn't know, I didn't even know it is a web series or a digital short form series. And there were no festivals yet. It started in 2014 in Germany with the Seriale. And we went in 2014 to Raindance Webfest. That was our first festival. And I think it changed a lot the last years. I mean, there are no more festivals, there's more funding, but still there's a long way to go. I think it's still really tough for this short form. I mean, still a lot of people don't know what to do with it. So it's still a fight, but it's much better than 2013. A lot happened the last years, and then all over the world. I mean, there are a lot of countries where it's already really big and interesting. But in Germany, it's a bit too slow. I think it could get faster.
Okay, you say this is a point where we definitely could improve ourselves a bit, and you think that like there is a bit more opportunities for funding, but not enough yet, in your opinion?
No, I think so, yeah.
Okay, all right. Next, I would like to pass the question on to Dominic Lando, who has a project called Spessa Tales, which was partly financed by crowdfunding. What experiences have you made regarding to funding, also maybe in regard to the Hessen film?
It's this was the second crowdfunding we did. and I say it's, you have to improve your skills, you range to reach people. We developed. You can hear me?
Yes, but the connection is kind of, it's not completely blocked, but it's a little, like the sound was a little off just a few seconds ago.
We start to. Oh, ist denn los? Mach mal einen Hotspot oder irgendwas. Wait. You hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I let
I think.
I look for the connection. I think we will.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Crowdfunding is always a full-time job that you have to know if you take this as an option to finance or partly financed your project. It is a tool you can use for lower production or no production, no budget or low budget projects. But if you have a big production, you can't use crowdfunding. It's different to use it in Germany. That's why we do it one partly financed tool there. And what we improve there is our target group we want to reach, how we create our posts, or how we create some news, what want the people know from us to get in our project. And that's why we get in with the next production downstream. We ask Hessen Film. We know them from Katrin. We know her from Die Seriale in the first pitching round, and there was a not speed dating, speed pitching or something like that. I don't know if this is the right word.
Yes.
But we know her there. 1 year later, we made our Antrag. We made our submission.
Application or submission.
Prepare our submission, and Katrin put there with questions in the weakest point of our submissions, the finger in the wound, and give us the challenge to rethink about it, and that was really helpful to increase the quality of our submission of our project, and we get a clearer strategy and structure for it. And so we were successful, and we 1 week ago there was our production schedule, and we had to change it because of the virus, and now we recreate this. But what I can say, it was a really cool experience. It was a really cool experience to get in touch with different kind of finances and especially Hessen Film. And at this time, actually, we are totally appreciate that, and will deliver a really good result.
Okay, that's really nice to hear. Christian, you are a producer and writer, and you are currently working on a new pilot. Would you like to tell us something about it?
Yes, it's a series for RTL 2, a commercial broadcaster in Germany, and it's not a web series though, but it's maybe still interesting. I mean, I cannot talk too much about the content because we got agreements with the production company, or Odeon Film, which sold it to, and RTL 2, which bought the pilot script, and we are trying to get it to get produced. And probably it's going to be shot here in Frankfurt, because they have a special location. They need prison, and in Hessen you can get like these special locations for not so much money as in Berlin or Munich or in Cologne. And the point is that many TV stations in Germany, they, especially if they want to work with younger producers or inexperienced producers who don't have so many references, they're looking for low budget stuff. So this is a one location series which only plays in a prison, and that's, if you come from web series or do web series, that's a very good point to start from when you go and pitch stuff to TV productions or TV broadcasters, to look at the low production concept, even if it's for big TV. So they say we want to make a weekly series, 45 minutes each episodes, and it should not cost more each episode than 200,000 euros, which of course is a lot for in a web series area, but for TV, regular TV, it's a very low budget. So, and that's where we are right now. We are developing the script together with RTL 2 and Odeon Film, and hope that they will shoot the pilot or even commission the entire series before they start shooting anything.
Do you have any idea on when it's going to be shot?
No, we are still they still need to approve the pilot script, so we are still in the script development phase. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Katharina Lisa is a consultant at Hessen Film and Media, substitution. For our guest from abroad, I just give you an overview on the film funding system in Germany. We have our national film funds, FFA Film Funding Institution, and the FFF German Film Funding Fonds. They are home-based in Berlin, and our 16 federal states of Germany have their regional funding institution, and Hessen has its Hessen Film. Katharina, can you give us an overview on the support web series producers may get from Hessen Film, and how our web series are treated?
Yeah, so can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you well. It's
Okay,
fine.
great. So in principle, we always fund projects that are located, principally we fund web series. No, sorry, now I'm confused by your question. Your question is on what levels we do fund projects generally, or web series in specific?
In specific web series.
In specific, yeah. So yeah, in specific. So
but I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just want to say you also can give us a short overview of the rest if you want to.
How to say? So the projects that we did fund in the past were mainly in the production segment. Generally, we do also fund projects on a script level or on a pre-production level. But yeah, looking back to the project that we did fund were on a production level. We did fund a package from a young company that applied for funding for 5 projects that were all in the script development level. We did fund these, but this was like some sort of exception because it was part of a special funding tool. But the web series that we did fund in the past were mainly in the production segment. Yet the understanding for web series within our jury is not that highly educated, so to say. So the market for web series is still, I think, still developing in terms of the revenue, and this is why our jury in the past has been very decisive about the projects and which projects to fund. So we did fund Spessart Tales, but it was actually the application, the way it came up, it called himself a short film from being a part of a trilogy. I'm not sure if that is an English word. So now it's a web series, but it came up as a short film. So yeah, as a part of a 3-part mini series, so to say. But yeah.
So that kind of made a difference for
Yeah.
the funding.
Yeah, because you know, it was yeah, on a paper it looked more like a short film than a web series, and it was actually the funding was focused on one part of this 3-part web series idea, but it only applied for one part of it, so it came up as a short film. And I think that that's why the jury decided to fund this project. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Guido, from a perspective of a media lawyer, do you have any additions maybe to what we just heard about the funding?
Yes, I think the problem which Stefan already raised at the beginning and what Catherine also said now is that if you apply for production funds in a regional fund in Germany, you are expected to pay back the loan from the revenues of the exploitation of the series. And as the market for web series in terms of economical success is still problematical, it is difficult for the applicant to show in its application or to prove in its application that the fund or any other investor can rely on being on having a chance to earn back his investment. And this is, I think, the reason why so far not many web series have been funded, neither in the state of Hessen nor in any other regional funds in Germany. So that means in order to get the opportunity to gain proper finance, either in terms of private financing, of crowdfunding, public funds. So anybody who needs to be paid back his investment will ask for proof of concept where and how the web series can be economically successfully exploited. And this is the major problem still with web series, that it is an upcoming market, and so it's difficult to calculate a recoupment plan nowadays. I think this is the major problem at the moment.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Katharina, is there like how much is the amount that can be applied for, and like are there regional effects requested?
Yeah, so the maximum amount for production in generally is 500,000 euros. However, we have not yet funded a web series, and a realistic sum, I think, looking back on the projects that we did fund in the past, would be at a maximum of 200,000 euros, 300,000 euros. But then there has to be a revenue model behind it that justifies that high amount, because a whole web series from its whole from the total length of minutes, I'd compare it with a feature film of 90 minutes maybe, and looking back on the feature films that are comparable to web series from its production costs, etc. This is how I come back to the sum of 200 to 300,000 euros. But yeah, it depends on the package and it depends on the revenue model. But we haven't funded a web series so far, so I cannot, come up with numbers that were already given to other projects.
Okay, and sorry if I just maybe missed it, but did you talk about the regional effects, if there are any?
No, not yet, exactly. Yeah, you asked me, so I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
So there's this regulation that says that you have to spend at least 100% of the funding sum here within this region of Hesse. But we are open on how you manage this. So you can shoot here in Hesse and spend all the money through the shooting, but you can also, for example, if you have to shoot abroad, you can do this and then come back with the production, do the post-production here. You're totally free how to manage to spend at least 100% of the funding sum here within this region.
Okay. According to this, my question to the producers would be, how did you deal with such regional effects that were requested? Maybe Dominic, would you like to start?
Yes. We have no problem to handle the regional effects because we have so many specialized departments here in Hesse and some well-seeked people get in other regions in Germany and maybe in Berlin, but we have really cool departments. Pixelmonus, for example, or Tagenacht Media. They made super cool special effects and visual effects. I mean, and we have an specialist, Harry. He is a really old, experienced guy. He worked since 50 years for special effects, practical on set, or if we look about our artists we have in our region, especially Matthias, for me one of the best I know, and it's great stories and what he did on the screen with it in compositing or directing, he's wonderful. But he's not in Hesse. This is our connection, our bridge between Hesse and Bavaria. And like our main topic, the Spessart, we have a part in Hesse. It's connected with a big part of Bavarian. We put all good things together, and so it's no problem to handle the regional effects. But a part of a crew. A part of a crew is from Bavarian, and we finance that with other tools, with sponsoring or crowdfunding, so we can handle this costs and make both partners happy.
Interesting. Jörg, what about you?
I forgot to say that Dominic is doing the financial management of Buschke Discovers Germany. So it's all a big party here we're doing. And we already met Katrin Lisa at Hessen Film and Media. And we applied for funding. But then it was complicated for us to find sponsors for quite a period of months, but then we found funding of the whole project now from the Federal Agency for Civic Education, Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung, and there was no way to do this together with the Hessen Film and Media, because there's no concept until now, by now, that these systems could work together. Mensch, heute ist aber, genau.
100% public money would not work.
Yes, it wouldn't work, and the Federal Agency for Civic Education would not want to give to have the rights half on their side and half on others, and it was still too complicated. And now it's Auftragsproduktion from them. But it was very nice visiting Katrin Lisa and presenting our project, and we hope to have a chance to work together. Can I say so? Work together in the future.
Hopefully that'll work out. Katharina, since we have an international audience today, I would like to ask if you could tell us what Hessen Film could offer for co-productions with domestic as well as international producers.
I'm not sure if I understood this correction right, but so in terms of funding, we can fund productions as long as they have a co-production partner based in Germany or in Hesse. And there is this Focus Germany production guide. It's on the Focus Germany website. I think it's focusgermany.com. There's a production guide listing up all production companies and possible co-production partners that are based in Germany. And in order to be eligible, an international production partner needs to have a German-based production partner. And for all the listeners that are not from Germany, they can go to this website, Focus Germany, and get an overview through to this list. In order to be eligible. And then we have this film commission department at Hessen Film, and the contact person is a colleague of mine, Sandra Duschel, and her contact details are on our website. And she's the contact person in order to if the production companies have questions regarding filming locations or crew members. We also have a so-called production guide and location guide on our website, listing up possible crew members from that region or locations for production. And as far as I know, a colleague of mine, Patrick Schaaf, is taking part in another panel at 2 p.m. And
yes, he has a presentation actually. Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know what he's going to say, but I'm sure that he's going to say something about this as well. About
the locations, and I don't know the exact, I don't know, I haven't seen the presentation yet, but I know he's talking about the film locations in Hessen.
So that would be also part of our service that we are giving to productions around here.
Okay. I want to stay with this topic of co-production for a minute longer, and wanted to ask the producers, have you any co-productions planned in the near future, maybe also in an international way? Stefan, would you like to go first, maybe?
Yes, planned I wouldn't say we planned it, but or we planned it, but we are open to it. We already did that with some companies, also from the UK, for example. We did some sound design for a documentary where they were sending us the final cut, and we're getting the audio files, and we did all the sound design and mix down for them and could send it back. So something like that is working out very well, because you don't have the problem with sending of data, of communicating through the internet and all that. It works out very well. But that's more like side projects, I would say, and it's not that we are focused on that, because we are just trying to work out ideas we have. So like Anomaly also was an idea we had, and we try to develop this idea and not to think about what are options and how can we create an idea that is fitting perfectly to any options. And that shouldn't be I don't want to work like that. So, and what I'm thinking about to give another word to the things like Guido also said, for us, it feels like spinning in circles with the topic of funding, because what we realized, without going too much into detail, we are right now able to talk to people seriously about the future of our project right now. So, and that's possible because we were able to prove that we are able to produce this. And without any funding, you're nearly not able to have any chance to produce a proof for that. So this is the problem we have, because the funding seems like to be interested in the payback, but we are now able, because we produce something, to talk to people that maybe are a partner to give a payback. So it's useless if we're not able to get help, to get any references to prove our ability of producing content on our own, because then you have to go to any door just with a paper, and then your chances are lower in comparison to a final product or a very well established product to show that you're able to do all the things and not just having an idea. So that's actually the problem, or the real effect that we are facing right now.
So you feel like you first have to deliver something.
Yeah, sure,
so
absolutely.
You can get
more. I guess right now that's the thing in any media businesses. If you look at the music business, it's the same. There should be a final artist to get signed to a record company. There's no more this kind of over years development of an artist, this riskful investment. It's nearly the same in film or series business. If you can get a final product, or if you can get a team that is able to do very much on their own, it's also a lower risk, and it's at the end maybe also cheaper to get and more interesting to bigger investments. So there is the point where funding can help to improve.
Yes, I can understand that this must be quite frustrating at some point. According to co-productions again, Nicole, do you have any co-productions planned in the near future?
Not internationally, but in Germany. I was, one of the lucky ones, and we got funding actually from Hessen Film, but it was kind of a package deal with 4 different kind of, we were 5 web series, and for the development, for the story, script writing, and everything. So, and I'm working together with Tobago Film. So we are at the moment developing, writing the script, and hopefully shooting next year or year after. So that's really amazing. And that's actually something I'm so lucky that I produced my web series 2013, because it's such a great community. I will never forget when Meredith from WebFest Berlin, she's the founder of WebFest Berlin, she wrote me an email 2015, hey, I saw you have a web series, we are a new festival, don't you want to apply? And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And it totally changed my world. I met so many creators all over the world. I met Chongor, and I don't know, it opened so many doors, and I'm really, really thankful for that. Yeah. So I traveled a lot with my web series, and I'm working on new stuff. So I think it's a good start when you're independent and when you're starting with something and you just want to work, just do it and go to festivals, connect. And that was the best thing I could ever have done. I'm really thankful for that. Yeah.
Yes, that's really nice to hear. Christian, do you have any co-productions planned?
Yes. So if you want to work with the commercial industry, like TV stations, and you are a small company with little references, you basically have to do co-production. So we have this web series we are trying to get pre-production funding for now, security, and we have like 2 interested parties, which is Hessische Rundfunk, this is a local public broadcaster here, and RTL, which is a big commercial broadcaster, who both want to do it. While in HR, Hessische Rundfunk, they don't give productions away. They don't give money away to produce. They produce everything in-house. So if you want to make it with them, it has to be a co-production with the Hessische Rundfunk, probably. While RTL, they would not, if it's a sitcom, it's at the moment it's a web series, but RTL also has a streaming platform, RTL No, but even then they would probably make it more like a sitcom, a little bit longer, which is like 23 minutes is the slot. And they would not give a big production out to a small company like that. So we would need a bigger co-producer company for the references who take this over. So that's the way you have to go if you are a smaller new company and you want to start to work for the industry. You probably have a difficult time if you want to sell them your project and to get their trust to give you like 2 or 3 million euros to produce something if you don't have the references. Yeah. So yeah, we are looking at the possible co-producer for RTL, which has to be a big company with a big name.
Okay, but you have no you have no option set, like you have no one found yet, so you're still in the process of.
We are at the with RTL. We are in the process of developing the scripts first, and when they are going to decide if they buy it in the end, we will have to talk about this issue. But first, we are going to see if we can get along from the content. So that's the first step, and the second step would be to find the co-producer, or even sell the whole thing to a big production company. Yes.
Okay, I see. Guido, would you like to give any additions on co-productions in Hesse?
I personally think that co-productions, international co-productions, might be easier to finance to a certain extent than a mere German production, because as we heard from several people in here until now, it is difficult to raise finance because it is difficult to raise the additional sources needed on top of the public funds. The public funds will finance 50% of the production spent in the maximum. And B, it will be difficult for anyone who's willing to finance to prove that there can be expected a return of invest. And this is a major point. We are not talking here about help for talent or help for creators. We are talking about a finance industry for producers, which is something completely different. It's not art funding, it is funding for producers. And if you have an international project, and if you are able to raise finance from your international co-production partners, and you just have to close the financing from sources in Germany, it's easier because it shows that other financiers are willing to pay the bill as well. And I think the major difference is that the exploitation market for web series internationally is a better one than the German one. So it might be a possibility to prove that the web series will actually be exploited if you produce internationally from the beginning. If you don't produce internationally, a possible way would be, like this is done for young film producers in the movie industry, you need to, for example, you need to find a TV station who's paying part of the production finance, let's say, for example, ZDF Neo, who is a public broadcaster investing in short form series in the last year, let's say. So if they would, for example, pay up to 40% of the budget, then you raise further finance from a public fund, and perhaps 20% are left and paid from own resources, sponsoring, I don't know, a product placement, landscape placement like the Spessart, the tourist board of Spessart, yeah. And Then you have rights left, which you can say you are going to exploit in order to pay back the public fund. And you would need to find, and this is the missing link, a distributor specialized in the distribution of short-form series or web series, indicating by a calculation how much money can be earned from the worldwide distribution. This is how it works in the movie industry, and I think this is a structural problem in the web series industry, that the market is not yet made. It does not yet exist in that way. I think in 2 years we are not talking about problems anymore, because there will be many sites where web series are exploited. There will be specialized distribution companies who help to create such calculation, which is needed to prove to Catherine, for example, that the web series you can make money from the web series. And this is, at the end of the day, what it is about. I mean, all of the web series producers are talents and creators and want to do what they need to do. But on the other hand, it is a decision for a lifetime also to spend your life from what you are doing. So at the end of the day, it is about earning money with the production and exploitation of web series.
But you do
Generally,
see
I think the co-production is a suitable way, and it's the first thing which a young web series producer needs to do, ask himself or herself where to raise money from, who can be interested in the project, who wants to show the project and is willing to pay money for showing it.
yes, and to convince them, yes, definitely.
Sure.
But as you just said, the web series market is quite evolving, and hopefully, if we like imagine the scenario to come back together in a few years, everything will be a little different, and maybe there'll be a
I think so. It's
change
not a
towards.
problem. It's just a very early stage. You are all early adopters. And this is why it is difficult at the moment. This has been the same situation in other fields of entertainment industry, but you can see that, especially international in the international market, that it is a absolutely evolving market. And so I'm very sure it will. It's not a problem. It's an early stage, and as you are all part of that industry in an early stage, it will be good for you, because you will be the first ones earning money with it as well.
Yes, that's right. With a quick look to the watch, I recognize that time is running out quite fast, actually. But there's one last question I'd like to ask. Because I would like to give kind of like a brief look out onto the future. So I'd like to ask, Katharina, is Hessen Film currently planning something specific that could like influence or change the Hessian web series world?
No, honestly, frankly speaking, currently we are not planning any explicit programs for web series. I know that other institutions do have special programs focusing solely on web series. We do not have this. Nevertheless, we see ourselves, as a contact person for web series producers in terms of funding. So anybody who is based in Hesse or is in contact with a German-based producer, they're always welcome to contact us and to get a consultation for a possible application, or to contact our film commission. But yeah, no explicit programs.
Okay, thank you. The others, what are your next steps after the Seriale 2020? Stefan, would you like to say something about this?
Yeah, actually, we're finishing the season, finally, the first season, and I think we will go on. So we have also several projects that we are working on in parallel, and we will also go on with Anomaly, and we will see how, but I guess we will find a way.
Sure, I'm sure you will. Nicole, what's next for you?
A lot of script writing. I mean, um, so I'm still at the start writing my script for my next web series, but I'm also at the moment planning a feature film. So I'm trying a different format. um, and maybe asking in 2 years if it was different or better or easier than with the web series community. But yeah, that's a lot of writing, I would say, 2020.
I can imagine, yes. Jörg, you're probably getting on with your latest project, Buschka Entdeckt Deutschland. For now, what are your next steps?
So actually, on October 3rd, we are hoping that it's going to be on as on Hessen TV, HR Fernsehen, as a 100-minute presentation documentary, and parallel as a web series. I don't know which other collaborations will be occurring or coming up in the future, because we already, with the first season, with the first film, we are working together with Turbine Medien, and we have our first film now on Amazon Prime Video. So maybe this is all developing, and I'm looking forward to work together with Stefan and Dominic, and with Lumatic Media, who are doing the packaging for Show Me Your East Side. So thank you all.
Dominic, what does the future bring to you?
Oh, a lot of work for me, especially. I will prepare with and next project downstream. We're looking for possibilities to shoot, and during this time we will develop a lot of stuff we can apply in the next 2 years. This year it's my personal goal, 5 applications in Hesse and North Rhine-Westphalia.
And Katharin.
And yes, we close the finance managing at Buschka, Buschka's project, and it's a lot of to do. Matthias is writing like hell, like Nicole, also typing round fingers, and but we use our trends to produce in the same range like Nicole is writing today in the next years, if we can shoot without security, without missing security for departments and group members.
Nice. Christian, what's next for you? Christian, sorry.
Yeah, production-wise, it's obviously like we are going to work together with RTL now to develop the Bible, the series Bible, and at the same time applying for pre-production funding for security for the web series, to produce a pilot or a teaser or trailer to help actually sell the Bible we are producing, we are developing together with RTL. So hopefully RTL is going to commission it, and then the next step would be to get the co-producer.
Okay. Finally, I would very much like to hear from Guido how things are going with him in the near future, and whether he might have kind of like a good advice for young filmmakers.
I'm not relevant in my future. I hope to see you all again in your projects. This is what I gain for, and to work together for you and to consult you and help you in closing the financing of your project. My advice is, as I said before, unfortunately, every creative project is also a bunch of contracts and financing issues, and you should start thinking about that and working on that right from the beginning, even if it's a nightmare. But it will not work out in the long future if you don't start working in that way professionally as well. But I think all of you do that, and it's as I said before, it's an upcoming market. I'm quite confident. I count on that market. I can say that. This is why I participate here. I truly do, and I'm very convinced that this market will be the future in the audiovisual entertainment industry. So just try hard and stay with it. It will turn out good for you. This is not an advice, but I'm convinced in that.
Smart words, definitely. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you for taking part, and of course also to the audience for watching. I wish you every success, and I'm looking forward to hear from all of your projects very soon. It was a pleasure. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Patrick Scharf. I work for the Film Fund of Hessen, the Hessen Film and Medien. And today I will introduce the location of Hessen for film shooting together with two location scouts, Yvonne Bazong and Regina Kaczmarek. So here we go. This is a location in Alsfeld where we shot a movie like 2 years ago. It was called The Wolfgang, and it's a city that is very unique for its old construction substance. But let me first introduce the Film Commission of Hessen. What we're doing is we are assisting production companies that are looking for locations where they can shoot or that need shooting permits, and we link you up with other people in the film industry, whether you need somebody for a camera or for sound engineering. So we can also help out with that. And we are very well connected with other municipalities, and yeah, basically we can help out in all kind of questions. So we have like a location guide where you can check in our websites for different scenes and locations, and a production guide where you can look for different departments. And also we make location tours. We do that also with our location scouts that we go to. We went to the Rheingau, for example, last year for a walk. And so it's good for networking and yeah, by seeing different sites. The film location of Hessen provides the only skyline in Germany. As you can see, it's quite impressive by European standards. I think I've only seen something similar in London. So this is also why many production companies come to Frankfurt to shoot in an environment that very well for making films of the financial sector, like Bad Banks, for example, which was a huge success the last years. This is from season 1. So we have like huge finance district, and so here you can see another scene from the movie with Paula Beer. And you can also replicate Hollywood. This was like from a shoot of the WWF, and you can basically replicate Manhattan in a way, because we also have those corridors between the skyscrapers. So if you're interested in an atmosphere like that, this is also quite nice to shoot. Oh, now I start the trailer.
Wollen Sie Karriere machen? Natürlich. Wofür? Ich will von Ihnen wissen, warum ich gefeuert werde. Wenn Sie wollen, können wir das heute Abend besprechen. Kein Wort zu niemandem.
Ist nur ein Job. Nur ein beschissener Job.
Ich habe dem Headhunter von der Global in Frankfurt den Tipp gegeben, weil ich möchte, dass Sie dort arbeiten. Vielleicht brauche ich auch mal einen Gefallen. Jana Lick.
Willkommen im Team. Be hungry, be aggressive, be ambitious, guys. Work with your heart.
Der gekauft. My new colleague's gonna want some information from you. Hold it back, please.
Jana, ich vermisse dich. Ich vermisse dich so sehr.
Sie und ich, wir sind ein unschlagbares Team. Keine Loyalität.
Was wolltest du runterladen?
Ich schmeiß dich morgen aus dem Team. Sie wollen meiner Karriere helfen. Aber diese Belege sind krass.
Wenn das rauskommt, dann gehen wir in den Knast. Jana ist meine wichtigste Mitarbeiterin. Ich brauche sie. Wir beide gehen hier kein Risiko ein.
Sie bringen Leute in den Knast. Gib sie mir. Nein. Sie haben mich mal gefragt, warum ich Karriere machen will. Ich weiß es nicht. Ich habe nicht die geringste Ahnung. Aber ich brauche es.
The second episode, second season, by the way, is on Netflix, in case you're interested in watching that. But we also have like sites like the Devil's Bridge or Castle Ehrenfels, which give you the environment for shooting a fantasy film. So I could really imagine shooting something like The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings over there, or like a medieval historic biopic. And yeah, this one, Castle Ehrenfels, is one of the oldest castles in Germany. It was built in the early 13th century. And the same holds true for Castle Auerbach, which is also a very nice site and a very good condition for shooting. This is the Celts world in Klauberg, which was settled. It was a Celt settlement in the 5th century BC. And then we also have like this old kind of special architecture in Marburg at the university campus, which was also used for several movies. And if you are into science fiction architecture or more modern architecture, there are also various options. And for that, for example, Yvonne or Regina would be the right people to speak to. They can help you and guide you through all kind of locations. So here's another one. And also, I mean, here you could imagine shooting something that, I don't know, maybe looks like a garden of Versailles or something. So this would also look probably very good in a historical movie. And here, more castles, of which we have plenty in Germany. And this is Kloster Eberbach, Monastery Eberbach. The Name of the Rose, I think is the English title, was shot here with Sean Connery, of the Umberto Eco novel. And here's another very nice castle, which also be like in a fantasy Harry Potter-ish world, or could probably also be used for any kind of historic movie. And we also have like very nice old town construction substance, which was used in a similar way for Wolfgang, which plays like also in a medieval fantasy world with fairies and werewolves. Here's a shot from that movie. Let me show you the trailer.
Wohin des Wegs zu später Stunde? Guten Tag, wir sind die Neuen. Vlad und Barnabas Teppich. An einem magischen Ort.
Willkommen in Kreuzfelden, wo seit 700 Jahren der Sitz der Penner-Akademie ist. Eine der berühmtesten magischen Schulen der Welt.
Umgeben von einem düsteren Wald.
Ihr könntet tagelang durchgehen und ihr würdet immer an derselben Stelle rauskommen, wo ihr losgegangen seid.
Leben zauberhafte Wesen.
Euer 7. Schuljahr ist ein magisches Jahr, in dem ihr das Vermächtnis eurer Familie übernehmen werdet.
Und mittendrin 3 außergewöhnliche Freunde.
Ich bin Vlad.
So this gives you kind of an impression. I have to speed up a bit, looking at our time window. Okay, somehow the next.
Im Kino.
Issue with the presentation. The next sheet doesn't start. Okay, let me try open it again. So now we come to our location scouts, and I introduced Regina Kaczmarek, who will take over and tell something about herself and the location she can recommend to you. Regina, you have to activate your microphone.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Regina Kaczmarek, and working for location scouting for commercials and industrial movies, also in documentary mostly. And you see some of the locations. If you have questions, just ask me. Just go on. It's some scenes of Frankfurt, and we are mostly used in Europe for skyline offices and a lot of car shoots, also in the scenes of movies, a lot of car and street filming because of possibilities of permitting and also full blocking the roads and bridges. What's not everywhere in Europe is so possible, and also from the scenes is Frankfurt very high recommended, as you can see, also housing areas internationally. The clients are really up to Frankfurt because it's logistic, like traveling, hotels, restaurants. It's very easy to do, also transporting. Just go on. And this was Lehman. This is an actual project in Kassel where we shooting the Dr. Lübke murdery, because we stopped, as you all know, and we will start now in end of June, July, to finish the documentary, the feature doc. That's just part of Citizen Law. This was a shooting location for, on the other side is the grass a bit greener than in your own garden. And this is just an artist place where we choose, you can look from the street inside. Just go on, thanks. That's our famous opera for e-commerce events, if they start, maybe end of the year. That's also springtime in Frankfurt, very romantic. And of course, the skyline in the evening, it's blue hour, wonderful. Also, the industrial side of Frankfurt and around, you have a lot of possibilities, not so much, but a lot in the way of, if you look for special things, this is a very modern architecture to use for events and shootings.
So, thank you, Regina. And now Yvonne will say something about herself and the locations she shot at, and she can recommend.
Hello, everybody. So I do some location scouting since 15 years in Frankfurt, and I specialized in serial stuff with Bad Banks season 1 and season 2, and with the Netflix Skylines, and all these wonderful feature films in between. And here we have some, you will see some location just from Bad Banks and Skylines. And yes, let's go ahead, Patrick. So mostly the serial stuff is in the center of Frankfurt because of the skyline, like Regina said. And there are a lot of locations to shoot in. If you have any questions because of the things you want to shoot in Frankfurt, let me know. Or if you have some special question about that stuff. So that banks was almost this high quality, expensive rooms, expensive flats and houses, and the Skylines Netflix stuff was a bit more dirty. And so if people don't know a lot about Frankfurt, they think that's all. They have this much money and this drugs and sex and rock and roll, but there is a lot of it between these both scenes. And here we start with the Netflix stuff. It all looks a bit dangerous. This is the red light district and neighborhood. Yes, and there is always, the city is always changing. Old buildings were ripped down and new buildings grow up in a very plenty of time. And it's always an adventure to look for new serial stuff because everything is changing. The streets are changing, the buildings are changing, the owners are changing. There is, it's always exciting. Mm-hmm.
So, looking at my time, I don't know, do you want to show the trailer, but we're running a bit short in time, or shall I skip it? Or what do you say, Yvonne?
Let's run it. It's short, but it says so much.
Okay, let's do it.
Ardan. Er ist wieder in Frankfurt.
Ardan ist sowas wie eine Legende, war damals bei der Brigade. Er ist der Bruder von Khalifa, dem Rapper.
Ich höre keinen Rap.
0609, die Banken kratzen an den Bäumen.
Wir haben Skyline Records aus dem Keller rausgeholt und guck, wo wir sind.
Wie komm ich an Euro?
Und wenn ich aufpasse, dann ist das Ganze ganz schwierig. Du machst krasse Beats. Du brauchst Leute, die helfen, aufs nächste Level zu kommen.
Produzentenexklusivvertrag. Was ist mit Mona?
Ja, es geht hier um Loyalität. So, Loyalität. Ja. Du bist gar nichts für die, verstehst du? Du bist zu schwach. Für die bist du eine kleine Ratte. Hörst du ab? Was verkauft ihr überhaupt? Ich gebe den Leuten, was sie brauchen.
Denkst du kannst mit mir handeln, Alter? Siehst du aus?
Skyline ist ein legales Unternehmen.
Du sollst nicht aufgeben. Ich habe einen Löwen geheiratet. Und kein Schaf.
Ich habe dir geholfen, einen Traum zu verwirklichen. Jetzt hilfst du mir bei meinem.
Ich will, dass es weniger Angst gibt da draußen.
Vertrau mir.
Insiderhand, ja?
Wollen Sie mich erpressen? Mach euch fertig!
Hast du Angst?
Okay, somehow.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Dasha Solovieva, and we have received 2 questions to you. And the questions are, do you think Hesse is underestimated as a film location, even though it offers many possibilities and different locations for many genres?
Yes, of course.
I agree.
Definitely. I would also say that Hessen has many sites that have not been in as many movies or TV shows as sites in Berlin, which you have probably seen, like, I don't know, in dozens of films and movies. So I think you have the opportunity to shoot your own image here that has not been seen before.
I think like I would say, Arrow was the first serial in US with using the Frankfurt skyline. And that was really interesting because Frankfurt is like always ceiling behind, because we have not a big budget of film budgets for, especially for feature films or all kinds of movies, or but internationally the clients are very interested in Frankfurt because it's a very good logistic and traveling and all the things. So, and I think it will, maybe for example, Kapstadt just have one bridge. We have 4 to full blockage. Yeah, I mean, this is just an example. Yeah, so we have much more possibilities, and it is underestimated, definitely.
Yes, and in the moment we are reduced on the skyline, in the bad way, in the good way, in the dirty way, in the beautiful way, but there you can shoot everything here. So the city is very small. You have not that far traveling from one end of Frankfurt to the other end. It's always been around 15 minutes to the next area, and that's good for shooting as well.
Great, thank you. And another question, which leads from the first question, is if international creators are interested in allocation in Hesse and are searching for it, can they ask for help, for example, the Film Commission Hesse?
Yeah, of course. We are also always happy to provide finding locations. But then we also always advise to contact Yvonne or Regina, because they really do location scoutings. They know the locations inside, outside. And so they are also very, very recommended to get in touch with.
Thank you very much. That's it with the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're still on air, I suppose. So if you have any more questions afterwards, please don't hesitate to get in contact with us. We are willing to consult or give you advice and link you up with other people. So yeah, if you have any final ideas and suggestions, Yvonne or Regina?
I mean, things is very often the producer asking us for like moods, location moods, and feel free to contact us.
Yes, we are prepared.
Definitely. So you can also check us out at www.hessenfilm.de, and there you will find our production guide, our location guides, and also feel very free to contact me or my colleague Sandra Duschel, who does the film commission for us. And yeah, we will be very happy to hear from you, and also link you up with production companies in our region in case you're interested in international co-productions. So yeah, we're looking forward to hear from you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Greetings from the United States and Washington, D.C., where there's a lot going on right now, but I am thrilled to be able to join you digitally. So this is the state of the domestic digital economy post-pandemic. Hello, everyone. Greetings from the United States and Washington, D.C., where there's a lot going on right now, but I am thrilled to be able to join you digitally. So this is the state of the domestic digital economy post-pandemic and international implications. So in addition to including what the implications are for the pandemic, this has also been restructured to include the socio-political changes that the US is going through right now, hopefully for the better. So I like to talk about myself as a digital fortune teller, about what the next 5 years will be like, what the next 10 years will be like, what the next year will be like. And in particular, wanted to reconfigure this presentation to include the pandemic. In terms of what that means for us in our lives now, different things for different people. Now, obviously, if you are essential or if you are non-essential, your experience in your everyday life is going to be somewhat different. But the one thing that I would say is universally the same for us right now is our reliance on internet connections, on digital connections. So for those of us who work in the digital space, we are very lucky because we work in a field that is booming right now. And I think that also comes with the responsibility to really think cautiously and with purpose about what we are doing here to make the most of it for ourselves and also for others, so that we are not just pulling the ladder up behind us so that other people cannot find success in the space. So when it comes to the coronavirus, I think that if I have to hear the term unprecedented time one more time, I'm gonna probably lose it, but it is exactly that. So as I always say, technology is either a tool or a weapon, and it's up to us to really make the most of this. This is an opportunity, especially in the US, where we do not have public health, where we do not have affordable education. This is a chance for us to really look at those things, and I think that we're looking at them very deeply now. But when it comes to our reliance on the digital sphere, it shows just how ill-prepared we were and how we need to be more prepared. Now, in our field, we had a leg up, so good for us. But one thing that I would say is, as a result of this, there are people who are struggling. In particular in the US, whether it's healthcare or whether it's our education system, we were not prepared to flip the switch to go completely digital. So I've been doing a lot of consulting in that area, and I would also encourage anyone, if you want to have a discovery call with me about opportunities more at length, please do. We'll put the link in here. But when it comes to the coronavirus, so people are on lockdown when it comes to the socio-political, what we're going through in the US right now. I mean, my city, the National Guard is here, the military is here. We have a curfew. So yeah, we are all relying on things like this to see each other and hang out with each other. And that comes with unexpected problems such as loneliness and mental health. I think 2/3 of the population has said that their anxiety has skyrocketed, their depression, even if they've never had depression previously, all of these things are coming into play. And we can use technology to either exacerbate or ameliorate that. So yeah, I mean, more time at home, more content consumption. People are consuming so much content. And so a surge in screen time. You don't even want to know what my screen time report is every week. It's like deeply alarming. But also the fact that, you know, maybe you're only with yourself and how you miss people. And this doesn't quite feel the same. So how do we make it feel the same? And so part of that is, thankfully, Diana was here with me, because I feel like I've had a lot of things where I've been talked at, and I think we need more conversation. So thank you, Diana, for joining me here. But people are struggling to make ends meet. Our unemployment has skyrocketed. Coronavirus deaths, which have also had implications where white people just are not dying as much as non-white people are, which speaks to our healthcare problems. So that's emotional distress, that's economic distress, because our bills keep coming in and our bills are not free. And unfortunately, neither are our dreams. So if you were in this space, how do you make it all work? Now, I would say that despite all of the problems that we're facing right now, this is actually a huge opportunity. So when it comes to, and if you would like the consulting session, please go ahead and reach out to me, but also let's just go through some things that we can do. So while studio projects are on hold here, right? So that's in terms of the US, Netflix, HBO, everything is on hold. So the pipeline has fully stopped for us. So people are actually looking for content. And so it's been, 20 years since that button existed on Netflix where you could actually submit your series. So in terms of the US, our market has become really very much like the 1930s, except that instead of the quote unquote golden days of Hollywood, which really were not very golden, let's be very honest, it was basically during the Great Depression. So, hey, we're also in another Great Depression, along with the global pandemic, along with civil rights, along with having someone like Andrew Jackson as president. So yeah, that's the, 2020 is really coming for us. But there are things that we can do. So if in the US, where like MGM and Paramount and United Artists were the big three in the Great Depression when no one was making any money and they were making bank, really Netflix, Hulu, AMC, HBO, all of which are now under, how many things are under Disney now? How many things are under AT&T? We've seen major corporate mergers which have domestically made it really hard for independent content creators, really, really hard. But now that all of these big money makers, their pipeline is on hold, they're looking for content. This means that for the first time in a very long time, domestically here in the US, they want content because their pipeline stopped. That means that independent creators, this is your time to really be seen, because everyone's content is stopped and people are watching so much stuff. They are alone, they are depressed, they're full of anxiety, they're really seeking something. So this is something that we can provide that not only makes people feel better, that not only connects people, but also it's a chance for us to actually monetize it domestically and actually bring independent content back to the forefront. And some of the things that we've seen is, some of our stars have, for free, as we discussed at the DC Web Fest, given some of the most hilarious or most moving performances of their career, and they're not doing it, they're just doing it on their own, for free, on TikTok, on any of their social media platforms. So yeah, all of these are opportunities. So I would say that this is the chance to be a ray of light, because we really need it. And this is also a chance to be seen as an independent content creator because of that pipeline being stopped. So I would also say that at a time like this, especially when we've seen the rise of nationalism, which is terrifying, this is why I've always said for independent content creators in the US, non-geo-blocked content is the way to go. Geo-blocking helps you if you're Netflix, if you're a big time, but there are no real economic advantages to an independent content creator unless you sign up with Netflix and Hulu, which has all become increasingly harder. And honestly, the piece of the pie that you're going to get in terms of how much you're going to be paid is just a sliver. Whereas if you do it yourself and build traction through a grassroots movement, you will be able to keep much more artistic control and more of that monetization. So yeah, get out there, use your platforms, create content, engage with people, think about this with purpose, and not just building a grassroots monetization, again, for good and to connect, but also to make sure that you can keep your dream going, to make sure that it's sustainable. And I think that as artists, we are frequently taught not to talk about money or not to ask for money. And we need money to live, unfortunately. We exist in a market economy, and now we are in a tight time. So something that I want to say in terms of domestically, what are currently the absolute best platforms in terms of revenue sharing? So Amazon, their royalty sharing is excellent domestically, and I really want to put that out there. They also have a lot of resources for people in academia with free web hosting. Similarly, Twitch has a fantastic revenue share. So if you're looking to build an audience and actually receive royalties that are meaningful, those are two that I would highly suggest, because other platforms really are not going to give you the royalties that you need as an artist. And Romeo gave a little bit of a deep dive about Twitch.
Twitch is a very unique platform, and they've managed to create a model that is very supportive of its content creators. All the content on the site is free, but viewers are able to subscribe to a specific channel for $5 US, and the subscriptions don't unlock any extra content. The perks are really minor. It's mostly just emotes you can use in the chat and cosmetic things. It's mostly there just so that viewers can support the entertainment that they enjoy. There are multiple tiers of subscriptions going all the way up to $25 US, just to help people further support their entertainment. So in some cases, even moderately small streamers with even a few hundred followers are able to substantially supplement their income, and in some cases even make a living off of it. I believe this to be for two reasons. The first is community. A successful live stream will generally rely on strong fan interaction and always talking to people in the chat, always being aware of who's there, who's a regular. People kind of get to know each other. They get to know who's like a regular in the channel. Yeah, a culture will form, and it gives a more personal connection between the content creator and the consumer than any other digital platform in history that I've seen. So people, of course, feel more compelled to donate because they kind of see firsthand what goes into the creation of their content that they enjoy. So every year there are $100 million of donations given to streamers on Twitch. The second reason for Twitch being successful for content creators is due to the integration with Amazon Prime called Twitch Prime. So with Twitch Prime, anyone with an Amazon Prime account gets a free $5 donation to any channel of their choice. So that gives people a way to support content that they enjoy with no extra price to them. Every year there's about 1 million Twitch Prime subscriptions used. So that's a lot of money that goes back into the pockets of content creators.
And the Amazon setup is pretty similar and also like easy to look into. I don't want to take up too much time on that. What I would say is making a large community interaction. All of that's incredibly important. And I would say, in addition to Amazon and Twitch, I would also encourage people to look at Skillshare. And also when it comes to monetizing so that you can create more, creating stock footage or drone footage in particular is highly, highly, highly in demand and will pay very well. So if you are looking for, new and ingenious ways to fund yourself, those are all ways. But a trend that I have seen in particular is with furloughed essential workers who have taken to these platforms in the need for helping people and doing DIYs, but also to raise money for themselves and also to connect with people. They've been doing basically tutorials and streams and digital storytelling to connect with people, but also to share and educate people about their area of expertise or adjacent markets of expertise. So as an example, something that I did while in quarantine is I finally learned how to drive stick shift by watching and taking a Twitch tutorial for a video game, racing game. Now,
seriously?
Yeah, swear to God.
Which game? Which racing game?
I will get you the information. I will get you the information, and I will tell you everything about the person who did it, because I shared it on Instagram. And when I posted that, I realized that so many women were like, how did you do this? Where did you do this? I want to do this. So that I have since passed on that class to multiple other, in particular women, who said, I want to learn how to do this and I can do this from home. And it the cost of doing so is way less than hiring someone or, getting an instructor or anything like that. People want to learn new skills. If you're furloughed or unemployed right now, you still have skills that are marketable and that can be shared that people want. So that's something that I've been seeing that is really impressive. And also in terms of just like what it does for our mental health to share stories is incredibly important, and something that I have heard a lot of people say, and I've also experienced, and I think that there's some stigma about this, but people have been saying that it is really hard to read now, and we see this domestically as well. The book and literary industry has not been doing well during coronavirus. Meanwhile, puzzles, that is way up. Puzzles are making bank, but books aren't, which is odd. And I was really thinking about this because I was also embarrassed, and I love reading, consider myself a reader. That's where I get a lot of my self-care from. But it was hard for me to read, and I was embarrassed about this. But when I started talking to other people, and across all different, whether you're Z, millennial, Gen X, boomer, any of the above, everyone was saying the same thing. And that also explains with what we're seeing with the profit margins. People are having a hard time reading. There are multiple factors, but one of the things that I was really doing a deep dive on was the fact that our oral tradition is our oldest tradition in terms of how we shared stories, in terms of how we recorded our history. And in a time like this, where everyone is feeling stress, anxiety, depression, all of the above, when all of these are really, really exacerbated, that I think that it does speak to some of our most primal ways of healing. And yes, it's digital, but this is more like how we have as a society for millennia been together with each other. And just because it's streaming doesn't make it any different. So again, this is an opportunity for us to actually have our series seen, have a chance for them to build grassroots interaction, actually make money, but also help other people as well. And for another example, AMC's The Walking Dead, the penultimate episode aired, right? And it was just the final episode. They had totally filmed it before we went into coronavirus lockdown, but the visual effects for that are incredibly intense for every single zombie. So they were not able to finish that episode in time. We will probably not get the final episode of AMC's The Walking Dead, which is their biggest moneymaker. They actually created AMC Premiere just to get more money. And this is nuts to me that you have a paid cable station, right? That now also, like, Disney wants Disney Plus, AMC wants AMC Premiere. They're all trying to like get more money out of us when they're already, no one in the US is happy with their internet service provider. We're all getting ripped off. So we're getting ripped off on top of now AMC, which we're already paying through the nose for. Now they want more for us to just get The Walking Dead this new season. And then the final episode was not coming out for us and probably won't for 9 months to a year. That's how long we're going to have to wait. So I think that we're really seeing kind of a realignment. And when I would say about how to make a grassroots movement, I would say, again, look at the things that people, think about things that people want. Think about they want stories. And I think that using this right now is very important. Now that does come along with the issue of if everyone is creating so much content and if everyone's screen time is up, how do you make yourself stand out from the pack? And so Diana, I know that we were talking about this somehow. What are some pieces of advice that you would have in terms of standing out from the pack right now?
Standing out from the pack is something that I'm always thinking about. And I would just say to just be true and be authentic, because I think a lot of people get messed up when it comes to creativity as they're trying to imitate. And the thing is, you don't have to imitate because there's only one you. There's never been a you. There will never be another you. So just be yourself and be true. Everybody has a voice. Everybody has a story. So share your voice and your experience through whatever means, comes natural to you, whether it's through music, whether it's through making a web series, short films, even whether it's through a podcast, whatever medium is best for you, whatever medium you favor, use that platform to get your story across, to share with the world what is near dear to you. And to just, I think everybody has a bit of light that we can shine to help others. So I think that that's something that we should should really aim for, because we have enough negativity in the world. We need more positivity. So I'm really always eager to produce and also discover positive content that can help someone else.
Absolutely, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that speaks to, don't be afraid to speak your truth. And another thing that I learned recently, and so just for the record, this is all proprietary and all rights are reserved. So I'm going to tell you something that I learned that is generally kept under wraps in the US. So social media influencers, not like, obviously, and I'm not talking about the big stars because we all know that they have managers, but the social media influencers online that are presented as like, could be you or me, and we just took off. Something I learned recently is that these people are actually, they are covered by the biggest PR agencies in the US. So if you've ever listened to some influencers give you advice about how to make it and feel like that doesn't really, like, okay, I can post 3 times a day, and I can do that every day, but that's not really going to necessarily work. They have major global conglomerates who are taking on their social media. So that's why it works. It's because they've offloaded it. They're not doing it themselves. Now, some of them are, but in terms of the US, yeah, most of the big ones who seem like just you or me, they got to a place where they offloaded it. They're doing a revenue share. It's a lot like a traditional PR and management gig. So if you're wondering why it's so hard, don't feel bad. You don't have if you don't have a global conglomerate making you huge across the world, well then yeah, that's going to explain it. But I think that also that speaks to the fact that people can really want and also can tell when something's not fully genuine. And another thing that I want to talk about when it comes to the socio-political changes that we're seeing here, and this is something that it's really not my place to talk about, it's my place to listen more than anything. But as we saw with the Arab Spring, and as we've seen across the globe, the importance of cell phone cameras during times like this of great upheaval is incredibly important. And in the US, an interesting statistic that we have is that with the implementation of police body cameras, there has not been a significant decrease in police brutality. What has caused and helped to positively affect change is people using their cell phones to record what they see. This is incredibly important. And this also comes down to our oral tradition and our digital storytelling. Something that I've been tracking as well since in the last week, I would say, is what is making it across the pond to Europe. And it's interesting what news isn't making it over there versus what is going viral here. And I think that also speaks to, we are at the mercy of an algorithm. And as we say in data science, garbage in, garbage out. If the algorithm is not good, or if it is problematic, then you can see things like disinformation campaigns or what happened in our 2016 election. All of that comes into play. So while we're all online, we are all still at the mercy of a problematic algorithm. And in the US, that algorithm is, you would not even believe all the areas in which we use algorithms. We actually use an algorithm from North Point. It is the #1 federal subcontractor. We use an algorithm by them, which is, they've covered by trade secret, which means no one's allowed to know, which is not what the trade secret law was actually meant for. But our criminal sentencing is done by an algorithm. Something I've also noticed here is not just what is making it to Europe, what is making it to other parts of the country versus what is going viral here. We're seeing some suppression, which is problematic. But also with the disinformation campaigns, Twitter and Reddit in particular, they're actually scrubbing the internet every night and taking down hashtags that are associated with disinformation. And my question is, I would be curious if anyone has been seeing these, because when I see you for this class or for this presentation, Twitter will have rolled out its new platform and its new services to address disinformation. So I will be curious to see if you have noticed any of these once that is rolled out. So when I see you on Saturday, please let me know. So I think that right now for independent creators, realizing the need for each other and building international relations and doing co-productions and working with each other while we are in this place where we might be stuck in our homes, but we can liaise. If I can have a birthday party with people from all across the globe, because that's the first time I've had that.
Right.
And I think that when it comes to problems with the US in terms of our market and our production strategy, well, yeah, if the pipeline's on hold, people want your content, get your content out there, use your voice, but also think about making real alliances internationally, because I think that that is incredibly important, especially when we're seeing the rise of nationalism. So every time I see a co-production at the DC Web Fest or, you know, in my day-to-day lives, I think that it's very fulfilling, and the stories that are being told are incredibly meaningful, and I would encourage more of that.
Welcome to everybody, and especially to our guests on our co-production panel, which I will quickly introduce to our audience. We have Tonio Kellner, director and producer of Neopol Film Hesse in Germany. Then we have Janet Denardis, director of the Digital Media Fest in Rome, TV and radio moderator, producer, and professor at the Sapienza University and in a master in entertainment at Link University Rome. The next is Max Frenkel, editor Das kleine Fernsehspiel, the junior editorial department of ZDF, second German channel, and also working for the content network Funk. Laura Sejo, coordinator, scriptwriter, and producer of UN3, the innovative television channel of the University of Tres de Febrero, University in Buenos Aires, Argentina. As a matter of fact, Hesse has become a hot spot for web series within the last years. We have more and more web series finding attention on the international scene, and web series have discovered co-production, making it possible to do bigger projects, handle bigger budgets, and get a wider international outreach. Tonio, you do have quite a co-production background. After your first experiences in production and as scriptwriter, you graduated from Atelier Ludwigsburg Paris, a renowned advanced training course for European film co-production. Together with the director Jakob Zapf, you founded your company Neopol Film in 2014. You started with short films which collected renown and awards internationally. In 2017, Neopol Film got the talent package promotion from Hesse Film and Medien, the regional film funding institution in Hesse. 2019, you co-produced the feature film Love Sarah with two international production companies, Rainstar Productions London and Mirai, an Indian production company with offices in Rome. Another co-production was A Handful of Water, Eine Handvoll Wasser, a German-French co-production with Le Bel Affaire Production starring Jürgen Prochnow. You have also worked with Red Pack Film Production, a well-known German production company with Konstantin Film in its background. So, you do have quite a lot of experience from feature film, and now you also plan to do web series. With your professional background and web series compared to feature film, what do you think can be implemented from feature film for web series that want to market for larger production, domestically and internationally? What would be your advice to Hesse web series producers? And how do you judge the possibilities for international producers at Hesse location? Let us start with the first question. What do you think can be implemented from feature film for web series that want to market for larger production domestically and internationally? The floor is yours, Tonio.
Thank you for the introduction, Gisela, and the long questions. And yeah, I think looking at the past years of web series development and how creators have been able to reach their viewers and get really get some exposure on YouTube or on their own smaller streaming platforms. It's quite astonishingly how creators and how people in the industry really have been able to produce with very small budgets. With my feature film background, production or project development takes a long time because you always starve or nearly starve to death during financing because it takes so long. you know, and then it's only a debut feature which has a small budget. But of course, if you produce a feature film, then you have to stick to certain union payment rules, and of course you don't want to you know, underpay your crews and your talents. We really always try to pay the most to, and you know, and be really a social production. So for us, with A Handful of Water, for example, it was a German-French co-production from the beginning, but I would say because of that, it took a year longer in financing. So in the end, it was very difficult also to maintain the cooperation during the, or just because of the different necessities of the countries and its own regulations and its own perceptions of the story. You see, if you're coming, if you have a view on projects as a web series creator, I think you just you're, if you do it right, you're unstoppable because you have your companions and your friends and you're in place. Of course, I'm not talking about the now professional stage of web series already, but you could start with your friends and you could just shoot your 10 episodes of your funny little sitcom, and just in the end you would have your own little series, and you would just do it, and then you would look at your own web series as your creation. And if we finance, and if you're asking me what web series producers can learn from feature films, well, if you're looking for bigger budgets, then you're financing more, not a creation, but also a creation, but also a product. So a product has financing partners, and the financing partners have, you know, they want to be part of the project intellectually. So you have a longer development phase, which is totally understandable. But then also you need to align the regulations of financing. So that makes it much more, it shifts the whole pre-production and development process also to a very juristically and economic, you know, discussion. It's not only do we like whatever the second plot point, or would we rather change the main character's ideas in episode 4? It's okay. Can we build this with a funding subsidy of, or funding intensity of this and this percentages? With Love Sarah, for example, as you mentioned, it's a British-German co-production, and from the UK we had a lot of equity money, and we needed to put the equity together with the German funding money. So in terms of recoupment, you're starting to think and discuss, okay, you have some private investors, and then you also have a German public funding body that invests. So they all have, and then you have a timeline, and then maybe a Indian equity financer is already on board, and then you come up with your German public funding body, and then you need to find and discuss, and it's a lot of communication and diplomacy to find out how to package until you've come to a point where you say, okay, now that's the closed financing of the production budget, and now we can really be starting and be creative, and we can start pre-production.
Thank you very much, Tonya. I think you gave a very clear idea of what the questions are that are to be solved in terms of co-production. Because yes, there is the question of return of investment and when it recoups. What would be your advice to Hesse web series producers?
I think if you have a very clear idea of your target audience already, that's very, very useful, because that's also the interest of any partner you would potentially have to find, or you would want to find, on a co-production basis, or as well on a financial basis. So if you're thinking about a TV channel or a streaming platform, people who would just think about your development stage project as, okay, is this something that fits into my or into the TV channel's outfit or not? And so, yeah, that's something to know and to really anticipate the potential partner's point of view and necessities. That's something you can really save time if you look at those you're contacting. It's not about spamming 100 potential partners. It's about scanning programs. It's about knowing the necessities of potential partners, and then it kind of matches automatically, more or less.
Thank you. And how do you judge the possibilities for international producers at the Hesse location?
I think we have a very young and growing industry here, and the Hessen Film Fund is very open to co-productions and very much in favor also for web series. That's my impression, and that's what I'm very. That's why I'm very happy about that, because it's very important new form of storytelling. Very there's an urge for it, because we can't all produce long TV series, and it's also not the public's intention. There is a huge interest into shorter formats. So I think looking into the production guide of Hessen Film, or joining or being at Seriale, is a very good opportunity to meet new potential future co-production friends for corporations. I think you might be still muted.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Janet Denardis is an Italian journalist, film director, television author, anchorwoman, and actress. She worked for RAI, Sky, Class News, and Class CNBC, signing some television program. The last television show she presented is Lookmaker Academy on Sky Uno. She is a speaker in a Radio RIT 96.8 with a program about art and technology. She graduated in architecture and is a web art and fashion expert. She furthermore is a professor in a course dedicated to web native products and in a master in fashion studies at the Sapienza University in Rome. She is professor too in a master in media entertainment at Ling University. She worked in Paloma on Web Products Advisor. Janet, you are the creative director in a media hub, Thinkful SRL, and the founder and director of Digital Media Fest in Rome, a festival for web series and fashion that started in 2013 as the second worldwide web fest after Los Angeles Web Series Festival, more commonly known as the LA Web Fest, which started in 2009 already. Filmmaker magazine called it granddaddy of all web fests. Meanwhile, the name of your festival has been changed to Roma Web Fest, which has become not only a celebration of web series, but a permanent multimedia showcase for young talents and the independent productions. Here, New ideas and projects can be discussed and new connections created. So one may say that you have a very good overview on the Italian market. How do you see it? How has it changed? And what possibilities are there for German-Italian co-productions? Let us start with the first question. How do you see the Italian market and how has it changed?
Okay, thank you for your beautiful and long introduction. And first of all, thank you for your welcome invitation. Pleasure to see everyone, even if only virtually. Certainly, before the pandemic, in Italy had been created many opportunities for collaboration. So it is now difficult to predict when everything will start again. For the art and cinema market in particular, the pandemic has created great economic damage. Audiovisual production in Italy are still blocked in this moment. In all this negativity, there are positive aspects, luckily. First of all, now everyone at all ages sees video products on the internet. Traditional television has completely lost its appeal. This means that there will be an increasing need for web native products and more short-lived products then can be enjoyed at any time, in any place, everywhere. Unfortunately, however, this situation is also known by the big producers, and if previously web series were the prerogative of independent production, it will no longer be so. In Italy, web products are mainly branded, and for this reason, to date, there have been a few co-production. For example, if a bank or car company or supermarket decided to finance a web series wants above all to speak to the local market to which it refers. And in Italy also have an important problem, the language. In most cases, Italians prefer Italian products. Fortunately, this situation is changing with the new generation. So I think that with patience, everything will improve.
Well, you already answered my next question, I would say, which was what are the possibilities for German-Italian co-productions? Can we go a bit into this? What do you think?
Yes, I think that is possible, not in this moment because I don't know what is the future in this moment for Italian production and so for co-production. But I think that in 1 year, all the problems, I hope that this situation change and it's possible that all the co-production improve.
Join you in your hope.
Yeah.
Max, since last year, you are working as an editor for the department Das kleine Fernsehspiel, the junior editorial department of ZDF, second German TV channel, which is looking after the young talent and on maker side, but is, however, not a junior editorial team of the TV station. And in addition, das kleine Fernsehspiel often takes care of in-house special projects such as Drinnen, a very special web series, or Berlin Alexanderplatz. You also work for the content network Funk, with a focus on web series together with the program management Florian Hager and Sophie Burkhardt. Since end 2015, you have been on the development of Funk as a format developer. Let us explain about Funk. It started on October 1st, 2016. So Max, You belong to the crew that started it. Funk aims at people between the age of 14 and 29 who otherwise hardly or not at all use television productions of the public channels. So, with this project that is worth than 45 million euros, of which 2/3 are financed by ARD, the first German TV channel, and 1/3 by ZDF, the second German TV channel, the public television wants to get back the audience that no longer watches TV. Funk produces over 70 different regularly publishing programs for social media platforms. These are played on their own channels or account. The platforms include YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Spotify, and Snapchat. All content is also available on the FunkNet web app. At Funk, Max, you are also responsible for the format web series such as Hit and Run, and In Short, as well as for Germania and Game 2, which are in the strictest sense not web series, but a documentary and a gaming program that you developed for Funk. In addition to supporting feature films and documentaries, you also work at the Quantum Format Laboratory. Quantum researches trends, provides impulses, and sees itself as a platform for testing innovative TV and internet formats in various genres and lengths. Well, this means that you have a lot to tell us. And I should add here that the term web series is a term resulting from the development of Funk. Max, tell us more. What ideas played a role in the development of Funk? How is the production structure for web series? Can one send in concepts? Let's start with the first question. What ideas played a role in the development of Funk?
Well, it's like when Funk got started, it had the clear aim to get back an audience that the public service German broadcasters lost a long time ago because they didn't provide any programming for them. Like everybody knows Die Sendung mit der Maus and stuff, but only gets back to ARD and ZDF when he gets to a certain age, when he's interested in Tagesschau or feature films or something like this. But in the middle, even I didn't consume anything publicly founded or not next to nothing because there just wasn't any program for these target audiences. So the goal was pretty clear, but it's easier said than done because reaching people between 14 and 29 and don't while not looking like a complete jackass that wants to hijack a younger target audience that's used to a lot of advertising and a lot of cool content that is really measured to them. Wasn't waiting for the old people at ARD and ZDF to try to reach out for them. So in the beginning, we always thought, okay, if we do manage that, this is not going to be embarrassing. That's a win for us. So what we try to do is get to know our target audience as best as possible. So we did a lot of research, visited a lot of school, invited a lot of people to ours just to get to know the young audience. Back then, I was 25, so I was in the middle of the target audience. But being 25 doesn't tell you how a 14-year-old girl thinks or what she wants to see. And I think realizing that if you want to make program for somebody, you have to know them by heart was one of the biggest steps while developing Funk. And from then on, to be honest, it was a lot of trial and error. But I think a lot of stuff worked out pretty fine in the end.
Thank you. This is very interesting. I mean, I myself followed up the opening at the media convention in Berlin. And how is the production structure for web series?
So what we do is we don't actually do co-productions, but I think that's an interesting or that's an important topic to talk here as well, because talking about online formats, co-producing is really difficult because of all the rights issues. So basically, what we want to do is provide the public with provide as many people as possible with our services, and if if we do co-producing, we'll have to somehow somebody will want to sell it to somewhere, so we'd have to block it in this country. And that's a problem for us, because I don't believe this is how the internet works. So what we do is commissioning 100% shows that are made for us, that are developed for us. We hardly produce anything ourselves, but work with production companies. And there are like some ways to get into Funk. So Funk has offices in every ARD department, as well as in the ZDF. So there are a lot of programs that come to Funk via these other agencies. Then there are, from time to time, Funk will do pitches, and there were open ones in the past, but mostly we engage like 5 or 6 companies to pitch a product to us. And another way that is possible and we take really seriously is that everybody can send their formats to us and can pitch them to us at any time. So there's an email address, it's formate@funk.net, where everybody can send their stuff, and there's a group of format developers that will read everything and feedback everything at any given time. So send us your ideas.
Great. But I would ask you, from your tasks of Das kleine Fernsehspiel, you know the field of co-production very well. And what would be your advice to Hesse web series producers? And how do you judge the possibilities for international producers at Hesse location?
So I think that in this day and age, co-production is something that is like in the back of the German producing landscape. There are so many good agencies that try to give as many movies as possible a chance of being made. So should it be like it's not important if it's a German co-production or it's an international co-production. I think that Germany is really open for a lot of ideas and concepts. And I think when we look at the developments between ZDF and RAI and TV France, Germany aims to be a bigger player on the international market as well, producing high concept and high profile fiction programming. So I think the gates are open, and just don't think too small.
You are right. How would you judge the possibility for international producers at Hesse locations?
It's difficult to say. I think there are a lot of companies in Hessen that are aimed towards an international audience. On the other hand, there are some pretty good schools in Germany and in Hesse that are putting out a lot of producers. So there's I don't think there's like a big shortage, but yeah.
Well, thank you, Max. And I can confirm, because I've been at our universities and had some lessons with them, and I was quite convinced we have a growing young talent here. And thank you very much, Max. Laura, you are a coordinator of UN-Tres Television, the innovative television channel of University of Tres de Febrero at the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. UN-Tres TV is one of the largest internet channels for serious and free audiovisual content, created and performed in Argentina, awarded with multiple national and international awards. As you say, we are experimental because we seek new ways of counting, not because we are elitists. Last year, you were at Seriale 2019 with a workshop. So, tell us, how do you see the Argentinian market? Has it changed? What possibilities are there for German Argentinian co-productions? And let us start with the first question. How do you see the Argentinian market, and has it changed, and how?
Hi. Well, it's hard to make a. Now we are in quarantine here in Argentina, so everything has changed a lot. The market also is changing all the time. In these past years, it grows a lot. There are a lot of new platforms, and the short series, it's a market that it's gaining place in that platforms. The platforms are very interested now in short form series. Before, maybe it was like they were like two separate things, short form series and long series. But now the all platforms and also the audience is very used to that. We think that is great for us. Maybe this year, for example, in Buenos Aires series, there are a lot of, in the market of that festival, there were a lot of platforms very big that went to look for series. For us is a challenge also, because they are competing a bit with us now, but also it's very collaborative. For example, we are working with Cablevisión Flow. It's one of the biggest, it's a platform of one of the biggest multimedia in the region. A lot of our series are now in their screen. So we think that is something new and very challenging, and we think maybe it's place for short series in the future. I think that.
Well, that sounds very interesting. And I mean, Argentina has a very long and good tradition in storytelling, be it on novels, be it in film, and, well, last not least, the telenovelas. Well, tell me, how do you see, what are the possibilities there for German Argentinian co-productions?
Well, I think that maybe this pandemic situation show us maybe shorten distances, because now we are far away from everyone. So I think that show us that it's not so hard. Maybe before we thought that making business with someone very far away, it was something very hard or strange. But now I think that is changing. For example, we are working with, I don't know if you know, Luke Eve and Maria Albiniana. They are making a great series that is called Cancel. It's now online. You can watch it. And we are working together on that. It's a project that born in the middle of the pandemic. They are filming in their house, and we are collaborating with them in post-production, like design and VFX. Now in Argentina, we also can, all our film productions are blocked, but we have a lot of professionals in the post-production field, great professionals here in Argentina. So maybe we think that this is a great opportunity to work with us and with people in our country, because also there's the dollar is very high here, so it's very cheap to co-product here, and really there are great professionals. So I think it's a great opportunity. So maybe we can work with Germany.
Well, thank you. I think you made an interesting remark. This pandemic situation has already had the result of some absolutely new formats, new series like Cancelled. And Max, perhaps you can tell us a bit more about the series Drinnen, because that was at the start of the pandemic and was very interesting. Can you help us, Max?
Yeah, actually, it was crazy. Like we had 2 weeks time of development, and then we started shooting and publishing simultaneously. It was a really interesting experience because we had to set up a whole new way of production. Everything was remote. Nobody left their home for it. The people got sent MacBooks and cameras, and had to do everything themselves. We had only available light because the actors filmed at their homes and weren't really able to set up any lights. We chose actors that lived together to provide some interaction in front of the screen, and wrote from there. Like the sister of the main character is in Thailand because Jana Palaske, which we wanted to cast, is in Thailand at the moment, in the middle of the jungle. So we used everything they had. The little Tiny King Jr., the director, he directed remotely as well. Everything was screencast and then transferred to Bild- und Tonfabrik, and they cut it together. And normally we would talk about the stuff that would be filmed the next day, the evening before that. So everything was pretty tight knit, and a lot of us didn't sleep for what felt like 2 months.
Well, this was a very interesting experience, I think. May I ask, Janet, do you have experience in Italy with developments regarding the pandemic situation?
Okay. I stated today making prediction is impossible. All my plans are blown up. The pandemic destroyed my few forecasts. Having said that, I want to be positive and think that this is an episode that will not repeat itself. If so, I believe that more and more co-production projects will take place. We see it with platforms such as Netflix or Amazon, which locate a local production in all states and then produce together. We are also seeing it with independent production aided by European funds or by calls for collaboration created by ministries of culture of various countries. I know it will not be easy, but I believe that calmly we can build the stories to remember that we'll be able to tell dreams common to all men across borders.
Well, it really does give us new chances. And how would you estimate the development of co-production in the next 2 years? Because we are talking wide in the future now.
thanks to the experience of the Roma Web Fest and then the Digital Media Fest, I understood that the most important thing is to create opportunities for creatives and producers to meet. Only through contact knowledge is it's possible to create job, collaboration, and co-production opportunities. The same co-production between, for example, Xongor and Yeoman Kang in Korea was born from the international meetings that the Web Fest organized. It is essential to invest in internationalization. And the internet helps us to shorten distance to speak through the platform like today, but I don't think it will ever replace personal contact. And so I think that with time, is hope not a long time, is possible to replace the co-production. I don't hear.
Grazie. Well, let's hope it will be possible that we all meet each other next year again in person. Tonio, may I ask you the experience you have with the filmmaking with Corona, of course, but can you tell us, has any new format or idea been developed from this situation?
You mean in our company or? We are, well, not, we were so in the finalization and in the post-production process of our feature that we did not, of course, we were also in the first weeks, we were in this overall shock everybody experienced, and then we were kind of happy to be able to continue post-production, so and development, but we did not we were not awake enough as Max to jump on a direct on a direct approach and adaptation of the situation. But we are prepping a short film now, as we are, and we will be able to shoot again here in Germany, which I'm of course very thankful of. And we adapted some scenes intentionally and content wise. So because it's a short film that plays in a home for elderly people, so we kind of thought it might be easy to and nice to place the whole story in the beginning of the when maybe coronavirus was already here, but we only knew it was in China, or we only thought it was in China. But yeah, production-wise, of course, producing right now will be very. I had to stop a production. We did executive produce for a TV. That was a TV production, and of course, yeah. Now the production will be totally different. You know, with everyone in the team needs to maintain the distance. You know, everyone will be nicely smiling behind their behind their carpets, and then actors need to be tested and so on, so it gets the production process is a little slower, and then maybe also a little more expensive. But what I have heard from friends that are already, it's sort of a new normality. You get used to hygiene processes, who is allowed to approach who and who not, and so on. So yeah, I think we are all communicative people, so we are totally meant to cope with that situation in the future.
I think so too. And well, perhaps you could give us advice as how you see the development of co-production in the near future, let us say for the next 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think Max raised a really important point in terms of web series, especially because the distribution wise, when you build your financing structure based on territorial sales, you kind of block yourself for a worldwide audience, because you totally give away maybe a worldwide wave of I'm missing the word, but you know what I mean, yeah. So that's really a problem. So yeah, I think that's really I don't have the solution to to solve this task. But if co-producers for the future are able to build partnerships and find financiers, or that don't block this worldwide distribution solution, then it's possible. I could, if I get a buyout co-production. But if you would say, okay, it's what should I say? It's very difficult to see. If I think what always works, if you find some private money, because with private money you can tell your investors, okay, we have some money from Argentina, from the US, and from Germany, and we put it into one place. We produce something, and then we publish it worldwide. For example, that's a good solution. But with the public funding or with special TV deals or so, it gets complicated. Always world sales deals, it gets complicated.
I can confirm that I have been active on the field of world sales agents, and we have sold per territory. And that, of course, with the rights situation, that is something from, let us say, the traditional. And I think with the web series, we are to find new solutions. Well, Max, how would you see the next 2 years regarding the development of co-production?
I think on the one hand, co-production is getting more and more important, because there's big, unbelievably big competition in the series market in this day and age. Not only talking about Netflix, Amazon Prime and stuff, but as well about ARD and ZDF, for example, who will try to produce a lot more high-profile series to get a piece of the cake. But on the other hand, it will, as Tony already said, will be really difficult to co-produce in a market where accessibility to a series is everything for its success. I think the paradigms are really shifting if you're talking about web series, because it's not like in TV where if the station is watched a lot, then you program something at prime time or second prime time, there's always going to be a pretty big audience for what you do. In web series, it isn't. So you have to carry the word out. You have to show your series to the people, and that's a really, really difficult thing to do. So making this harder by obstructing the access to the series will be a big problem. So I think that web series wise, there's going to have to be a lot of development regarding the legal issues we're facing while producing them, I think.
this is a very, very good, let us say, final statement on co-productions. I think there are a lot of tasks waiting for us. It's a challenge, but I'm sure the web series world, the web series producers will really solve these problems. And I would ask as final round, would you like to make any addition to what has been on discussion at the moment? Tonio, I start with you.
Yeah, just one last remark. I think content the whole discussion was, let's say, a little formalistic. I think the necessity and also what Corona showed us and what Black Lives Matter now and all those really hard themes that occur and that we have to face. That's really an important issue, and it can be we can address all those very important themes with co-productions and with web series, and I think that's a huge opportunity and would be great for the world.
Thank you, Tonio. Janet, would you like to make an addition? Your microphone.
My microphone, okay. I think that it's the job the job in the web fest is really important. Before the pandemic, Italy was working on many co-production. For example, there is a co-production fund between Italy and Argentina for featuring films, but plans are being made to decline it also for web series. With Spanish-speaking countries, we clearly have more easy in thinking about co-productions, even for the Latin culture itself. But collaboration with other countries are increasing more and more. Collaboration with France are very numerous in cinema, in Italian cinema. There are many collaborations with Russia, for example, and it would be nice to work with Germany too.
Max, do you have an addition to make?
My next edition, I don't know if it's only on internet or if it's possible to make in Rome with a lot of people, and in December is the next edition.
That sounds great. We keep our fingers crossed for you.
Yes, crossed.
Max, do you want to make an addition to what has been on the floor?
Only one general point. I think producing web series is producing a very special thing. Like you don't forget that it's a fast medium. It's a medium where you can try a lot of stuff for little money. The more co-producing partners, the more funding you get, the more complicated it will be. So keep that in mind. With a lot of money comes a lot of responsibility and a lot of pain in the ass, and there are going to be a lot of people like me sitting next to you and telling you what they want to see and what they don't want to see. So maybe consider if that's the right path for you, because in my experience, it can be annoying as well.
Thank you, Max. Laura, would you like to make an addition?
Yes. I think that we have a lot of experience in co-production in our own country. All of our productions are made in co-production with people, and we work. I think especially in the last years, we work a lot in this way, and maybe. I think one idea is to keep it simple, maybe, because it's really important the in web series, the idea that it's an experimental format, it's a format for people that are beginning in the audiovisual field. We think that it's very fresh that of the web series, the short budget is something that maybe sometimes is a problem, but sometimes it really makes you free. So I think that it's very interesting, and also that we can collaborate, not always with maybe money, to start thinking that possibilities that collaborate with someone. It could be making the post-production, making the editing or the sound. We work a lot like this. We have a big team in Argentina. So in the past few years, we start to put our team and that to work in these projects. And we think that is a great possibility. And also in Argentina, there is not the language problem. Our audience is very used to see products from another countries and reading subtitles and all that. And it's really not only English language. So I think that it's really a big potential for Argentina, that we can work in projects from other countries, and that our audience is going to really like them.
I thank you all very, very much for this interesting and very vivid panel. Have a good further time at Seriale and today and the next days. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, bye, bye. Thank you.
Hello everyone, we are here and introducing the DIMA Digital Market online platform, and it's my pleasure to introduce my two guests, it is the wrong wording at the moment because we three together made this um, digital platform, and this is Rose of Dolls from Bilbao, Series Land, and George Rees from Minnesota and Minnesota Webfest. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
And I would like, you can start, Rose, to introduce everything. I think that would be the best.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We're really happy to be here at our homes, but in our hearts, we are in Di Seriale in Gießen. And because we are presenting something we feel is really special, which is the DIMA platform, we'll have at least 50 minutes to talk about it. So first, I want to talk a little bit about how I came into web series. And then we founded 6 years ago, we founded the Bilbao Series Land in Spain. And the second year of the festival, we decided what everyone wanted to do at the festival was really try to have a market aspect. So they want to try to make contacts, to try to sell their content, maybe even find co-producers from other countries. And that was what really made people want to come to festivals. So what we decided is we wanted to make that part bigger. And even though there wasn't really a market for web series, I believe it's still growing. Since I know web series almost like 10 years ago, it's growing and it continues to grow. So the important thing for us was to start in this aspect, start telling big companies like Viacom, for example, or a lot of other very big media platforms and TV channels, how important the new talent and the new way of storytelling was. So it was kind of like a very difficult thing even to communicate, because people didn't even understand what kind of market are you going to create for a web series. But the good thing was that every producer and distributor who came found a lot of interest in meeting these other creators, because they're used to another kind of content and they were really surprised by the quality. So we thought it had really worked, although it was a small market. It's not like a big television, huge market, but also that small part made it easier for people to connect. And that was, I think, also very positive. So that's a little bit of how the market, or at least our market, started. We don't hear you.
This was, thank you very much, Rose. And now, George, introduce yourself and what are you doing in the web series world?
Well, so I'm George Rees. I'm founder of Sika TV, one of the founders, and so I do that. Also, the founder and one of the co-directors of the Minnesota Webfest here in Minnesota. Was trying to show off Minnesota in the background there, but I was obviously really backlit because we have our festival coming up in September, and I'd really like y'all to come out to Land of 10,000 Lakes. And assuming that that COVID-19 allows us to have a physical event this year, right now we're still planning on that. And then also, I have a show in Di Seriale this year called Utopia Planitia. So catch that on Videmic and on Sika TV. And then, of course, in the last, what we're here for right now is the online DIMA platform, and that's what Rose and Changar brought me in for about a year ago, is to bring this concept online. without having any idea that it was going to be absolutely necessary in 2020, by the way, because of the lack of physical presence for everybody this year.
Yeah, but it was, I must say, it was Chongor who some time ago came up to Oliver and I and said, well, I thought of something. I want to do some professional part in the festival, and we thought this is such a good idea. You should do it. We saw a big difference in doing that in our festival. And also, like 1 year later, when he had already done some professional things at the festival, some small meetings, he said, well, I thought of an idea, and I thought you have to be involved because you were the ones who created this this like physical market. And I thought of doing an online market. And we thought, of course, like it seemed like an obvious idea that we hadn't thought about at all. Well, at least we had, but we always saw that like as a complement of the physical market. We always saw it as maybe like a place to match and then meet at the physical place, like, well, like other apps do, like for example MIPCOM or MIPTV or the big events. So it was, I think, very generous of him to share this very good idea, and I think it, well, in this web series community, we have always kind of been very friendly and shared kind of like a lot of experiences and a lot of resources even among the festivals. So this was just kind of like a step further in this way of collaborating and making something with which probably for only like one team of like limited people would be really hard, but then in collaboration it was a little easier to find a bit of support.
Yes, and the support, we had then support here and also in Spain, and so we could make the start. We have at the Seriale last year, 2019, our first physical market, and we worked on our online platform, and we had also some challenges, but I think it was a continuously work the whole time, and the creators who until now are involved or know about the platform was also excited about it. So it was also a good feedback to go forward with it. And so I think for me, it was really necessary because I thought, okay, we have these the festivals, and the festivals are really important because at the first, the internet is really like a sea, or and you don't find things. You don't find, and you need the festivals to focus on things. But between the festivals, you have also a lot of time, and you can say, okay, I make only my business during the festival. So if you have an online platform which is really focused only to web series, we have we have a bigger visibility. The creators have a bigger visibility, and also the buyers have more chances to find something. And I think this was really the idea behind everything while we wanted to go on. And yes.
Sorry, I said it really makes sense for like an online product to have an online market. You know, it was like almost too obvious, but we were always thinking of physical events, and it's true that there are some kind of online festivals, but we never generally take the online festivals too seriously, you know. We have also discussed about all of this, like, is it legit that they cost money and then maybe there's not even the awards. So we never really thought of having a part of the festival which is online. And it's funny because for 1 year we've been working on the platform and everything, and like slowly but always pushing forward. And it's funny because it's right now that it's really needed. Like there's no other option basically to have a market. And how do you connect with an executive, or how do you showcase your work? I think even to send your projects out, it's a great platform for you to say, hey, check out my 5 projects which are here. It's kind of also like a lookbook for your company as well. It can work as that. So I think it's going to be really useful, hopefully.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I
And
think one of the things that we do in the online platform is that we require you to organize your information in a way that is what a platform or a distributor is going to want to see. Whereas, and in a forum where they're going to go to. I mean, right now the only other equivalent would be something like a film freeway, and that's really organizing your content in a way that a film that a film festival director wants to see. It doesn't even organize it in the way that we as web festival directors want to see it. So if nothing else, it gives you that sort of discipline to organize your own content for the types of people that may give you money.
yes.
Yeah, like what we thought is making a very easy way to present the project with the information which is really necessary for someone who wants to understand your project in just like 1 minute. So the things that we included is basically like a synopsis, and then the genre. So you can sort by genre in the platform. You can look, if you're only looking for comedies or you're looking for a drama, then you can sort out the content as well. And we thought that was going to be a very, very useful tool for a lot of platforms that only do some genres or so. It's a very basic and general information. It would be like a 1-pager to present the project, in which, yeah, basically it's the most important information, also the how many minutes, what the team or the people behind it are. But it's just like a very, very quick view that we felt is going to be much better. Sorry for the sound.
Yes. And maybe we can also go on and present the platform. And George Rees, yes, do it for
Okay.
us.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go and share my screen here. So hopefully everybody is seeing the DEMA website here. It's at demamarket.com. When you go in here, obviously it's telling you a little bit about us. You can, go into I'm a buyer, I'm a creator to learn more about what role you want. Down here, we provide you a little look at some of the projects that are in the platform. A couple of technical notes on this that's important, especially since this is, largely funded to get started through, European entities, is that the data here is all hosted in the European Union. It's been designed with the GDPR in mind. The platform is localized right now for Spanish, English, and French. German is lagging because the Seriale team has been otherwise occupied to translate into German, but that will be coming shortly. Our intention is to expand that to other languages as well, common in especially in the web series world. So some Asian languages, Korean in particular, Russian, Japanese, Chinese. Well, let me get in and the other stuff I can mention as we go on. So first off, you register or sign up using your Apple or your Google ID. The reason we do that is that it actually protects your privacy a lot better doing that. So you're not storing password information and stuff with us. And then worrying about our security practices. You can at any time obviously decide you don't want to do anything with us. You will forget you if you ask us to forget you, but you always can disallow our application in your Apple through your Apple and Google ID. I'll log in here with Apple because that's how I log in. And in my environment, I can just use my fingerprint ID to get in. Use your password, Face ID on a phone. And once I'm logged in, I get a whole bunch of different options to get into the platform itself. I'll start with going into the Browse Projects bit here. Browse projects is obviously where you go and see everybody else who's in there. And, right now, while we're getting started, we show some projects because we can. Obviously, once we get too many projects in there, the search part is going to become the most important thing. So I can go in here and do search on a variety of criteria. Most of these are aimed at what a buyer might, different types of buyers might want to search on. So if I wanted to search for French web series, I can do that and find Challenger in here. Now, Challenger being in French, he's got information entered both in French and in English. So me as an English speaker, I can just go in here and view the project and see the English language content that he's entered for it. But if I were to go in and change to my language of choice to French, you could see that because he's a French language project, the project also shows up now in French. So So the idea being that you can target both an international audience by describing things all in your native in English, and then also a local audience by describing your content in your local language. We also include the ability to identify a budget here. So you can specify your budget in whatever your local currency is. We'll translate it to the viewer's currency. So my local currency is US dollars. This budget happened to be entered in US dollars, but if it had been entered in euros, it'd be translated into US dollars for me or into euros for you. The point being is that we're really designed for that global presence, so that you can work with people across the globe, because in a lot of cases, you as a creator aren't going to be just getting investors or selling your project to one locale. You're probably doing it across the world, and you want to be able to present your content in a way that is going to be accessible to a whole variety of locales. And as you can see, we have the ability to enter in. Well, let me go to the actual. Let's see. I'll go to my dashboard. So I've got a dashboard here. You know what? I'm going to switch to English because probably this audience isn't filled with French speakers. So I go back to my dashboard. I can see a list of my projects. Now, 3 of these aren't my projects. I was helping people get themselves set up here. Utopia Planitia is obviously mine. I've got studios here, which are the companies under which my stuff are created. So Imaginary Productions is my production house that I produce Utopia Planitia under. Spark TV Productions is Sika TV's co-production house. So that's me as a buyer essentially in the system. And then I've got a watch list of shows I'm interested in. So I can see which ones I've flagged an interest in there. So with, Utopia Planitia, I can go in and change all the information about it. I can, add in, if it were a comedy, I could go in and add it as a comedy. It is not a comedy, so I won't do that. Specify obviously the language. If I switched because I'm in English, it'll be English. Then it'll ask me for the title in German, as well as all the other textual information in German, as well as the English content. Now, most of this information is all optional. We try to avoid requiring a whole bunch of different information from you out the start, but some of it you just have to put in there so that it'll look nice on the site. So, things like the posters are really important, the text descriptions being very important. The stuff below the line here is more nice to have and dependent on what your actual project is and what you're trying to do with it. But we strongly recommend you fill out as much as you possibly can. I'm going to return to the dashboard real quickly. Obviously, I'm not saving those changes. And I'll go in and show you a project that's in progress here. So you'll see now with this project, I have this publish link up top. And it's, doesn't have all the assets to it, and that's kind of why it's not published. So just because you enter something in doesn't mean it immediately goes live on the site. You have time to work on it until you're ready for it to go live. Then you can click publish, and that's when it shows up on the site and people can search on it in the project browser. Trying to think anything else. That's a good highlight of stuff. Do y'all want to add anything, Rose or Changor?
Yes, I want to add, because I'm live on Facebook and on the chat, and I'm seeing some questions. Karis was asking for whom it's intended. So of course it's intended for creators, but also for producers and distributors. So the idea behind the platform is that you put your content up and there will be people scouting for this content. Or sometimes they may be looking for co-production. Sometimes they may be looking to license, for example, comedy content in Spanish language. So I mean, there's a wide range of people who may be looking at this content. And our idea was always be able to distribute, but also to sell content which is already done. And the very important thing is that when you sign your project up, you put 2 things which I think is very important for the person who is going to be watching the projects, which is, one is the phase the project is at, like in development. Is it already produced? Is it in development? Is it it's written but it's still not shot? Is it shot but still not edited? Because that makes a very big difference. And if someone likes the project, maybe and you're only need the editing, well, maybe someone can chip in with the editing and be a co-producer in that way. So our idea was a little bit to have all kinds of projects. So the thing is, we can help people who still don't have the series ready to go, but already those who have their finished off series.
One other thing
answers the question, Karis.
Yeah, one other thing I'd add into that is that, what you look at on the site right now is sort of our version 1.0, and, version 1.0 is sort of built with the idea of complementing the physical presence and stuff. And obviously now, the pure online is of more importance. So, there's probably going to be more stuff coming in the future that are, centered around, what if there's no physical stuff going on?
Yeah, and another important thing that that I think we should mention is that there's also two more things to fill in. One is how much budget do you need, which you already mentioned, but also how many budget you already have. And I think that's really important also. If you already have a part of that budget or means to create the series, or you have nothing, or you have almost all and you just need that just last little bit to finish it. So I think that's also going to be relevant in the platform.
Yes, one important thing also was the different stages of a project, because selling a project, you can start also really early. You can sometimes you receive your rights back, and you are searching for a new buyer, and some other thing is maybe you have not enough budget and you don't want to sell, you need a co-producer. So this is also an option in this platform. If you are using someone, which company you want to make a project. And I think this is also a very, on that we are also working since some years, that make projects bigger, and you can make projects bigger if you are more people behind the project.
When I first got involved, I can't speak to what Rose and Chung were thinking on this, but when I first got involved, I thought of this more in the context of, you had fresh content, either you were in the process, in development or in production, or had just finished and wanted to get some fresh content out, funded or sold. But I think one of the things that may end up happening is if, production continues to get shut down by COVID-19, this may be a really good platform for less fresh content, older stuff, because there's going to be a lot of the bigger entities out there within a few months that are desperately looking for content that, while it may not be fresh to the web series world, the web series world is still very small, and old stuff is new to everybody else. So, it's a good place to get exposure for stuff you've already done.
Yes, I totally agree. I think in Chinese, the word crisis is the same as opportunity. And I think, well, we're trying to use this opportunity as much as we can, because we feel that in this moment is precisely the moment when everything is done online. So why not also sell the series online? We have more questions. Who will be able to watch the project? So, and this was one question we also asked ourselves at the beginning: should creators be able to watch the works of other creators, or should only the buyers be able to watch the projects? But then we thought of how our projects are so many times collaborative, that we thought in this case it made much more sense that everyone on the platform is able to watch the content that is on the platform.
You do have to be a registered user, though. It's not
exactly
publicly accessible or anything like that. So it's available to registered users. We do not stream anything except for your demo reel from our site. So everything else is links to your content, and we're not hosting anything either. So, your press kits, your demo reel, and your streaming site, if you have it, are all external to us, so you control the availability of that content at any time. Certainly, this in version 1.0 is based off us, what we think you want. If what you really want is different, please let us know.
Yes, I think it's important to mention, because someone also asked that if people could download their episodes. In no case we permit download. I mean, it's only a link to an external site, probably YouTube or Vimeo, where you're going to stream one video, really. So what we will have from our platform is one video, which will be in your page, which will probably be your teaser or your trailer or something like that, or your demo reel, if you don't have a trailer for the project, and links that you want on this related to this project. That maybe it could be your production company or the project, or, well, George knows more about this maybe.
Well, yeah, the only media that we host and store are your posters. So no video assets, no PDFs, no, whatever's, so we don't, the only intellectual property we hold of yours is those posters and the text descriptions that you enter. Everything else is a link to an external site.
And yes, all you watching, please go on the platform, put your projects up. You never know if someone is going to watch it and want to do something with it. So please, yes, anyone can join right now. We decided, because of COVID and probably our festivals being online, this year, 2020, it's going to be free for everyone. Probably from January, it will have a cost, which was the initial idea. But right now, it's free to join. And of course, right now, it's small, but it's going to grow throughout these next months. We're going to be talking about it a lot. This is just the very, very beginning, the first version of the platform, which we're practically just launching today. So please, if you have any questions, any suggestions about the platform, if anything is not working or you think could work better, also let us know, because we are also trying to do something for the web series community, and we want to improve it as much as we can. And of course, because we're also creators, we've done what we think is best, but of course more minds can chip in more ideas. So if you can just let us know any extra details that would be necessary.
And as Rose mentioned there, we just finished this sort of, we've been in alpha for a couple of months where we invited select people in, and I was constantly breaking it and then fixing it and breaking it and stuff. Now it's in what you'd call a beta, so it should be working, but there are going to be bugs and stuff. And so if you run into any technical issues, feel free to reach out to me, in particular, george.reese@imaginary.com, and I will help you through that. I'm pretty proud of myself for being brave enough to do a live demo here, because those normally don't go so well. So, but it did. So I didn't run into any issues there. But But please don't hesitate to reach out if you run into any issues.
Yes, and why we're doing this this chat during the Seriale is precisely to invite everyone to the platform, to put up every show you want to produce or you have already produced, and start making the platform a bigger marketplace for web series. because we, of course, are inviting also producers and bigger companies. But the more projects are up there, the more interesting it's going to be for them to have a look at the projects. So, and the more of them there are, the more interesting it is for us to be there. So I think we all grow together, and I think it's a good chance, and right now a free chance, now that we have a little more time at home. It just takes about 20 minutes if you have the information already from your project. It shouldn't take long to upload the whole project and do your whole profile. I think George did a good job on this, even though probably there's some errors or something can go wrong, of course, because it's a really first version. But it's really easy, and it's just taking 15 minutes of your time for yourself. So in the long runs, are you going to finance the platform through fees? They're asking us. That was our initial idea. For the moment, we got public funding to start the platform. So for this year, like the initial, let's say, costs are our own jobs, which we did for free, and a little bit of the costs that also were paid by Hessen and also by the Ministry of Culture in Spain. But the idea to make it at least sustainable with fees, that would be the idea for us. At least not to have extra costs from the platform for our 3 companies, but at least that the platform can maintain itself. I don't think there are any more questions for the moment, but if you do have, please let us know.
There's one question. This is not for festivals, but for buyers. Yes. It is a short answer, I think it is. But if you are a festival and you are a creator or a buyer, of course, also for festivals, but it's not for applying a festival. It's for sell a project or find co-producers to bring your projects forward.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Sergio also asked before if it's like a film freeway. It's not. So for me, a film freeway is a page where you put your project to send it to festivals. In this case, you do have a page like this for your project with, let's say, similar things, but some added material, but you do not send it anywhere. People come and select projects and probably do a search and find your project. So it's a bit different, but it's really oriented towards market and not so much towards festivals. Although maybe festivals also want to scout and see if there's something new and want to contact the creators, but that's definitely not our first thought when making the platform.
And it's also for projects that are in all phases of from being just in development and idea all the way through, having been online for a year. Whereas, obviously Film Freeway is for, not only is the audience just film festivals, but it's also just for stuff that's done.
Exactly. And for us, the in development part is really important because we feel the co-production part may be one of the most important. And right now, with this COVID, I think it's going to be very, very important to collaborate on many projects. I think there's going to be so many projects that are going to be collaborative with companies and creative people from all over doing one same project, because it's so difficult to travel, to assemble a crew even right now. And I think that may be happening, hopefully.
Yes, at the moment there are not so many opportunities to sell or your project or And I think this is a good chance. Yes, I think the same. And of course, it is isn't this really serious and not so great situation. It is an opportunity also to bring something forward, what you prepared for a longer time, or have something there, or planning something for the future. Yes. So we have no more questions, I see, or we have some questions.
I don't think so, but we really
Okay.
we really want to invite everyone to be part of the platform, to have a look at it. It's easy. It's online. We'll send out the link to everyone, and hopefully we'll see you in dimamarket.com very soon and see your wonderful projects. Because that's what we intended. Is when we created the festival, we wanted to foster creativity, help creative people like ourselves put their content further, and at least help them and cheer them up, like try to make something big of an independent production. And here with Dima, it's just a step more in this direction, but trying to have a place and find a market for the content, which is also important. It's trying to make a job or an investment from all this creative talent. So we really hope that that this platform, that Dima, helps, and that it's really useful for all creators.
Oh, I have one real quick message to all the creators who participated in the early alpha. If you set up an account in the first bit before we set up the Google and Apple stuff, you'll have to reach out to me to get your new Google Apple account linked to your projects for you, so you can go in and get access to them.
And by the way, we also want to thank all those creators that were in the first phase and went through all these errors, mistakes, and everything, and filled in a form to then fill in the platform form afterwards. And yeah, we're really thankful to all those that supported us, and went through all the platform hell with George especially. The platform name is Dima, so it's short for Dima Digital Market. So you can find it at dimamarket.com. We'll send out the link.
Great. And yes, I would also would like to thank everyone, because it was also a longer time, and we always have to go some steps forward and backwards, and but we are going forward with everything. And thank you very much to all the creators. Some of the creators are also in the next panels, so so we can little bit announce them, and thank you very much. I will not be in the next panel, so you have now my thank you. So, and yes, so I think we can move on to the next panel. And like Rose said, I ask you also, please try to platform. It is you have nothing to lose at the moment, and it is costs nothing at the moment. And try if it's for you helpful. We are also creators. I'm also creators, and we had the first idea was what is useful for ourselves. So this is and we think it is something useful for ourselves. Find it out for yourself. So,
yes, exactly.
So Then thank you very much, Rose, and thank you very much, George, for introducing the platform. And I'm very happy that we did it together, and we're starting now. And like Rose said, in the next days, you will hear something about our platform. We have also everything on social media. We have a site on social media, not everything on social media, and you will find us also on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and you can have more information in the next weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Join, Dima.
Yes.
Oh.
Ciao.
to this panel of business talk with international creators at this Seriale 2020. We have a lot of people from a lot of over the world here. We have Luzmila Basnets from Argentina, Brian Thompson from United States, and Muriel Aburus and Dennis Jabur from Lebanon. How are you guys?
Good. Very good.
Hey,
Very
awesome.
good.
Love life.
Yes.
Well,
Really
super cool. Well, this is a real crazy year, 2020, you know. We are living some kind of revolution. And I'm feeling more, you know, like this kind of commercials you can see on the TV. You know, the one they put like this miracle cleaning things and they say, wait, but there is more now. So it's complicated, but well. In the previous panel, Rose tell my line that Chinese people, they use crisis and opportunity as the same word. So some kind of crisis-tunity, the word like they use, I think. So my first question to you is how we can take advantage of this opportunity and crisis that we are living now.
Okay. Well,
go ahead. Who would like to talk first?
Yeah.
I'm happy to start on that one. So I think that it's a very interesting time that, you know, it seems like every 10 years or so, there's, you know, and I'm sure that's not the exact number, but there's a certain amount of time where everyone is talking about almost the same topics. And you just hear these same issues over and over again, whether it's zombies or vampires or, you know what I mean? And so I think there's a point where you need something else to talk about. And, you know, for every one of those topics, there can be 1,000, you know, 1,000,000 different ways to tell an interesting story about that topic. But when you have calamities like this, you know, it opens a door for a lot of good storytelling, revolving around new things that people are interested in. So now, you know, people very interested in politics in a way that they haven't been in the past. The Black Lives Matter movement, the end of the world, you know, the fact that there's, you know, meteors rushing toward the Earth and barely missing us, well, barely by millions of miles, but still, you know, there's issues that I think are arising now that that change the conversation in ways that are going to be interesting from a storytelling perspective, even from a documentary perspective. I think that now, because of all the chaos that's happening, people are paying, this is just my impression, people are paying more attention to documentaries than they ever did before. So I think that there's a lot of opportunities for people to tell really good stories as a result of what's happening in the world.
Also, I would like to add to what you're saying, Brian, that every crisis is an opportunity to wake up and realize how fragile we are. You know, globally, how fragile we are. How can a small virus paralyze the universe, paralyze everybody in their homes? And this, it's a humbling experience, actually, to witness this kind of pandemic. It's a very humbling experience because then you realize how short life can be, how fragile life can be, what really matters in life. Are we happy? Are we looking in the mirror, talking to ourselves? Are we facing our wounds? Are we becoming more compassionate, more human, more sensitive, more humanitarian in our work? Because not everything is not business. Everything is not about making money and using the opportunity to just get richer and make more money, just telling stories because we have witnessed somebody getting hurt. We have also a responsibility as creators to use this opportunity to look within ourselves, to find our own stories, the things that we are born to tell, because I believe that we are all born with a beautiful gift, and it is our responsibility to share that gift with the world, not because it makes us money only, not because, of course, if you're doing what you're meant to do, you will be abundant and you will be prosperous, but that is not the purpose. So for me, this crisis is a call for awakening humanity. We are all one. We need to collaborate together. No man is an island. And art is the greatest healing tool there is in the world. And what we do before anything else is we are artists. And as artists, we have a huge responsibility.
I would like to add you that today the things are more simple. So we are realize that we don't need so much things to live, and we don't need so much to do things, because I can shoot in my place with my things and make a short film to, I don't know, I need to make art in some point in my closed space, but I think when we come back to the shootings and start to do new things when this is over, I think that the things change, and the people who we need to the shooting, it's not a lot like in the other way or in the past. We think we need to work. Today we need to work no much people in a set, because this change all the regulation to the shooting, and I realized that living alone, I don't need a lot of things and a lot of people to do things. Really, or in the cinema, we need to do things with people, but I realized in this time we don't need a lot of people. We need the clothes and the people in the important roles, and then you can start to shoot. I think that changed for the past.
Yes, I completely agree with what Muriel and Ludmila just said. And I just want to add one thing, which is I feel like because everyone was sort of locked in their homes, we have learned as a society, global society, how much we really need artists. We really need filmmakers. I think that there's a lot of people who probably saw filmmakers as you know, something that you enjoy, but not necessarily a need. But you know, people really need positive messages. They need to have their minds taken off of you know, some of the horrors that they're seeing in the world, and just the fact that, you know, their fears about COVID-19 and you know, between, you know, that and just the whole mental health aspect of what's going on in the world right now really creates a need for good storytelling. And I think people appreciate us more than they ever have before.
Yeah, totally.
I agree.
I agree with that.
This is why we have a great responsibility. This is why it is important for us to really be authentic and genuine about the stories we choose to tell, because entertainment is an option, but it should not be, and it must not be anymore, the only way to express ourselves. We need to tell, we need to go within, we need to really seek and discover who we are while we're creating, and then allow others to discover who they are while watching what we have to offer.
I would like to follow with the positive message that you say that we need to put into the community. So I would like to know if you are working on some new projects, or you are developing the ones that were paralyzed because of this pandemic. Because what I feel during this confinement we have here in Spain is that we have a lot of time to deep into ourselves and do something new. So that's my question. Are you working on something new? Are you developing something that were paralyzed because of the situation?
Well, on the level of working, like what we did is to film the fifth season of Ziara. So we were really lucky to be able to film in January. We did 12 episodes, and we started like editing with the sound. And then when Corona started in March, the whole country stopped and everything was confined at the very early stages in Lebanon. But we were lucky to be able to do the editing and to finalize the episodes. So this concerning Diara, and we are really, really lucky to say that it didn't stop, because we promised ourselves to film one season every year. So for 2020, we have our season, we have our 12 heroes. But on a personal level, what was really, really amazing out of this confinement is the reconnection with nature. Like, I was blessed to be able to stay in a village and to do plantation again, and to be surrounded with children, animals, and blue sky and greenery. And this taught me that the lifestyle of a producer that is really, really very hectic, usually, like phone calls, meetings, filming, emails, like working really hard.
Yeah. That goes to
simple details that make it really, really beautiful.
Okay, Brian, for example, now.
So.
I'm sorry,
To say our first episode of the.
Ludmila, what I think you have a real big problem, because you were going to travel to Spain to work on the project, actually with the Fail to Keep for with our production company, and you have to cancel everything. So how?
In last minute.
Yeah, I think it's really good to everyone to talk about your experience, because you were in the middle of a production that is gonna it was to shoot it in May or June, if I remember right. Yeah. So can you tell us your experience?
Yeah, I in the beginning when this started, I feel so bad because I was so excited to in a month I will go in Spain shooting, but then with when the days start to pass and I start to have a lot of time with myself and to think a lot of things of the series, of the story, I start to take in another way. So I let the script for a while, and then I start to read again and start to find a lot of things that in the other way I can stop to read and find things that I can change. So in this time I try to make the best thing to the series and wait that this end and start to shoot in the time that we can. But I took like I have to concentrate and do the best I can because I have the time to do this. I don't have excuses. I have my house, I have my place, my computer, my books, a lot of things that to create and to make the series the best I can. So I take this time to, okay, I can shoot, but I put all of my concentration and all of my knowledge in this series. That is my point of view, and I take a good things of this pandemic and stay in my place. I can do the best, be here.
Yeah, Brian, so you just some new the Cell thing, I think, right?
Yes, you're absolutely right. That was
last time. So what are your projects now? Tell us. I think we lost the connection now. Are you here?
Okay, so so the Cell, my web series, can you hear me now? Okay. Can you hear me now? How are we doing?
Yeah, here. We hear you.
Going now. All right, so my web series called The Cell, called Rogue Cell, and the sequel to that,
I think we are having some.
So Shadow Warrior was supposed to be out already, and COVID Is that better?
Can you repeat, Brian?
Yeah.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys can hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, COVID. I was finishing up the sequel to Rogue Cell Shadow Warrior, which is
This is going really bad with
feature
the
film developed based on my web series, The Cell. And
okay, let's go in.
Okay, I'm going to try something here.
Okay. I'm going with the next question, and you.
Before that, Oliver,
Yeah.
what about you in Bilbao?
Well,
Yeah.
so actually, we just finished our shooting one day before the state of alarm starts. So we were really lucky because we finished the production. We don't have problem with contracts or with everything, but we have to live like 2 months in confinement. We cannot go out. We only can go to shopping and everything because you know that the situation in Spain was really hard, and we have a lot of debts and everything. And well, they just take out our liberty, our freedom. So we were like in arrested development, in our house.
Yeah.
So, but
You put in the day. You put on day. You put on day.
Yeah.
On the all the work.
Actually, the thing is that Rose and I, we were editing a lot of the series that we have, but we are creating new projects, and one of those is about a group of guys that they were locked down into a bar during a pandemic, and they managed to travel through time. So this is our new project, and this is something about my next question is, how many people do you think how many creators they are going to do series about pandemics?
A ton of them. Can you hear me okay?
A lot. 2, 3 million.
There will be a lot, but some will be genuine, some will be just a commercial gig because they want to sell the dream bracket. But I hope there will be genuine ones because it's also a story that we have lived and experienced, and it's good to talk about it and express it and share it.
I think there is a lot of point to touch in a story because you can, it's not necessary to tell about a virus or a pandemic. You can take from a different point. Like me, for example, a girl who started to make a project and something that you can show different how a person took this, because in the same place or in the time that start, the people have to do something. Or I think there are a lot of point of view to tell a story with this, what is going on here.
Yes, I agree completely. Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yeah, now it's okay.
It's better.
Okay, good. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that you're going to see a lot of creators talk that. I think you'll see a lot of comedy. At least what we get in Miami Web is a lot of comedy about whatever's going on, and so I think you're going to see a lot of sort of buddy comedies related to the pandemic. Since I didn't answer your question, but I'll answer it now about the, what I was doing right before the pandemic with my project. Basically, long story short, we were finishing up. We finished principal photography in February, and right before the pandemic hit. And so luckily, we were doing post-production after that. But I really wanted to get it as the pandemic started happening. It became more and more important to get it out quickly because pretty much all my feature films in one way or another take some political stance. And this one, the whole principle of the film was based on a bad decision that Donald Trump made with regard to some troops in Syria and how we sort of abandoned our allies and that kind of thing. But I think overall, I think you're going to see, to your original question, you're going to see a lot of people taking at least American projects are going to be taking jabs at their governments a lot. You're going to see, just because a lot of, we're as Americans, we're looking at other countries and how other countries handled the pandemic and how much better everyone else except the United States handled the pandemic. And I think that is going to be sort of a principal theme as we start to see, creators come out and create their work.
Yeah.
I'm going to do one last question because we need to end, because we have another panel with more creators. But you tell us that money is not the most important thing, and that's right. But also we need to live.
Depend.
We need to live. Yeah. So, how do you feel now the film market with the short form now before the TV? Because I think all the people realize that we need the streaming. I mean, I stay out of time in my house only with internet and television. So I think, a lot of streaming. So how do you feel the market now after the COVID?
I think it's much better. Sorry, interrupted somebody. I think it's much better now. I think they see us now. You know what I mean? And I think that there's platforms like Quibi and that are specific to short form. And I just think that, and more people, honestly, I see kids watching YouTube so much more than ever before. I think that short form has found its place as everyone has been forced to be on the internet more often, and they realize, hey, there's some great independent content out there.
The people start to note that there are a lot of type of films and series and different formats. I think the people start to recognize the short series in this quarantine. A lot of my friends start to, hey, can you pass me a short series? I want to look at that. So I think the people start to know a lot of content in the internet.
And a lot of creators as well are discovering the freedom of speech that they have in the short series format, which they don't necessarily have in the feature format or in the, when you go into the industry and you have the rules for feature documentaries or feature films or big budgets, or they wait years to get the funding. Now they understand that they can take their camera, create short series format, express themselves, create their series, and let it out, and see how the world reacts to it. So also short format is going to be, I think, and I feel it's going to be the next move for all the independent creators who are frustrated because they thought they could only do a feature film, or they thought that if they do a short film, it's not going to go anywhere. Now they understand there is this new language that they can use and they can expand from it. So it's great. I mean, in the Middle East, we have a problem. In the Arab world, nobody really buys short format. Once a big channel contacted us to buy our series. They wanted to pay $60 an episode. So basically we told them, thank you very much, have a nice life. But still in the Arab world, there is no value, financial, monetary value for what we are doing. But we do Ziara because we know that it has a mission beyond the fact that it can be sold or not sold. We do Ziara because it is somehow contributing to the social, emotional healing of society. We're screening it at schools. So it's becoming more like an educational tool. But in the Arab world, we're always delayed. We're always delayed to what's happening in Europe and in the States when it comes to distribution, but all in good time.
Okay. So, thank you for being here today. It was really nice to chat with you again so many times last time we see each other. And I hope that we can see each other in a festival, who knows when, but the sort is possible. So thank you, everyone. And
thank you, Oliver.
Thank you.
Thank you for contacting us.
Bye.
Bye to everybody. Ryan.
Bye, bye. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye, bye.
It was
Bye,
great seeing
everyone.
you guys.
We can see soon.
Yes.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye,
Bye.
second panel of international creators. I really want to start with a question we have from the previous panel. And the question is, it's great to see our wonderful panelists. How do you all look so amazing during the pandemic? Appreciate all your insights. How about a body comedy with cats? Well, you can start answering the question, but Trip is because we have no pants here, so that's why we look so amazing.
True. But Trip, my cat is ready if you want. His name is Oswald. He's a good auditioner. So just let me know. We can do self-tape from home. Okay. Right? Now I'm going to let him go back to sleep.
Okay. We are here with Melissa Malone from the United States, Thomas Villiers from France, Gaston Marañón, who is Uruguayan, but he's now in the Basque Country, the best country in the world. And also we have Gisela Benenson. And sorry, you didn't introduce me to your partner. So
hello, my name is Alejo Rosenberg.
Alejo Rosenberg. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking that you were in different places, not at in the same place. Yeah, that's super cool. Okay, so how are you in this time of the world that we are living this kind of revolution? How are you feeling and how are you? That's my question now. Starting with you, for example. Thomas.
I would say as a big nerd, I didn't even notice the lockdown, so I stay at home a lot. So no, I'm good.
Okay.
I will say we're doing all right too. I am very lucky. A lot of my friends and a lot of our coworkers too for the web series that we do. We all live on the same street, and where we are, so we've been able to sort of socially distance, see people, and kind of keep that going, which has been a big help for us, and sort of work on some creative outlets while stuck in the stay-at-home order. So we've been hanging in, but it has been, I think, almost 3 months now. So
okay, I am good. I'm good. I am used to be at home writing. So for me, it's a change, of course, because of the situation, but I am used to be at home. So I'm okay.
Okay.
For me, I'm good also. I feel a little bit like in a box, you know, that here in Argentina, I know in a lot of countries also, we cannot shoot, you know, shooting and try to shoot as the way we used to has changed a lot. So we are searching the way, the best way to start to develop new ideas or new stories, and how to shoot it is a challenge for us. But we are doing good.
Yeah. Gaston, your situation that is kind of weird. You
have
a lot of your country and now you are paralyzed in another one.
Yes, I am from Uruguay, but I moved to Basque Country in October. So I am like the first month of my life here, and I'm living this situation. So I select the worst time in the world to go to another place far away from my home to live. But I am fine. I eat my roommates. So I kill my roommates and I eat them. So I am healthier.
You started a new pandemic.
Yes. No, I am okay. I am okay. It's sometimes it's difficult because I am not in my country. I am new here. Now this is my country in a way, but it's a good way to be a new Basque. I am knowing the inside of the Basque
culture.
yes. So I'm okay.
Well, what I can see is that all of you have a lot of time to deep into your projects, to be more creative. So I'm going to ask the same question that I asked in the previous panel. Are you developing something new? Are you developing the projects you have in the past? So what's new with that?
I have not a lot of time because I have 2 small kids. So, but yes, we are developing the second season of It Network, but just writing now. We are thinking about it and also thinking about, as Alejo says, how to develop new things in this situation. perhaps stories that we can develop by Zoom. I don't know, but yes, that kind of stories.
Yes, we was talking about what are we going to write or what are we going to tell. No, I know everybody, and as you should know, is trying to do something. For example, via Zoom or via Skype or via. It's something that is the way everybody start to think about it. There are a lot of short stories or short series already. You can see people are trying to do that. And my thought, I remember talking with you, Gisela, it's okay, we can do something like that, but it's something that everybody's going to try to do something like that. No stories about pandemic, stories about quarantine. How can we transform, I know, the pandemic or the quarantine in a fiction story, but not talking, I mean, in my concern, not talking all the time about the quarantine or the pandemic. How can we transform or use the situation we all are living in another kind of fiction? So it's not easy. I'm not trying to develop that, but it's a thought I have.
Yeah, we actually had the same thought because everyone's doing things that are related to the pandemic and the quarantine. So we actually just started for fun, and now here we are because that's what we do. We're still making them. We decided to do a remote mockumentary about sort of a neighborhood safety watch group. And when we were doing it, we thought about whether or not we wanted to include the pandemic in it or set it in this time where we're sort of stuck at home. And we decided not to, as like a comedic outlet, unrelated, because I feel like we're watching the news, we're already seeing so much news about it, and we're all actually stuck in it. So we sort of did it as an outlet to get a little bit away from that news. And we didn't bring that world up in it at all, but our cast is sending in all of their videos remotely, and they're being edited together into like sort of a quarantine project that doesn't relate to the quarantine. And then additionally, we were already in pre-production for a new web series that we were going to film in August. So we're sort of just waiting to see how that all pans out. But yeah, we sort of ran into that same problem with everyone doing something relating to the pandemic right now.
Yeah. Sorry, Melissa, where are you from? Where are you?
I'm in New Jersey, just outside of New York City.
Okay, and you are waiting that to open the situation that you can do your series, or?
Yeah, we were actually going to film a new series not in our state. We were going to travel down to the South, to North Carolina, to film the new series. So everything is still sort of up in the air right now about whether or not that'll be happening then, or if it'll be postponed to another time. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Thomas, what about you?
Well, actually, we signed with a production company like a few hours before the lockdown. Yeah. So the producers kept us busy by asking us to work on our Bible. So we've been doing a lot of writing, background writing and stuff like that on Elolisa. So we stayed busy, but we're not working on the pandemic by us. So we're still keeping on the previous project and working on the development.
That's true. Well, you know that you are only 4 hours from me. You want to come here and buy me some drinks with the money of the production company. So, it's only 4 hours travel.
Of course.
Okay. Gaston, you are even closer to Emily.
Yes.
How about you?
I worked with you some months ago. So I am developing some projects that I already have developed in the past. Now they're in new stages, and I am presenting to different foundings like Ibermedia and etc. because of the situation of you can present projects internationally. And I am doing a new project that I want to shoot here in Basque Country, like my first not Uruguayan web series is going to be my first Basque Country web series. So I am developing now that project and searching for everything. And yes, that's the situation.
Well, you pay well, I mean. What I also want to ask you is that, well, we are really always really proud saying that web series people, we are like this kind of real well community, and we like to help each other. And I will like to ask you, how do you think that web festivals can help creators in the next months or the next years? That because we are going to live with this since a lot of time. So what they can do for us, how they can help us.
Dima is something that I think is great. As have a online market to give us a network to start talking with people, and the people search for our projects and have the same thing that we have in the festivals, but in this way that is not only the festival is outside the festivals. For me is great. It's a great place to keep developing projects and keep doing things. I think in that case, it's amazing that some festivals come together to create Dima. And I think that these kind of things, keep doing these festivals in this kind of way and keep all talking like this and know each other besides of the story that we are living now. It's amazing. It's a good way.
And Oliver, as you said, we have to think that this is going to end sometime. So we must be prepared with some project to shoot them and to make them. So I think the festival is a very good place to these kind of things, to stay in touch, to know what you are doing over the world, how we can make co-productions. I think that this is a great time to think and to develop things together. So these kind of things are a very good place to stay in touch, not to be isolated.
Elisa?
I was going to say exactly kind of what's happening right now, which is pretty much what's already been said. The panels, the going online. I know just being able to talk to other people is always a huge part of the web series community, and going to festivals and sort of learning from other people, and also just realizing that it's such a big world was a huge thing for us. And the support that we've always gotten from other web series creators and producers at web fests. And so I think sort of the online, being able to have panels and talk to each other and just sort of keep it all going as best as we can.
Okay. Thomas?
Yeah, I think we have to see the situation as a bright side, and the development of the Dima and the panels and stuff like that for DCAR and our festival will make us how can I say, more seeable by other communities or of channel or broadcasters. And I think it's a great idea with the panels. Even the chats we open, because usually in festival it's great to have panels because we can talk to each other, but now anyone can see us talking and even interact with us with the chat and stuff like that. So it will add us another it's a pros, I think.
Okay. So you talked about co-productions, Gisela, and you know that co-productions is like a marriage. Okay, it's really complicated. How is it going to be now these separated marriage during this pandemic? Because we all want to make projects with all of us. I mean, we are always talking. For example, we talked with Thomas some time ago to try to do a project, and we make something, but in the end it was nothing. Also, we with Gaston.
Nothing yet.
Yes.
Yet, you're right. Yet. But how is it going to be now? Because it looks like even harder for co-productions. What do you feel about that? How we can go through that?
I think it's like that we are in stage one. It's everything is slower now. I think this is time to think how we can make it, and I think the world is changing so much, and we are in different situations right now, because we are beginning the winter and you are beginning now spring, so you are more open and you can tell us how it's going to be perhaps you are thinking of shooting más rápido.
Quickly,
yes, faster than us. But we have to be, I think, patient and and share our experience and how it could be. We don't have answers right now, but we have a lot of time to think about stories and how to make them. I don't know.
Yeah, I think like in terms of, we all, well, web series, we are doing web series. So finally it's like a circle, you know, we finally at the end of the circle, we are here into the web, into the internet, talking each other. So in some, we are not producing, I know, big pictures or features, no? Anyway, sometimes we want to do it, but we're talking about web series. So web series are showing in networks, are showing in new platforms. Of course, as Gisela says, we don't know yet how it's going to came the market, how it's going to change it. But I think, I think in terms of co-production or show, how are we going to show our series? All the platforms need more
content.
More content.
Yes. We are consuming all the content, so it's necessary to produce new one.
The thing is, how are we going to produce? Because series doing by Zoom or everybody in his house, there are a lot of, as I said before, there are a lot of series already shooting like that.
We are going to feel the syndrome of the white wall. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
In all the series.
We are going to come back to the green screens, you know.
Okay, Gaston, what do you think about the co-production and everything?
I think that the big answer is I really don't know, because we really don't know nothing that is what is going to happen next. I hope that we can maybe get out of the situation, and if we don't get out of the situation, I hope we can do something like combining the time that, for example, another country can and we select that time and do something. But I think that as we are all saying here, we are in a network, we are web series, we are doing some things in internet. So maybe we can start to change our thinking of producing and start to find the way to make it new stories for new film characteristic, like we are doing now. There's a lot of Zoom stories and etc. I don't know the answer really. I don't know what is going to happen. That's the truth, because I don't know what is going to happen with nothing in this crazy world now. But we create web series with nothing. A lot of us. So we can create new things with this new situation. Because we are warriors of creating. So we are going to figure out the way, I think.
Yes, sure.
Thomas.
I think it will take just more time, but we will find a way to do what we want. You know, when you're willing to do something, the half the way is already done because you agree with what you want. You know, so with co-production, if both sides are willing to work together, it's just going to be just a little slower. I'm really confident with that, and as Gaston say, we always find a way to work with what we had. Like for an example, right now I'm working on an audio web series, like like a sitcom in the 50s on the radio. So we all record where we are without Zoom or anything. We will find a way. It's just usually we would shoot in 2 weeks. Maybe now it's going to take 3 or 4 because we won't be able to be as many as we want on the set or something like that. But we just have to be patient, and if you really want to shoot and to create, you will find a solution.
Yeah, I think of that, like web series were sort of, in my mind, created from the beginning out of heart, and sort of like, that sounds so cheesy, but it's true, and like the desire for creators to create something when they didn't necessarily have the medium or the means to do so at the time. It's obviously grown into much more than that, and many more people are creating them now. But I think because of that, it like everyone has said, it's going to take time. But I think we are sort of, by definition, a people, or like, I think creators of web series are the type of people that are going to find a way to create what they want to create, no matter the circumstances as well.
I like the message. Well, I think you all know about Quibi, that they started almost with the starting of the pandemic and everything. But as much as we have news of they don't have really good news. It's more like they are having more like a box bomb and everything. We have this kind of drama with one of the producers paying $6 million to his wife to make a narration with a spoon. What's the problem with all these platforms like Studio Plus, that they put a lot of millions trying to professionalize the short form content and then going down, because I mean, it's not the same way that we make web series. Why they are doing that, and how we can professionalize in what platform that believes real the short form content? Tough question there.
I think you guys have something? You can go. I was just gonna say, I think the biggest thing I noticed when I've watched a couple of series on Quibi. I think the biggest thing I notice is, obviously it looks amazing. It's shot well. I think, I know there's a lot of debate about it, but I think being able to watch it vertically and horizontally is something I did not think was something that would interest me, and it actually turned out to be a pretty cool, but I feel like it's a gimmick, but we'll see in time. But I think it's because I think people like those sorts of platforms are, which wouldn't we all love to do it for the money? But it's very obvious that that's what they're doing. They're bringing in big names that aren't necessarily needed for the plot or needed for the story. And I think, like, I don't usually watch web series for that purpose. Like, I would go to a longer format to watch them for that purpose. And I think I think the big draw right now is they're trying to appeal to the audience of the younger generation that wants to watch short form content, but that younger generation is already watching it elsewhere, I think, personally.
Yes, and I think that in web series happens something similar to big movies and big Hollywood movies and independent movies. When you watch an independent movie, or you watch a big, like a Marvel movie, you are looking for different things and different kind of point of view. And I think that's happened with web series. I think with our kind of web series and all the independent web series that are not making by millions and millions of dollars or whatever, it's like we are talking about other things, and we are thinking about the story, how to tell. We are in another place to tell stories, and I think that's happened with these kind of things, that they are doing the same that they can do in Netflix with all the 1 hour series, but in a little place, and they are not looking for what is happening here and what they found here. It's like being an independent movie creator, and trying to do an independent movie kind with the money of Game of Thrones. It's not going to be independent. It's not going to have the same. There are going to be people talking about how you have to do this and that, and we are doing whatever we want in a way.
Yeah, that's true. They are answering to it. There's a lot more people for them to answer to.
It's the freedom, I think, is the answer difference. Maybe I don't know, but maybe something like that.
Yeah, I agree with you. The freedom that we have doing web series is different. That if we have a enormous budget and a lot of expectative with the audience, and it's a completely different. I guess Quibi and that kind of short form platforms are still, well, they are looking how to catch the younger audience and that kind of audience, but they are testing their directors, actors, as we are trying to find out how to shoot web series, they are trying to find out how to catch the new audience, and still they are in that working on that with millions. Well,
also, I would add that we are assisting that like every day a new platform is birth, but the thing is, they are dividing the views. So as many platform as like 10 platform as 100 web series, and they are not they don't have enough viewers, so they should like united in one platform and gather all the project together, and then we will be able to have like to be more strong, to be stronger, and to be more able to be seen by the viewer, because as usual with web series, it's like we're just like a drop of water in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
And the division is not the solution. It's good because many platforms, so it's many opportunities for us, but there's a downside with that, because we're not they're like obscure. Most of them are like obscure platform that they just touch like a niche or some person that are not that famous.
What I want to know now is what do you think is the biggest opportunity that this situation is going to give us?
This is the pandemic.
Yeah.
I think it's the need for content. I think the need for content is probably the biggest.
Yeah.
Like everyone has, like I keep seeing on like my social media feeds, like I've run out of things to watch. Like I've watched all of Netflix or like whatever people are posting. So I think just people are hungry for more content right now because they've had so much time to watch the things that they already had on their lists or whatever it was that they were doing. So I think that's probably our biggest.
Also, I would say like we are more flexible than a big production company and stuff like that. So channel will look for us because we're more adaptive, and we can work more with this. So it's a good solution for them, because it's like a big company are really slow to work, and they need that parameters and all the lawyers and stuff like that. It will be easier for them to work with us.
And we usually work with smaller crews, so that's another we're used to that, which they have to now learn how to do.
We are faster, we're smarter. With the evolution.
Yeah. Okay, Gaston, what do you think?
Yes, I think the same. I think that don't have all the platforms are going to don't have content in a way, and they want to need content, and they're going to need us, that we are the last in the list, but we are going to start up here again for them, because we are doing things. I think that's all that I am agree with all that it was saying here. I think the same. Yes.
Okay, I think we are going to end, but I need you to do something in the end for me, is to say something encouraging for the people who is watching us. Okay.
Okay. I'm not starting.
You're not starting?
No, me neither.
Okay, so that's or Gisela Alejo or Thomas.
Well, in France we say that when you don't have money, you have ideas, and we have ton of ideas.
Okay.
So we will find a way to do our stuff, and when you're willing to do something, creation, just don't stop, and you will succeed at some point.
Okay, I will say that the web series community has been a family for us for years, and it's a family for everyone that gets involved. And so I would say don't be afraid to reach out to other creators and other series for advice or help, because I think we're all sort of ready to help one another get onto the next phase of what this will be.
We're a family, but not in Game of Thrones way.
No way.
A few,
Yes, I think that you have to do things to go to the next step and to become something of you. You have to do things. For me, start to doing this, to meet people, to move from my country to another country was because of this. Because of I changed my life because of web series. So It's amazing. So something that is amazing that is happening in Good Series is that we are co-producing, but not co-producing in a way like in Hollywood, that we only think in money. We are co-producing, mixing creativity. We are mixing, for example, my creativity with the Oliver creativity or the Thomas creativity, and we are mixing creativity. We are not, is something that is not happening. It's like two directors that you like, go each other and meet each other and create something that have to do with the both. That is a new baby that have to do with the both of them. That is amazing. And that is something that is not happening. And that's be here now in the beginning of this, for me is incredible. And I think the people have to do this. The people have to start to create and show whatever they want to do. Now is the time. Now all the people have these computers or phones to watch what you have to do. 1, 2, whatever, but millions if you want, but you have to do it. Make the step and you are going to fail a lot. I fail a lot too. I am a failure person, but I am doing it. I am happy. This is my way of life.
No, yes, I agree with all of you. I think we are here in these small boxes because all of us want to shoot and want to tell stories. And I guess, and I'm sure that people need stories. So the way we are going to show that stories or write that stories or shoot that stories is not the important thing. I mean, of course it's important, but the thing is to tell stories, people need to breathe stories. So pandemic, war, poor money, poor countries. I mean, there are difficulties. We are from Argentina, for example. Here it's very difficult to shoot, and we are in the I don't know, in the south of the world. But there are ways to develop new ideas, new stories. I mean, to encourage people. I mean, don't give up. I mean, everybody wants to shoot and write new stories, and they are going to happen sooner or later.
And I think that with lack of resources, we have nothing to lose. So we have to think, we have to be creative, and feel free to try to tell the story you have in your head, but with very, very small resources. You have to think. When you begin to write a story, you have to think that we have nothing. So how can we tell the story we want to?
Okay. Well, it was really, really nice to have you all here. It's sad for me not to be in person and give you a big hug, because we are people that we are seeing each other like at least 3 or 4 times a year. But I know that in the future we are going to see each other. We are going to have a lot of big hugs. We are going to be family again, not like Lannister, but that the other way of families. And of course, it's super nice to have you. And Gaston, I will see you really soon.
Yes, in the corner.
That's even sad. That's even sad because I have to see this guy every day.
But we are going to see in Serious Land in Bilbao or not in October?
We are going to make it this year. We are still managing. It's going to be a presential event actually, but we are going to stream a lot. But as we don't have the new normal here in Spain, as they call it, we don't even know still how it's going to be. But of course, we need to change a lot of things, because we cannot do a lot of touching thing. I mean, for example, now here culture events, it's only for 50 people. Okay, no more than that. So, but we will tell you more about that. So thank you, everyone. It was really nice, and let's go to the next panel. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, dear guests, dear audience. My name is Dasha Solovieva. Welcome to my business talk about German producers for DIMA. We have great guests today, and our first guest is Lotte Ruf from Düsseldorf. She's the founder of the video competition 24 Hours to Take, and she actually graduated recently with her pilot season of Hauskummerwelt. Hello, Lotte.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this panel. So, yeah, I'm the producer of Hauskummerwelt, which is part of the Seriale, and it's my graduation project from the School of Art in Dortmund. And we're really happy to be the first historical web series of Germany.
Thank you so much, Lotte. Our next guest is Christian Stader, multi-winning director from Darmstadt.
Nice introduction, thank you. I'm really glad. Thank you for having me. Yeah, as some of you know, I'm the director of Anomalie, and the reason why I guess I'm in this panel is because we obviously didn't have the money to go really big. I had to be a producer as well, so that's why I'm here.
Thank you so much. Our next guest is Sebastian Simon, the founder of Pixel Pack in Offenbach.
Thanks. I just can say for me, it's always a pleasure to be here with you guys to share ideas and to talk about what is possible and how we can get it on.
Thank you. The next guest is Joachim Jung, a director and producer from Berlin.
Yes, hello. You want some more? Okay. Well, I'm producing short films, image films, and of course, my web series, The Man for Your Sins. And I've been invited again to the Seriale, and since I'm also producing it, I think I found myself in this panel.
Thank you so much. And last but totally not least, we welcome Axel Ricke, a producer from Cologne and our award ceremony host.
Yes, that too. I had one of my web series in the Seriale, I think 2 years ago, and somehow I got stuck. So I'm back again and very happy about it.
We're really happy about it too. Yes, welcome to everybody. We're glad that you had the time to be in our business talk about German producers. So I have a few questions which I'll ask, and you can openly answer the question that you want. My first question is kind of the most positive one, is what is your inspiration and motivation to create? Who wants to start?
I mean, I can go first if you want. If nobody else wants to go first. For me, the reason to create is that there's no way around it. So I don't feel that I have other options. Also, I like to create. I have to put that in front because otherwise it might sound really sad, like some oppression I have, but it's not. It's an urge, of course. And I think for every one of us, there is a need to tell stories or to invoke certain emotions on other people that we would like them to have or to feel or to share with us. So essentially for me, and I think I said that like last year, it's always about getting people into a certain mood. I think that's what I really like, trying to provoke a certain feeling in other people. So that's one main reason for me to create. And I've tried to do other things than creating, but it didn't work out. So I'm here.
That's a great answer. Thank you so much. Anybody else motivations?
Well, I can continue, but in a way, I would just first of all, I would repeat what Christian said. And I was just thinking while he was talking, why it's so difficult for me, or maybe for the others too, to answer this easy question in a way. And I think that's like Christian said, we just have to do it. I think it's very human to create or produce things. So I think people who don't produce anything, they're not in a good mood. They're depressed. I think you have to create something which is your own. Either you create something after work, or like we do, we create web series. And I think our creation is telling stories and entertaining people. And that's just a good product, and we like it, and we love to tell stories. But I would be also happy to create other things, but somehow, like Christian said, I don't know how to do anything else. So I'm trying to do films, to make films, basically, in whatever medium it is. Right now it's web series. I did other films before, short films or feature films. So right now it's web series. I'm very happy creating.
Thank you.
If I might pitch in there, I think everybody of us, I know I have been asking ourselves at some point in our lives, why are we doing this? Because there are so much more easy ways to earn your money or to be creative. I mean, if we would be writers or painters, we would just not need a pencil and a paper or a brush and paint. But for some reason, we chose to be storytellers in the film media. And this involves not only us, but also many, many other people that we need to get into the project, and that we, get motivated, and in the best situation also get paid. And yeah, and that's not easy at all. But somehow we have to do it.
And actually, that's my favorite part of creating, to get these people involved in one project and to find the people who are most in common with this project. So to find the best cameraman for a certain film, or the best set dresser. And I really love how all these people with all their creativity come together as one and create a whole new thing, which often develops into something really different than the first idea. And this process is really, this is what gives me this powerful feeling that makes me happy when I look at my projects I recently did. And yeah, it's just the people and the crew you work together with, and you create the new projects.
Thank you. Yes, the community thought is one of the best things about this work. Sebastian, do you have something to add? Sebastian, you're muted.
This is why I never turn my microphone out. Actually, I think everything is said. For me, one reason that might be added is like, I think all of us, we doing service productions also, like where we work for clients. And the thing is, if you have your own work, like your own project, the nice thing about it, and probably for me, the most important thing is that you don't have to make so many compromise. You can do more or less. You can make your vision come true, and this is the big difference to client works. It's more about what you produce out of your own, and not what other people tell you what to produce. So yeah, this is just an add-on.
Thank you. We move on with the next question, which is kind of, or goes in the same direction like the first one. Why are you actually making web series? I think especially for Lotte, it is a good question. How it is more fitting or a better sense to do web series than other media forms?
this was actually a producing decision to make a web series in contrast to a movie, because we wanted to do this historical topic, and it was really hard to get the money for it to do like another film on a castle. But web series as a modern format of media with the historic content was something completely new. And from 1 minute to the other, we had a lot of people who were really interested in the project and who wanted to support us. And yeah, it's a really nice and modern format. You can promote it very well about social media, and you have so much more opportunities compared to a usual movie. And so we choose this format for our historic setting.
That's great. How's the opinion of the others? Why are you making web series?
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Axel. Well, in my case, I also like the modern approach of web series, that you can basically show it to everybody in the whole world, and you can reach everybody in the whole world. And also, when we started out to do this web series, I like the idea that you can tell a story on different platforms. And for me, like, let's say all television or cinema, it's basically one platform, and that's it. And web series, we can tell the story. We have also a Facebook platform, and I would like to have more platforms like this, that stories can be told cross-media wise. And so all these possibilities, that you can interact with your audience, that's one of the reasons why I do web series.
Thank you.
Yeah,
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to this cross-media idea, because for our web series, it's also very important. We have this role of the butler of Kummerfeld Manor, and this butler we gave our own Instagram account. So you have to imagine a butler in the year 1890 who finds a smartphone and uses Instagram and tells his follower how to polish the silver of the noble family, and he tells the historic setting of our story in a very nice and light way. So it's not like history lessons in school, but you learn a lot. And this was also very important to understand our story. So it works very well, but if you know the historic background, you can really you can go on another level on it and really understand the meaning behind it. And this was really important to us. So yeah, we really needed this cross-media storytelling, and also produced some vlogs where you really have a little bit historic lessons.
That's great ideas. Axel, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I wanted to tell our approach to the whole thing. We basically had an idea of a sketch comedy series with puppets of all things that we really wanted to do. And we already had tons of gags written, and there was simply no other format that our idea would fit into. It was not for TV, because it was not for the audience. It wouldn't, on TV you need 20 minutes episodes. It was very fast paced. We wouldn't fill 20 minutes with gags like that. It wasn't a movie, of course. So it was ideal for being on the web because of the freedom of format that you have there. You can tell the story exactly in the pace and in the length that you want to tell your stories. Yeah, so that's why we turned the Tube Heads into a web series.
That's great.
No, we didn't turn them into a web series. We developed them as a web series, which is yeah, that's quite a difference. You see a lot of web series that started out as something else, usually a movie, and then are turned into a web series because people realize, okay, it doesn't, I can't get into a cinema or something. And there are web series that are planned as a web series, and with this, all this in mind. And
of course, thank you.
Maybe
the next.
I'm sorry? That we, because this is also another side of the story, we came into this scene by accident. So when we created our first web series, I didn't know that there was such a thing as a web series. And I think it was Dennis Albrecht who found us, and he pointed us in the right direction. And then, of course, since we were in the scene now, we started developing a web series, another web series as well. So I think many of us, I heard it from other creators as well, especially the ones that did web series in like 2010, 11, 12, 13. Most of them didn't actually know they were making a web series. They just made short form, and were lucky enough that then all the festivals emerged suddenly. So I guess this was our perspective mainly.
Thank you. Sebastian?
I think the great thing about web series is the international screen. You can produce for international spectators, and this, like before, it was completely difficult to reach out for those people. And I think especially for genre, like Christian, for example, makes it, like sci-fi, only producing for the German sci-fi fans is not as rewarding and on the long term profitable also as think it at an international scale. So this is for genre and for like special stories, and all the stories that are told within Seriale, they are special. It's a great screen and great multiplier. Can you say it like this? Probably.
I think so. Great, thank you. We all have our own goals, but what is your goal? What would you like to reach with your web series, with your projects, with your with everything you're creating? International audience, maybe potential sponsors, or something else?
Definitely a second season.
To produce our own work, like to make less client work and produce more our own work. This is like the final goal, kind of, for me. I can just speak for me.
I also think that for me personally, and I think for most other creators, is the you want to achieve the freedom to create, actually. So what everyone, at least everyone I know, I think is trying to do is to move past those lower hurdles to to finally get to a point where you can freely produce. And of course, producing is always complicated. It's always complicated to raise money. But I think all of us in this scene are trying to get the right contacts, connect with the right people to finally make it easier to create and more accessible, and also to make the right contacts to improve the quality of what we are doing. And I think to do all that, we need some money in the scene. So this is also, I think, in line with the need to create, or the need for the freedom to create, that you need people that are investing in this scene. So I think that's also very important to have. And of course, then again, you lose some freedom, but that's a fight you have to fight then.
Yeah, if I may add something there, I've learned over the years that well, the first thing that you want as creator is that people see your work. This is the first thing. Let's be honest there. But the second thing is, of course, at some point you need to earn some money with it. And this, at least for us, and I think this goes for most of us, is really hard with short form content, especially we're all Germans, especially in Germany, where there is no established market for it yet. But internationally, it's really the same. And there are two directions that the web series have gone for us. And the one was, you know, you can license it out, you can sell it to platforms, but to be honest, the rewards were not what we had hoped for. On the other hand, it is an excellent way to present yourself as a creative, as a filmmaker. And this has really helped us a lot and has actually moved forward our company in ways that we did not expect. Because suddenly people see that there's a different, you know, if you do corporate video, you usually don't get to be creative. But suddenly you are perceived as somebody who can also be creative, and you're asked to do different stuff. And so our work has become more interesting and in certain ways also more lucrative because of the web series we did, even though the web series itself did not make really money. So this should not be forgotten.
Of course. There is an adding question to the one I asked before. What are actually the difficulties disturbing the content of any kind of platform? Is it complicated? And can a platform even help you? What would you need in a platform to help independent producers?
With platform, you mean what?
I'm not even sure, for example, Videmic or other platforms, if you want to have a bigger reach, for example, Netflix or Amazon.
Well, you know, then I can start. When we were talking about the international aspect, so for me, a platform would be perfect who address the world as, you know, all the countries in the world. And that means also the subtitling and also the accessibility of the platform. And for example, when I was at I have some episodes at Flixo, so they were translating for me, they made the subtitles in Spanish. And I think that's great. Or if I show my show on a platform in Korea, then it's great if they subtitle it in Korean. So, you know, because that's very hard for us, I think, from Germany to think about all the countries. But we want to go out of Germany and find all these countries. So that would be, for me, the important thing. We have this international aspect and not just think about Bavaria and Berlin or something.
So the international aspect will be the most important one, just to show it all over the world and to show German producers and the projects that are made in Germany or in Hessen, like here. So just distributing it all over the world.
That's one aspect, at least. I would think about others, but maybe somebody else can add something.
I think right now, maybe the whole development is still quite young, but actually one problem that maybe is right now the big productions are actually, I say, either you sell your finished series. It's like they take what they see. It's not so common that they produce something with like younger newcomers kind of. It's more like okay, we somewhere buy this story and then we develop it somewhere else. And I think the collaboration, like a real collaboration, meaning developing together and so on, this actually does not happen often so far. It will become more probably, but I think this would be an opportunity for both sides. But so far, this does not happen so often.
And do you think? Oh, I'm sorry,
like to
Axel.
add something. What I find strange is that for some reason, the short form that we produce is still not perceived as something of actual value. I don't know if you agree with me, but I've been to the European film market at the Berlinale at the beginning of this year, and you go there. I was actually there presenting an independently produced, really low budget movie of a friend of mine. And we had no trouble at all finding people that were willing to buy it and actually spend money on it. It was 100 minutes, 2 people in the woods, low budget sci-fi, and people were willing to pay money for it. If you have a series that is basically the same amount of time filled, the same, and oftentimes more production value, great story, great actors, it's just a web series. People, what you get offered usually, if you're not dealing with the big players like Amazon or Netflix, and this is really rare that you get access there, what you're offered are, revenue share deals. Okay, we'll put it on our platform, and if we make money with our ads, then you'll get whatever percent. And of course, this is not a business model. You can't produce a web series for hundreds of thousands of euros worth in production and then wait for some ad money coming in. And I really don't understand how some really trashy movies can be perceived as something marketable, and at the same time, some really highly produced web series are just regarded, amateurs. I don't get it. I really don't. And I think there needs to be a change on the buyer side, because there are so many platforms all over the world that need content and that need serialized content and that are interested in short form because people are watching short form. And still, it is difficult to get decent amounts of money offered for it. And this has to change.
I also think that people are still having, it goes in the same direction what you said. People are still having problems seeing short form as something of value. And also you see it with platforms like the Quibi. Even if you put a lot of money, they made some obvious mistakes, but they put a lot of money into it and it didn't fly. So I don't know that. I think what would really help producers, so as you said, web series are a really good way to show what you can do. And I think what platforms should do and what really would help us, I'm saying us, all of us producers of independent short form content, would be more opportunities to get in contact with them. Or I don't know, let's say, I'm just fantasizing, Netflix would have some sort of incentive where they would have a winner of a festival give them an idea, and they would talk about a deal, for example, like already take people that have reached something in their field of work. It wouldn't be a big risk for them. But they intentionally keep the doors shut, I think, because they are afraid that they will be stormed once they open the gates. So I think that's the problem. And also, I think because short form has been free for such a long time, and especially web series have been created by, obviously in the beginning, by people who just wanted to tell a story and had the technical abilities. We now have this image problem that they say this is amateur work. And it still has that feeling, and obviously it's not. There are many really professionally produced digital short form series, and it's gone so far that people like us don't like to use the term web series anymore. You're always afraid to say web series because web series have it's a bad name essentially. If you say it, everyone is web series. Yeah, I know. So I think it's an image problem. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. We all hope that it will change. Lotte, you wanted to say something? I'm really sorry.
Yeah, the word web series always indicate that it's for free. And it's also, especially in Germany, most people think of YouTubers and vloggers when they hear web series. So they just think of somebody sitting in front of his webcam and telling anything. And they don't think as a production like a movie. And I think this is the main image problem we have here in Germany with web series.
Thank you. Like I said, we all hope that all these difficulties will change in the next time. I have a question from the audience from Thomas Bartling. He is part of Tag und Nacht Media from Darmstadt with Christian Stader. And his question is, so what do we need to get web series to the people and make some money as well? Distributors, aggregators, agents?
All of the above. This is a difficult question to answer, because on the one hand, yes, this is how business is done in the movie world. But do we really want that? Because in the movie world, this also means you have many different instances of gatekeepers and people that try to rip you off, and people that make contracts and deduct fees, and it's really a jungle with independent film production. And I would rather have not have this in the web series world. Sorry, digital short form world, to give Christian the benefit of his explanation. But on the other hand, I think we would really missing a word here, benefit from some business-minded people in the scene, because there are a lot of creatives and a lot of creators, and not so many people that are really good at making money. They're good at telling stories, they're good at motivating people, they are good at finding money for their production. But I think, what I would always love to have, and it's almost impossible to find, is something like an honest broker. Somebody who knows the value of what we do and who is able to speak the language of the people who have the money and would like to buy what we do. This would really help. And I have a hope that the DiMA digital market that just got started might have a function like that in the future. So that's one of my hopes.
I think in addition to that, we just need more time. It's still pretty young, the development. I mean, like every major change in entertainment, it takes some time. Or like, maybe not change, I mean, we will not replace other forms of storytelling, but we complement all other forms of storytelling. But it always takes some time for the people to adapt it and get used to it. And I think time is also a factor. And all people, me included, are very impatient. So if you have an idea and you think how it's working, suddenly you can't understand why everyone else is not getting it because you already know. So I think it's also a big amount of impatience, and that's what will help us in the end, I guess, because every one of us is trying to push the boundaries of what we can do, making more elaborate productions, reaching more people, and in the end, I hope it pays off. Either that, or it will disappear like other stuff did. So we don't know. I hope it doesn't, but it might be a scenario. And I think Axel is totally right. If if the money comes into the web series world, then it will change. For sure, it will be more elbows, it will be more complicated, it will be less collaborative. It's always where the money is more competitive than a true independent scene where everyone is on the same level. So,
but to add something positive, I think the nice thing that we have in Germany, and I think every federal funding within Germany, they started within the last years to spend their money also for series. I think this is something that so many other countries around the world don't have, this kind of luxury that we can take funding money for this development of projects. It still is hard, for sure, but in other countries, it's even this money, this kind of basic level money is missing. So this is something positive.
True.
I also would like to. I think what's still missing is from all the platforms, because it's true that we don't know, nobody knows how to make money, but I think the first step would be to find out how are people using short form content. What's the best way? And I think Quibi tried it, and I really liked Quibi in a way, but obviously people don't use it like that. They were thinking, okay, people use it on their phone in the bus, but somehow it doesn't work. Maybe it does later on. So I think it's still unclear how people really watch short form content, because I don't think in the evening at 8 o'clock, they sit down and watch short form content. No, they have the Netflix or the Amazon or whatever, and they show the longer series. So I have this feeling we still have to find out new ways, or not me, not we, the people who are supposed to put up the platforms and generate money, which then trickles down to us. So I think we have to find out how can they use it? How is short form content, which a lot of people love, but how can they use it now? How can we make money there? And I think right now people like to watch videos on Facebook. Maybe the younger people watch it on Instagram, but there, of course, it's for free because you click on the video and it's for free. So there must be some way to generate money out of these clicks. But our own platform like Netflix, I'm not sure whether this is really the ultimate way to make money with it. So that's what I was thinking while we were talking.
Lotte, would you say something? Maybe from the vision of actually graduated student?
Well, yes, I had to think about that, especially Haus Kummerfeld. We didn't have any film funding for it, and we had for a student project quite a big budget. And yeah, we used the possibilities of cultural and regional fundings, and I think this is also a great opportunity to use and to help to create new projects and to be independent from platforms or streaming partners. And yeah, this is also something very very unique, and especially here in North Rhine-Westphalia, you have a lot of communities who fund cultural development. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Our time is coming to an end. I'd like to thank every guest, Joachim, Lotte, Sebastian, Axel, Christian, for your time, for your ideas, for your critique. And I really wish that all your goals will come true, and I wish you all the luck. And hopefully we'll see each other next year at die Seriale 2021.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also, thank you to the audience, and tune in into the next panel, International Distributors. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Hello and welcome to this distributor panel with very amazing guests today. I've been blessed to have to moderate this panel with whom not only are distributors, but I think are also friends that have been working in the web series for a very long time. And they have, I think, a lot to say. And we will learn a lot about how they see the process of distributing a series and a bit of tools that maybe can be useful for creators as well. So first on my screen shows Antoine. Antoine has been there since the very first WebFest, believing in short form series. He has been one of the, with Roxaline, his company, one of the ones that was really creating high-end quality, premium quality web series almost 10 years ago. And well, we'll talk a lot about what he's doing now as well, which is a bit going back sometimes to the format with a very new view. Then we also have Adrian Garelic. Well, we have a double couple from Flixo in Argentina. Flixo, they'll tell us more about it, but it's a platform dedicated to especially short form and web series, but it has a very special way of monetizing content, and they'll tell us more about that in a bit. And from the other part of the world at 2 a.m. and suffering against sleep is our always amazing Youngman Kang, who is the director of Seoul Web Fest, also distributes content in Asia, and well, of course, is also a producer. He's like a multitask guy. He hasn't even stopped in quarantine. So please, I did a small introduction, but please tell us a little bit more of how you came into contact with the short form and what was what you thought was fascinating about or different from other media. What pulled you into the short form? And let's start with Antoine.
Thank you very much, Rose. Hello, everybody. Yes, I love web series, and for sure we started very early, around 10 years ago. You mentioned that. Why was at that time? You know, it was mostly short form from TV, and we are really bored about that because everything is TV on TV was very usual, always the same thing, always the same tricks. And we wanted to have some freedom, to bring some fresh air. And the web series was the place to do it. And an economy was rising, and the opportunity, to make so much series with new voices. So that was a land of opportunities, and it's still.
Yeah, I really believe in that. I think I was listening to the previous panel, and they were saying there's still a lot of time to come. And I'm thinking, yeah, I thought that 8 years ago or 10 years ago when I started researching about web series. But it's true that now, at least more or less everyone that is media related knows what a web series or what a short form series is. That wasn't the case 8 years ago at all. We would have to explain that we're doing a series and it's online and it's short, and then answer a lot more questions because they always had a lot more questions. And now at least they get the point, they understand how it's different and it's interesting and it has a fresh and different touch. So I think it's really interesting how at least that has evolved.
Yeah.
So going into Flixo, please tell us a little more about the platform and why you decided to not only include the short form, but make it kind of the center of your platform.
Okay, well, thank you for inviting us here, and thank you everybody who's watching. So we started with the platform in 2016. I came from the movie industry, from the film industry, but then I jumped into the blockchain industry. And the blockchain is a solution looking for a problem. So when we started this video platform, we at the very beginning we thought on a new monetization model and a new distribution model in the technology side. But we weren't much aware of the micro series or short form series or web series or whatever. But we jumped into the Buenos Aires Series Festival in 2017, and we fell in love with the series, and we thought that they are a perfect match for our model. On one hand, because it is complicated for a content producer to sell a series, it's complicated to monetize, it's complicated to find an audience. So we thought if we put every service together, it's easier to find an audience or to monetize. And it really matched our model because we started this platform with a cryptocurrency behind that. It's we work with rewards. We created this new model that is called gamified video on demand, in which the user gets rewards for watching advertising, for watching content, for interacting on social networks, promoting the content or whatever. And then with this cryptocurrency, the user pays to the content creator for its content. So we thought this is a perfect match for our platform. So basically, we fell in love. We started producing our shows. We started looking for new shows. We're starting to make like this catalog of series to sell also, not only for our platform, but looking for clients for this kind of content.
Of course.
Very smart model.
Yes, I think it's very interesting how you decided to interlace cryptocurrency with watching video, and we're always following the Flixo platform and see how it goes. But tell us also, Sergio, how you see when you come into Flixo, how do you see all the web series world as an outsider who comes into, like all the web series community that is, like crazy about the short form?
And well, similar to Adrian, I fell in love with it. We started to look into web series. And, it's funny because my very first day, I jumped into Flixo very early on, but I wasn't there from day one. So the first time I actually interacted with the guys was during the Buenos Aires Web Fest at the time, a couple of years ago. So it was like a very strong and sudden, exposition from my end to the web series format. I already was a fan of a couple of micro series or short form or etc. I wasn't very aware of what they were, but I really love them because I have those kind of, most of them here in Argentina are very indie and, dramedies and that kind of stuff that I really like, but it made sense right away. I remember that we had the talk after the festival that it was the perfect format for Flixo. We were doing new things, so a new format made sense. And right away, I started binge watching a lot of web series, and right now I basically defend them and try to spread the word about them everywhere I can. And I think it's very organic. Some people may be afraid that, as far as narrative goes and that kind of stuff, it will not be as, organic again as a long form format. But after you get people to see a couple of good web series, they just get it. So I'm really excited about, working towards that model and that format for a very long time. a very long-term relationship with a short form format. That's it.
What you're saying is really interesting, because it's true that there's a bad vision of the web series. Like people do not expect them to have quality. So when you show them one of the, let's say, one of the best or two of the best that's on any of the web series festivals, people really flip out and say, is this a web series? And wow, this quality, this looks like a movie, and yeah, I think there's still a bit of miseducation. People know what the web series is, but they know incorrectly what the web series is, I think.
Yes. So I just tell them, take into account how many bad series, regular series, and how many bad movies you've seen in your life. With all the time you wasted, you could have give this, like 10 shows a try, and find something really, really interesting.
Yes, agreed. So tell us, Young Man Kang, how you came in contact with the web series. I know it was through being a creator, which happened to many people in the WebFest part. We started as creators, and in the end, we decided to do a festival. Tell us a little bit about your case.
Okay. Early 2000, I was very lucky. Also, there's a lot of money in United States. I was in the LA. Also, I can get investors and sponsors. So I think every year, like I make one feature film. So like I made the 5 feature film 2000 to 2005. But thing is, all of them sold through a distribution company. I know some sales, few countries, like 15 countries, but eventually I don't have any money. I mean, I don't any touch money from distributor. And then I ask distributor, like, where's my money? And then they say, oh, expense, like go to hotel and, buy dinner with the sales agent. And eventually, all the expenses cut and there is nothing. And then also after 2000, like 8, I think, huge like a financial, collapse in the United States. So no longer, I was able to make a feature film. And then 2014 and 15, I met, actually, I have a chance to able to see web series through LA WebFest. That's why I met you guys there. And then I discovered that I was so fascinating, like this is it, feature film is very, very difficult to, I mean, you have to search for money, and then you have to go through casting. After that, you have to go through deal with the distributor, also theatrical release, and after that, like TV and DVD deals. It's crazy, make one project and like takes sometimes 3 or 5 years. Very like makes me exhausted. But the web series like is very very fast. Interactive is very fast. Also, like you can put online. Also, you can like direct distribute individual content online. It's amazing new revolution. So since then, like I was totally forget about the feature film. Okay, forget about it. Now, like I'm at a jump into web series. And then 2015, also I set up WebFest in Seoul. And then after that, I thought I need some some platform, because when they're showing web series at the festival and everybody left and say goodbye and nothing happened, then what's the point? So then I contact to Korean Telecom, and then actually at the time they slowly developing the platform through smartphone. Then a lot of young people to watch it. So slowly like make a deal with them, like a first year like 20 title, and second year like 20 title. So far we are like kind of testing, but some creators slowly touch the money. So I'm so happy about that.
Yes. Another thing I was going to ask you all, because I think you in different ways understand the whole process of not only filmmaking, but also producing, and not losing all your money in the process, but actually being able to live from what you're doing, basically. Because of course we are artists, but we are producers, and as producers, at least we should be paid for what we're doing. It's not that much to ask, especially if we're considering that during all this confinement, anything anyone has like been able to do apart from eat and sleep was basically consume culture. So I think it's a good moment. We are all aware of how we really need audiovisual content. So what would be your advice as for an independent creator for the moment of searching for funding? For example, should they do it before the project, after the project? Should they do one type of project because then it's easier to get funded? Can you tell me a little bit on this, on your opinion, of a little bit of advice?
Sure, I can start. First of all, I think that there is still, as I was saying, a lot of opportunities for creators. Nowadays, it was kind of tough because all the war of content, was a war of big references, and it's still now. But because there is this huge and big wave, of big references, and especially now, with the COVID, we are able, to watch everything, and all the big things are teased. But being yourself is the best thing, best possibility to get into this market. And because behind this big wave, the only opportunity will be to bring identity, to bring what you creators, can bring, real story, real stuff, because we're going to be fed up about all the big expecting thing, and we will need, some thing that look like us, look like what we really want to have. And at Rock the Line, we are specialized in that, that we are specialized in genre, horror, and we love to mix the genre, but our baseline is new tone, new voices. This is very important, and new form. New tone, because you need to bring, the tone that the others can't bring, to be able to feel your life and things that look like you, not only in dialogues, in themes, and things like that. And who better than new creators, new voices that able to bring the most important thing in entertainment, the power of surprising you. And a new talent, a new voice will bring new ideas and things like that, their ideas, and if it looks honest and true, and so new, it will have a real interest and a real place. And what our formula at Rock the Line was to play on that and to build some offer and to bring those offer, to the distributors. And the new form was what we love is to mix indie film with this identity, with this quality, but with the unexpected of an indie film. When you go and watch a movie, an indie film, you never know what will happen. And this is wonderful. And to mix that, with the YouTube and TikTok and the way, people talk to together, to mix those things. But the most important, the new form is always the unexpected, be surprised. So be yourself. Try to make something like a little teaser and to write something that express what you are, and don't try to follow any path, but try to be yourself. And what we are looking for, we are looking for at people who can bring a little expression of what they are in a series, with a trailer, with something written, dedicated to young adult audiences. And with to be able to feel this perfume, and with that we're going to be able to add you in your collection. And to what we are doing at Roxanine is we create the market. We don't wait for the market. We go, just like we have done with Studio Plus or Black Pills, or we say, why don't you put some series together, create a line, and then we offer we are offering our line. And now what's new in our line, that we can also put documentary with this same feeling, and we are producing documentaries right now. And we produce a little bit more in France. You know, we took advantage of what's happening right now, you know, to refocus on the opportunity that we can have here in France. But if you have something to show, you can come, and if it looks like what we want to bring to new players, come. You can go to also to Flixo, which with this wonderful model, and I think this is the future. Or anyone that will look like the place you want to be. And we all have our identity, and it's good. You've got an identity, you have to get together with the distributor or with the producer who has some identity that could match. But be yourself, and don't try to be to take your ticket and to be in this long line. That's my advice.
I think it's really interesting because in your case, so the moment you would suggest would be the previous, when you have already something written or a project which is at the beginning, and ideally maybe with a trailer or a teaser so that you can already see like an image or what could be the end result. I think in the case of Flixo, maybe it's the other end exactly of the production process. Can you tell us a little bit more?
First of all, we are not only artists, we are also storytellers, we are entertainers. So it's our mission to bring joy, to tell stories, to entertain people. And we have decided to use this language, this audiovisual language, which is in the arts is probably the most expensive one. If you're a painter, you can paint on your house. If you're a writer, you can write. It's up to you. But here you need money. Yes. So the money should come first. It's okay. Maybe you have your own money to invest in this project. Maybe you only want to invest a little part to spend some months writing something or create a trailer or a teaser or a pilot, which is better. But first of all, you need to find the money. You have easy money, which is the money from government, from local TV stations or whatever, who are giving you like this free money because they give you the money and they let you keep the IP of your content. So that's the first money you should look for. After that, you should look for the complicated money, which is the private money. You can look for family and friends. You can look for not a public TV station, but a private TV station or a platform or a distributor who is willing to pay you an advance for your content. But then you know how much money you have to tell your story, and you should adapt to that. I think that the great potential of this universe of microseries, web series, is the freedom to tell your story, the freedom to tell it in the way you want to tell the story. Right now, you have a camera here. You can tell the story shooting with this phone and editing with this phone. It's not going to be like a cinema quality, but you will be able to tell your story. So first, look for the money. See this money, which opportunity gives you is to rent a better camera, to have a better crew, or if you don't find the money, go and shoot it. Maybe you can find money later. In our model, you can upload your series to our platform. You can set the price of your series and start waiting for an audience to come and see your project. You will monetize on top of every single play of your content. Since this is a cryptocurrency, if you earn 1 cent of dollar, we pay you 1 cent of dollar. It's super easy for us, and it's totally transparent. and you can exchange your. We are giving you Flix, which is our cryptocurrency, who has a market value, so you can go to the market and sell it and exchange it for dollars, for euros, or wherever.
Yeah, I think it's very good advice. Look for the money first and then produce your series. Although so many amazing contents wouldn't be made if we all believed and went with this 100%. And we probably, some of us maybe wouldn't be here. But I think it's a very good advice. I totally agree in looking at least for the minimum amount to create something with the ease of being able to finish it, of being able to have a crew that makes your life easier, and at least to end the production. I think in the web series, we don't need as much money because we tend to use it very wisely. But of course, in every audiovisual production, you always need so many people. It's a very collaborative process, and you can't do it on your own. Although, well, some people are magicians and almost end up doing a series like a one-man show, but it's a very difficult thing to excel in so many areas. Is really complicated, I think. Sergio, can you tell us a little bit more about how can people monetize on the platform?
Yeah, sure. Well, it's very, it's very complex once you get into the platform, if you want to use, as much as you want from it. But in essence, it's really, really simple. The way transactions and content monetize is basically that every single video has a price, and every single time someone watches that video as an audience, they agree to pay it, and that money goes directly into the creator's account immediately. It doesn't go through us. It's a direct transaction between the people who want to watch the content and the people who created it or own it or are distributing it. But that's another thing. And at the same time, that person paying for the content doesn't necessarily have to use their own money. They can ask to watch an advertisement whenever they want, whenever they feel like it. They can complete some of the challenges we offer them through the platform, like watch an entire season of a series, invite a friend. Every one of those interactions and actions in the platform gives them a reward. So if you watch an ad, some ad, the brand behind that ad will actually pay you for watching it, for your time and attention, and then you can use those credits to pay for content. Of course, that creates a bigger revenue than most, ad-based platforms. Normally, we are aiming to pay you, better than YouTube would pay you for a play, and you monetize right away. If your content has 1 million plays, you will monetize 1 million times. If it has 10 reproductions, you will monetize 10 times, and you will have a control. We are non-exclusive. You can post the content, you can add content whenever you want, you can geo-block it. So it's a platform that, as Adrian says first, everything started out of this blockchain idea, but we took that principle that it was a solution looking for problems. So we decided to look at all the problems that normally content creators have, not only micro series, but everyone, which is how they monetize, how they distribute, how they sometimes get tied to an agreement and their content they can no longer show it somewhere else, etc., etc. So we started to create a lot of small solutions that, in a very organic way, started to work in the platform. So that's basically how it works. Every series is invited to be a part of it. They can shoot us an email or get in touch with us through our social networks, and we can tell them how they can add their content either worldwide or just for Latin America. We are releasing improved version of the platform very soon, so we're very excited. So it's very good timing for people to give it a try.
Okay, great. How about you, young man? What would be your advice? Money first, or just do it?
It depends what kind of project you're approaching. Let's say feature film is only one way, right? Without the studio and the distribution deal, then there is no way to make it. But the web series, there's so many ways you can produce. For example, with your own money, you can do with the smartphone. Also family money, also you can do. Also some friends, because the web series like very you can do create with a low budget. Also, there's a lot of platform company. Also, they build up content. So sometimes they're looking for creators. So they hire you to make a project. Even they are looking for good script and good creator. So then if they like it, then also they give you money to make it. And then also in Korea, also there's a lot of branded web series. So which means actually pretty good money because a corporation company, give you all the money. And then also government funding, because this is like a new business, new media. So there's a government that they really focus on invest money for new business with the young people. So there's also a lot of money source in there. And then also there's a lot of these days, like a lot of competition, like so many competition, and then all the competition has a cash prize. So even like a very short form, because a short form is like very getting popular in South Korea right now. And then like seems like everybody jump in, compared to last year, especially since the pandemic, even more. Everybody like crazy doing all the short form, like even the government and the organization, like so everybody they want to create something. So I mean, you can search all kind of like the way, to make it happen. And maybe sometimes like a script first, then pitching. Sometimes like the other way around. Also you can match for the project, and then you can write for them. So all depends. And if you got a lot of money, then you can hire, like good cast, crew, also nice camera. But if you don't have any money, then you can shoot with a smartphone. Why not? Also, like, you can do direct and act, produce. It's fine as long as, you can tell the story, right? So I think there's so many way, go for the create web series. That's the very strong point.
Yes, I believe so too, really. So what we talked a little bit about producing. I would like one short advice about, I already have my web series. I have it ready to go. What would be your advice on how to distribute it? What would be the best way for me to, if I have a ready to go series, what should I do with it ideally? And let's start with Antoine again.
I think that you have two solutions. If there is an existing platform and you think that your content will be able to fit with this platform, you can try directly, or you can try to work with some distributor. Just like I was saying, if you you have content that look like, the color of the brand of a distributor, you can come with him. I think that right now, for web series, I see two solutions. I think that the Flixer model is really great, and I think there is a tremendous potential, to raise new talent and things, and looking at the market, there is no such an opportunity now. And as I was saying, it's a good time, because that does mean that it will come. We need some new thing and new stuff. So what we are doing, and what we always done at Rock the Line, but as a distributor, is to create this brand. So what we are looking at are content, with this fresh, not only genre, and not only horror, horror, sci-fi. It could be, any kind of thing that feels like young adult, with this indie great identity, with strong voices, and we love, first film. As a producer, we the 10 by 10 that we produced was all first director film, long film, as a 100 minutes. So what we are doing is to create some offer, package, strong offer, by bringing some really good talents together, like bringing 10, 20 shows, and to find a place within broadcasters, within platform, and say, hey, why don't you create, this space? We have this full amount of very cool thing, dedicated to this audience that you are looking for, and that's the only solution, to create new opportunities. Otherwise, look at things or go to. I think that Flixo will become very, very strong, because I know, Adrian, I don't only like your poster behind you, keep calm and ride or bike. But no, the model that you and Sergio and your partners with the blockchain invented is the solution, because the way of to monetize, the content directly. Because the thing is, we have to find an alternative at the YouTube, at the TikTok, and all those things who are the entry point, for most of the talent. And we have to pray that your model will grow and everybody can help and get into your model, because that will become a solution. And after, you have more, places like Rock the Line, and which are a little bit more specialized, a little bit more haute couture. And that's why it's also great, to think just like we are doing, and opportunities also together, by bringing your talents. But we all have to pray that your solution, I know that it's already working, but will become stronger, and will be able, to really finance every creator, because that's one of the only solution that I see for newcomers. But hold on, very soon we're going to have a lot of good opportunities.
Yeah.
Should I take it?
Yeah. Take it.
I think that the first advice is you have to know that your content has a value. So stop giving it for free. And let me say this again. Stop giving it for free, because I've seen a lot of people uploading the content to YouTube, never monetizing, or giving the content away to platform for $500. And even though you only put $500 from your pocket for this series, your time, your creativity, your talent has a value, has a price, and platforms should pay for that. And you should know that platforms are paying a lot of money for content. Yeah? So you need to stop giving away for free a short form series, because right now in the market, there is this sense that short form series are free because you can watch them on YouTube. So stop giving your talent for free. You stop giving away your creativity for free. Then look for a distributor. If there is a distributor looking to bring together 20 shows like Roxaline, reach them out, because that's the only way of reaching a platform. Because if Netflix is not going to sit with you for a 45-minute show, unless you have, I don't know, Robert Downey Jr. on it. But they are going to sit with you if you bring them 15 hours of content, because platforms need content. In this moment of quarantine, when everybody's consuming and consuming and consuming, and the platform are not producing content at this stage, because all the production are stopped, they are going to need content in the short term. They are desperately need for content if they don't want to lose their subscribers. So I think this is a great opportunity for us, because most of our shows haven't been seen by a huge audience. No, when I see series on YouTube that had 10,000 views, or less, 9,000 views, because with 10,000 views, at least you've made, I don't know, $50. With 9,000 views, gives you zero. So don't give that for free. Look for somebody, for a professional that sits with the platform, that sits with the TV channel, that goes to the market, that knows his business, and make a good deal with him.
Yes. Could you tell us, young man, just a little bit about how you are helping distribute series in Asia, so people can reach out to you as well if they have a series which is finished?
Sure. Actually, I'm not a distributor. I'm not, own the Korean Telecom. I'm just filmmaker, and then also run the webfest. But actually, even big company, Korean Telecom, they don't have time to searching around each individual creator, right? So actually, I'm in the middle, like sales agent. So also, I have a really nice tool, webfest. So through webfest, actually, I have two webfest, Seoul Webfest and Asia Web Awards, and a lot of submission through official selection or nominated or even award winner might be better. I mean, we acquired all the series from those selections, and then some creators have already deal with other countries, other territory. Then we make some adjust, depends on what kind of the deal. We only cover Asian territory, like South Korea and other the Asian territory, and then the other content actually we are not care. So after that, each individual creator, we sign the deal, then let all the package, let's say maybe I signed a deal with 30 project maybe last year, then I show all the project to KT Korean Telecom, then actually they select, let's say maybe 20 out of 30. That one actually got paid, like first MG, minimum guaranteed first. Not a lot of money, but still some money. And then after that, the profit share. So I think first step, you have to submit to us, either way, Seoul Webfest or Asia Web Awards. And then just to make a deal, and then we will see how, like the Korean Telecom, they like it. If they like it, and they can do all the stuff like Korean subtitle and all kind of stuff. And so I think that's in the future. So far, we released through the mobile smartphone 40 titles, like international the web series, and then slowly the audience catching up. They used to only watching Korean web dramas, and now slowly the international, more variety content. So I think you guys try, and then also we try to sell other near a country, maybe China or Philippines, Indonesia, other small the continent in Asia too. But a little bit take a time, but still we have a future, I think. So I really help the creator, at least make something like Adrian said, right? In the YouTube, actually, really how to make money, but at least something we do specific platform, and then let the creator, see something, the result. That's our goal.
Yes, yes. I think we're all in the festival circuit. We're all trying to help. We also, and that's a little bit of what today's panels are about, is we are also launching this platform called Dima. Dima is supposed to be a digital market, which basically what it will be like a page where buyers and sellers, creators, will be able to connect. So each creator can be able to upload their projects, and they can be in very different phases. So they could be in development phase, So those would be projects looking for co-production or for a producer, but there's also some which already are ready to go and are intended for distributors. And our idea with this Dima platform was, we do festivals, but what happens in the middle? What happens when we're not at Seoul, we're not at Buenos Aires, we're not at Bilbao, we're not at Gießen? What happens in the middle? And sometimes it's good to have an online thing, because all our media is really online. So it made sense, and we were lucky enough that COVID happened, because now there's a real necessity, because most of the markets have been erased. So to those watching, right now the platform, we decided that it's going to be free for at least this year, because we feel we want to help the web series community, and like everyone is canceling events, and it's a really hard time even to organize an online event like this, because we are used to something different. So if you want to log in, it's easy. It's dimamarkets.com, dimamarket.com. You can log in and watch. Right now there's a few projects, but we are welcoming everyone, because it's actually has launched, its first version is launched today. And we hope, and we're going to give it a lot of promotion, so people really join and find it useful, hopefully. And the only thing we want with this really is to help push content further. And it was created by 3 festival founders, basically, us at Bilbao, Gießen, and also Minnesota, in this connection of trying to make something we as producers would find useful. So I hope really it will be useful, and people will really make a good use out of it, and hopefully we'll all be in that platform and connecting with new players, hopefully, as well. So we have to wrap up, but I have like one last question, if you can answer a bit quickly, is what do you see happening in the near future? What opportunities do you see? And it could be related to the situation we're living right now, to this confinement and this need for content of the platforms, or simply to the early future of what do you see happening in new media that could be an opportunity for web series, for digital series creators?
I can start. What I see is exactly what I was saying. Opportunities to more indie shows, more shows that bring a difference versus the old big machine with big references, and also new model, just like Flixo or others. There is always place. This market is just like it's a big organ, and it will keep changing. The broadcaster and the platform will change. So this big move will create a lot of opportunities. But if you bring some identity, you bring something new that is not already in the market, and with some quality, that doesn't mean any big budget. That means something that means something. But we're going to see opportunities for that, for sure.
Thank you. What about Adrian and Sergio? What do you think are the opportunities coming, apart from blockchain, of course?
Well, on one hand, I would say to people that, in the very near future, be really awake and really aware about your existing content. Don't forget about it. Don't let it sit in on a hard drive, because a lot of people are running out of content. They are unable to produce. I've been talking for the last couple of days with a lot of content creators, and a few of them actually told me how all their existence conversations to produce new content, production companies basically stop replying to the emails, but out of nowhere they receive a couple of emails from other countries. I mean, from Mexico, from Colombia, etc., asking about existing content because they need to fill space. And the world is a huge place, but it's only an email away. So start looking for places where they may be needing content. It doesn't matter where. Most likely they will like what you're offering and they will be willing to talk about it. And that's something that I would keep in mind. Start thinking about, oh, I had this, and now there is an actual demand to fill a lot of gaps as far as content goes. So that's one thing for the very near future. And I will let Adrian expand.
No, as I told you before, I think there is a huge opportunity for content in the really short term, because everybody's consuming all the content in the platforms, and there is no new content. There is no new stuff, no new voices. So I think that the opportunity is coming now. It's already here. So start thinking more professionally about your content. Don't give it away for free, and use original music, please, because you are not going to upload this to YouTube. You are trying to monetize. So keep everything as reliable as possible, and avoid liabilities in the future with your content.
What about Young Man Kang? One last thought about the future and the opportunities coming.
Future, also another coronavirus might come. I mean, like the theater owners like very hard time these days. And the other day around, actually, the other day I spoke to a distributor executive. Actually, they said the viewer numbers and up between 10 to 20% up during the pandemic. So that means actually good for us. So even like seems like coronavirus is not a one time. Maybe they'll come back again. Nobody knows. So I think we have to prepare for the future. So like just in case, like whenever like pandemic happen, like we are working on online, then when no pandemic, and then we can maybe production. So I think we have to be very smart. And for creators, if you guys do something like sales, then you have to stick around with the community and the network. So I think the web-based is great tool. So a lot of resource you can get. So especially like for a deal, like one project is very difficult to make a deal. But if you have a package with the other creators, then it's so easy to make a deal with the other platform company. So I think that's why we need some more community and a network to build up. So that's my last.
Okay, so to wrap up, I'm gonna read all your thoughts, very high thoughts resumed in a very small paragraph, which is: be yourself, don't give it away for free. If there's no market, create a market. Bring something new to the table. Prepare for the future. Look for opportunities in a changing world. And your new series is just an email away. I think these were very nice conclusions of all the things you said. We have to say goodbye and until tomorrow, because the DIMA day came to an end. But tomorrow there's the award ceremony, there's a red carpet event before, which is going to be crazy with all the creators. And so we hope to see you tomorrow at the red carpet, or if not, you can watch it online. So thank you very much to our guests. And it was a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you,
Bye.
Bye.
Nice to see you. Bye-bye.